Aduh, gak ada suaranya.
Players that's playing to get to day 3, to that top 8, to that checkmate 20. In terms of overall approach to the competition, what do you want to see emerging from this first game?
Well, I think the big thing to look at is how many players are leaning extremely heavily towards Heartsteel, playing around the 4 cost, playing around the 80 flex, and who's playing more for reroll. In North American regionals, we saw a lot of players playing top 4 style was actually through reroll lines, because a lot of the rerolls, especially Senna reroll, had consistent top 4s, whereas people who are playing a little bit more risky ended up in the Heartsteel lines.
Totally, we have
Halo
like
Bang
Jugo,
Renat,
Johnny,
halo
and
Bang
Hisoka.
Denny.
They normally go for this Heartsteel line, and now we have Hisoka, so he has the Aphelios, he
Dan
has the
Pets,
Senna,
Augment
so he
payout
has the
ya,
possibility of
portalnya.
both re-rolling or looking for the Heartsteel line and going for the AD flex.
Now, we'll keep an eye on anyone who does manage to get the early hits in. As we can see on the right-hand side, we've got our units early on being displayed to make sure we keep abreast of all those kind of developments. You know that we've got the Aphelios in the mix. We've got several Casantes being mixed into the pack as well. In terms of the kind of end goal here, our players, of course, they're looking to get those high finishes. How early should they be hitting that Heartsteel to make sure that's likely to happen?
So, I mean, a lot of people want to find it on 2-1 and just be able to play it from there. But even if you do, most of the time, you're looking to win streak with Heartsteel on stage 2, and then you eventually want to lose. It's more kind of late stage 3, early stage 4 that you realistically want to look for that loss streak, and you want to have enough HP to do so, right? So a lot of the times we're seeing players try and find that 5 Heartsteel on their roll down on 3-2, and that's when they actually try and get this Heartsteel board online. So we'll see. Some stage 2 people will have it, but that doesn't lock anyone else out from going that direction.
Now with the Augment selection, the first one we have
gold ya.
and now the big
Di shop
screen
nih,
to show
menarik di shop guys. Akhirnya masuk
on the
world
right
ya dia ya.
on the upper right we have Ryu,
TFT Championship ya.
now with options to go to good itemization, and let's see what's the options. He oversees the rod, something more defensive and very good in the early game to get like that important front line.
Baik, lu deketin lagi bang, biar gak mantul suaranya.
To later climb to another place.
All right, so Cass, in terms of what we're seeing overall,
Halo bang, Olan Juan.
this lobby, what's the general theme you're picking up from the early augments that have come in?
So it looks
Bang,
like a
cara
ton
tahu
of
pas
econ,
battle
right?
kita lawan player yang mana, caranya gimana?
Oh no, stationary
Ah,
sport.
kalau di
Sorry,
HP
but looking
nggak
at
tahu
Yuko,
sih.
right? We've got the lucky streak.
Kayaknya di
We've got the what
PC
doesn't
kalau
kill
kayak gitu
you for
bisa
Cheche.
ngeliatnya.
We've got the I can't even remember what it is called. Cut above there for 60-second, right? So we've got a lot of econ augments coming through for a lot of these players, and so we're going to see people trying to play for that. The one I'm really looking at though is Volta. He's got this ramping rhythm. He's going for the rapid fire.
Si Volta
This
ngambil
could be Senna.
rating
I've seen
rhythm.
people play Senna around it. It's not as good as blinged out, but it still works. Or it can just be looking for that late game to play around the
Casternya kegedean.
For sure, there's a buff on
kecil
rapid
ya.
fire on 4 and 6. No one is actually going for that line. It would be amazing if he has something prepared. Maybe he could something different and maybe go for a more vertical. In that sense, it would be very impressive if he does. And now for starters, we have some look streaks, some win streaks, but and a Corki. Very soon for Jugo, obviously a holder. We saw Corki 3-star in the Latam regionals.
Oh yeah,
that was very amazing. I got good spot. I got a second place.
Pakai
Corki, the priority, but it's obviously something to consider.
Well, I want to raise the question here because I think this did come up a little bit in our discussions as well. You mentioned about playing early, strong early on for Heartsteel. How important is it at the moment to just
kalau di PC gimana caranya bang persiapin buat final? Pakai meta TFT, tapi nggak tahu kayaknya besok boleh apa enggak? Kayaknya nggak boleh deh. Kalau pas final gitu.
So if you're not able to save HP early on and then you miss at all, you'll just be going for that fast 8th. So I think a lot of high tempo playstyles tend to work a little bit better.
Harusnya menang ini ya. Itu sih gara-gara kanannya ya, kanan duanya.
But it's not always something you can look for.
Yeah, it's important the gold.
Halo Bang Dava.
25 gold now for Hisoka and also Cheche with the lost streak with 20 gold. So this will be very great for them either to roll a little, maybe a stage 3 or
32 orang ya.
Economy for later.
The big thing we have to look at between Hisoka and Cheche is going to be if they run into each other in stage 2, right? They're both playing for lost streak, and I think both of them are willing to full sell their board to get it. So it's going to be a big matter of if they're in each other's pool, and we're looking at Cheche right now.
Si Cheche Latam.
I'm going to remember that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Dia belum ambil headliner sama sekali, guys. Kayaknya dia emang pengen lost dulu nggak sih si Cheche?
Iya.
Dia converting hitungannya.
He's safe for now. Voltaire with this Olaf in the early game. He still hasn't slammed items. He
Si
has
Volta ngambil Olaf
not the
laner.
best mix, so it will be he's still open to possibilities, but obviously disruptive fire will give you the angle of what he wants.
Yeah, the big thing with Lost Streak is it becomes a little
Berarti
bit
gak tau
worse
bakal
when you
battle
are
sama
being
siapa ya.
contested
Di HP
in
soalnya
this
ada
Lost
gambar
Streak, because
pedang
you
gitu
actually
pas
have
mau
to
battle.
weaken your board
Dia ada 4, jadi
significantly,
bingung
so you
yang mana
can't
yang
kill
mau.
units, right? Perfect
Ya,
Lost
di PC
Streak,
hampir
you're
sama
actually
kayak
killing
gitu
a
sih.
few units
Jadi cuma
and then
bisa
still losing the
coba
fight. But now
ngira-ngira
because they
aja mau
essentially
lawan
have to play
siapa.
open fort to try and dodge each other, it makes
Nggak
it so
bisa
both these players are going
fix
to be
banget
much lower HP,
bakal lawan
and they're
siapa.
going to have to hit on their first roll downs.
And we did just note there from the scoreboard that we did have a couple of win-streaking players. So I was going to talk about
Oke, kalau kita lihat belum ada yang bisa aktifin Hearth Steal ya. Tapi udah pada ngaktif satu unit Hearth Steal. Kasih Ryu si 60 second, terus Doni. Ya harusnya si Sena kill bakal ada.
In scrims and on regionals, so it wouldn't be amazing to see who gets it, and most importantly, who gets the priority to say I'm going Sena. So probably is Volta, but we see much players trying to go.
Tuh dapat Yuni sama Pelios guys. Si HSK.
She had something like a 78% top 4 rate in North America. The scrims have looked actually pretty similar for the Sena line, and where Kale is another one we've looked at. She's been a lot less consistent globally, even though
si Volta kayaknya Sena nggak sih ini?
A lot of players
Bagus
are actually using her
dari
rental unit in the mid game and then transitioning to different reroll compositions.
Well, we talked about the long-term potential of Volta's composition here. We've got the 3-star Jinx in place for now.
Tapi udah Jinx 3 ya.
Rage Blade early on. What do you like? How much are you liking this at this point in the game compared to maybe what we'll see very late?
Tapi apakah benar bakal main Jinx gitu kan? Jinxnya tapi Jingpang sih, bukan Rapid Fire.
Chunky Jinx that once she gets the rest of the items, she could give it like the total mid game and probably go to 9 even and try to go for a Lucian. So this probably will be sold. I don't think he will stay with the Jinx all the game, but
kayaknya harusnya Jinxnya nanti diganti sih.
Very cool line from Volta to actually go into the punk angle. We actually saw this
Oke, si CC duitnya udah 50 sama si HSK. Berarti yang di bawah udah pada 50 semua ya duitnya ya, yang main Lost Streak ya.
Very uncontested line, hitting immediately. Stage 2, he's already on the Jinx 3. This is really great.
Waduh, Jinx 3.
For this fight though is going to be Cheche, Hisoka, if they'll fight each other and if we can see any of these win streaks continue.
Apakah bakal Jinx 3 guys? Dikit lagi itu. Oh, si Cece masih pengen Lost Streak lagi aja. Anjay, berarti kemungkinan dia pengen 6 ya. 6 Lost Streak sekalian paling. Kamu pegang siapa? Aku pegang Bishop. Coba kita lihat ya Bishop. Akhirnya masuk ke TFT Championship.
So Cass, it didn't happen, but it still can happen. Sometimes they try to stand this lose streak to 3-2 or even for the next carousel. Let's see if they want to stabilize and stop the bleeding or make strong.
Oh, si Cece dapat Garen Sentinel. Diambil nggak ya? Kayaknya
exploding, right? If you lose your lost streak after taking this much damage, it can be entirely ruin your game. They did have to
si HSK udah punya Sena 2 guys.
Going down to 63 after stage 2 is very low. They essentially just had to open fort the entire stage because they were in each other's pool the whole time. And so it's going to be a big question as how do they stabilize in stage 3?
Orang Cina,
I'm really going to want to
60
see the
second
rollouts from these two, see what they want to actually go for.
Ini sampai jam berapa bang? Masih lama ini bang. Biasanya 6 game. 6 game berarti di jam 10-an. Jam 10-11. Untung nggak kayak Ena lagi ya, jam 4 pagi ya. Oke, si CC. Oh, si Doni Jinx 3 guys. Oh, tadi dapat kill. Nggak mau diambil. Dia mau nyari apa? Revenge. Oh, Katarina. Jangan-jangan dia mau main Katarina.
We've got something developing here. Cheche is starting to slam the units in. So we've got crowd diver in place. Looks like we're getting a little bit of as well. So exactly as you said, Cass,
ngambil tadi kill nggak diambil, Senna nggak diambil, rapid nggak diambil juga. Harusnya sih Katarina harusnya dia main. Iya. Tapi belum nggak mau dipasang dulu ya itemnya, dia pengen nyari Katarina headliner. Ya sih bener sih Katarina sih ini harusnya. Waduh cannonnya nge-skill. Aduh nggak nge-skill anjir. Oke, pokoknya gold lagi.
So, you know, before Cass, we were seeing a lot of the augments which were kind of providing a little bit of ball power and a little bit of econ as well. I'm curious to see what our players combine with those early choices.
Alright, we've got a last stand as an option.
Ikutan Nickel meeting bang jam 8 ya ikut. Nah aku ikut nanti.
And he ends up going for the last stand. He's making a lot of econ early with the cut above, and now that's going to set him up to try and push a lot of levels because he has that safety net of the last stand. Try and build a really strong board. They can win out once that actually pops.
Oh, and now we have from Rio. We have the
Kalian udah dapat cenanya?
To your pogo.
Tuh kurang 3 lagi.
Oh, I just want to note here we have got
mau dibikin 50 ya. Nah udah.
But yes, Cass, you spotted an organ which was pointed out in the pre-show as a very strong direction.
Tinggal butuh rat lagi gak sih bikin rapid down guys.
Usually you like to see it on 2-1, but Dish must have had an open enough spot with his items that he could go.
Ya ini si Volta apa jangan bener-beneran main pang ini jangan-jangan guys. Jangan-jangan main pang beneran si Volta ini anjir.
Is this to his style?
Not really. I mean, he doesn't like playing reroll. He really likes to play around 4 costs. He likes to play, for the late game. But I think he's also one who is just very good.
Si Cece udah dapet Katarinanya, itemnya udah jadi banget anjir.
You can't pass up if you have the opportunity to go in that direction.
Itemnya udah jadi banget, dapat idealism juga ya. BTW ternyata, waduh perfect itu. Udah tinggal bintang 3-in terus ke 8-9.
Strong composition to play for top 4.
All right, popping back to our carrier item carrier Corky friend from Yugal, who's been doing a pretty decent job so far. We note, of course, the Korean players looking to try and recapture some of their form from before. I certainly like this as a good, he's in the middle of the HP total right now. It's at least this board is keeping him nice and stable.
Yeah, let's see how
he's
already committed to playing Katarina. We saw Hisoka also committed to playing Senna. So a 2-cost reroll would be interesting for him. He's holding some items. He's using the super fans, but he's not actually going for a specific direction. The Jewel Gauntlet will give him like some narrowness to what he wants to play, so it won't be
Oke, itu Jinxnya nggak kuat harusnya karena stun dari Ken.
You're kind of looking at Lulu or Seraphine if you want to reroll at this point, but Jewel Gauntlet is not necessarily the most optimal item, especially for Seraphine. And we'll see. We got a bunch of spatulas here, so
Seraphine bagus Rabadon daripada Jewel Gauntlet.
And then figure out exactly what emblems.
Oh, Cece dapat ngambil itu. Mungkin bikin Onyx Spark ya. Ini kayaknya nggak ada yang mau ngambil. Nggak ada yang mau ngambil spatula loh guys. Spatulanya nggak diambil ini. Kita lihat. Ya, akhirnya harus ngambil spatula si Volta. Ini bisa bikin punk emblem ini si Volta sekalian. Kalau di shop ini kayaknya main Eddie Flex ini. Ya, Eddie Flex harusnya dari itemnya juga sih. Udah bikin apa sih namanya itu? Sandernya ya. Oke, si Cece kurang satu lagi. Satu lagi. Spatula 3 gak laku, iya. Itu tadi si Volta juga aslinya pengen ngambil belt ya. Cuma nggak dapat aja, ya udahlah ambil spatula. Katarina, apakah bisa ngebunuh semuanya? Tapi kayaknya belum bisa nge-skill, mati dulu. Tapi nyawanya tinggal
3.
Nyawanya tinggal 37 si Cece aja.
for both him and also for Hisoka. So it will be, they need to stabilize now. As you were saying, Cass, he's one away from Katarina, but he hasn't got there. He lose again. It doesn't matter if he lose because of
dia harus menang lagi nih.
Ramp up on stage 4, and that's when we will see the win streak from him and the power of the Katarina 3.
Yeah, generally kind of where you want to
dia ngerol.
The 3-star cost is going to be on 4-1 is kind of the great cadence that we like to see out of these. A lot of players will hit it before because you get these big rolldowns on 3-5 potentially, but if JJ can get it on 4-1, he'll kind of equal the strength of the lobby, but it'll just have more components from what doesn't kill you, and it might be able to allow him to win even more fights.
All right, we'll check Wenzui from China.
Okay.
Has got the Kaiser
Fire.
item holding, much we saw the Corki item holding from before.
Fiery roll.
To avoid getting run over here. Donny G, fascinating Vive 3 carry. Well, item holder, perhaps long-term carry, handing out a big loss.
Yeah, this is actually such a cool board from Donny, because a lot of people play around the Vi in the early game just as an item carrier, a very strong early headliner. But Donny just said, oh, I've got a bunch of natural Vi copies, I'll just play the 3-star and continue it through stage 3. Now, if he tries to transition into Mosher, he's going to run into Dish Soap, and they will contest each other. So with those item slams, it does look like Mosher, but he could flex into other AD late in the game.
He's doing what he has to. He's a lot of HP, he's penalizing
Halo guys, selamat malam. Kita menunggu TM Nusantara Open sambil nonton ya.
He will have to adapt. It will be very interesting to see how he matures the compositions to look for a win more in the later game.
Honestly, I'm really excited to see Donny doing as well as he is in the early going.
Aduh, itemnya dapat begitu ya. Oh, HP Lios, tapi langsung level 8 kita lihat. Ngerol dapat apa? Tinggal dikit duitnya tadi.
And we've got some of the forecasts dropping in.
Si CC udah 3.
The hit does actually find that Katarina 3. Looks like Yugo was able to pick up quite a few.
Serius gak dapat apa-apa, Jir.
So I'm wondering if Yugo is
tidak dapetin apa-apa, guys. Serius.
Seraphine is a potential way.
Gak dapat apa-apa, Jir.
That happen as we have the Zed actually picked up on this big roll down from Ziyu, which is a very, very strong grab. He doesn't even have a headliner yet, and already has
tapi nggak ada headlinernya sama sekali.
Potentially.
Dah pasang ke Lux dulu aja dah.
For sure, Ezreal. I like the Poppy also here.
Yeah,
he lacks a little front line, especially the.
Nggak kuat, sakit. Senanya belum 3 ya di sini ya.
You measure, you get it like more naturally with the set, and we see that he has a good carry, he has good item, but the lack of the.
Tuh nyawanya tinggal 27. Si CC masih kalah
ya. Yeah, it's hurting because a lot of these boards are spiking as well, right? We did see, the 3-star Katarina hit. We've seen this Vi board is just very strong.
Bisa main apa aja?
High tempo, and so.
Oh, Submit to the Pit. Dia udah commit Submit to the Pit ternyata.
So third augments the charm, and it will be gold across the board.
Time sambil lu live-in bang. Gak tau nanti. Kayaknya sih ya harusnya.
One thing I think that really did leap out to me as we come towards the later game is, of course, you mentioned the low HP players from early on. We've still got several players down there who are in a perilous situation. Note in particular, down to 27 and 37 HP, a big drop below.
Senanya udah 3.
Just able to hit that Senna 3. This is the big spike that he was looking for, and he actually finds.
Oh, si Yugol ternyata main Seraphine. Seraphine udah 3 tiba-tiba aja. Wah, 5k dia juga, guys. Wah, ini mantap sih 5k dia. Tinggal bikin 5 spell weaver.
Maybe we're lacking the kill. No one got the kill, so he was in.
Iya, gak ada main kill berarti.
The fight against Dishop already with the Mosher, trying to go for 1 3-star, but he's still like a little far away from that.
Great matchup for Yugo, playing the Seraphine into Moshers. They have to stack all completely. Seraphine gets a ton of value, but in the early to mid game, sometimes the Moshers can still win because the stats are just too high. But this fight is very, very close.
Tapi nggak kuat Dishop, nggak kuat itu.
Good, but it's just too much damage, and yeah, that's not the matchup Dishop wants to see throughout this game. He wants to avoid the Seraphine as much as possible.
Iya, soalnya pada ngumpul kan, Seraphine CC mati lagi, guys.
The best you can hope for is losing them out a little bit less. I still want to hit on the Zuya though, down on so little HP. Now Cheche is starting to get into the same area as well. There's a big drop off between 6th and 7th and 8th.
Yeah, Chechi's trying to look now for the second carry. Should be the set.
Si Ryu nih kayaknya nggak ngehit nih si Ryu nih. Nyawanya udah tinggal 27, goldnya udah tinggal 7.
doing the damage, access to the backline. So hopefully he can find it soon.
Coba kita lihat, diganti nggak deh? Pindah nggak deh? Sama aja nggak pindah sih. Kita lihat Katarinanya. Oh, lawan monster. Tankinya nggak kuat sih ya, cannonnya ya. Tapi harusnya bisa sih Katarinanya. Sakit ini, sekali skill, tuk. Saya harus butuh skill lagi biar, nah, menang kan?
If that is a 3-star Urgot, this fight gets a lot scarier for Cheche.
Ya, si Disa harus 3 Urgot nggak sih? Biar kuat, bener kata si Casanova. Kayaknya nggak ada spatula lagi ya.
Cheche would have wanted to find a Kiana here. Would have been the really big hit that he could find playing that crowd diver, but not going to be able to get.
Gak ada Kiana. Kalau ada Kiana si Cheche, nah enak banget ya.
But we're going to see how these two costs all interact with each other, which matchups are going to find the wins.
Yes, total D-Shock with the Mosher, with Jorik, so he has the legendary, he can complete what he wanted, he can submit to the pit. In Spanish, we say surrender to the pogo. So he's totally surrendering to the pit in this case, so it will be amazing to see how he caps out. He really needs
dia nyari.
3 stars to get like a
Kayaknya.
chunk of
Si
damage.
Bishop berdoa.
So I think he wants to
Oh no, udah punya set, gak dapat.
really far from getting to an actual win condition.
He's got a Mosher
harus diambil dulu itu.
6 Mosher, but this is just renting until he can find the Urgot headliner once again.
Ya, dia butuh Urgot banget anjir.
Dish is just not hit. He's really been looking.
Gak ngehit sama sekali. Kasihan Bishop guys.
So really, he's now just trying to stabilize and not bleed out too quickly.
Yeah, we can see from the gold totals on the right-hand side, our players are spending pretty aggressively, particularly towards
16 second.
the bottom of the table with the 8.
Kayaknya dari tadi nggak ada yang pakai Easy Red Lander ya, belum lihat ya. Harusnya sih menang Katarina ini mah. Masih menang Katarina. Belum kuat banget terstillnya.
Yeah, he's losing with 5 hearts. He still has last stand, so he's the one.
Oh, ada last stand, anjir, last stand nama martir.
He wants to go to level 9. He wants to cap, and he's playing for first.
Yeah, the thing, he already has Illusion as well, right? Like he's already kind of got most of this composition online.
Yes, yeah, harusnya tinggal ke 9.
He's 50 gold. He's got Heartsteel coming through. He's got last stand. Easy time to go to level 9 and just continue to make this
Ronan.
in the lobby. I think 62nd out of what we've seen
Kalau nggak
so far
status
is the
first.
one kind of on the path
Ya,
to
kurang item depan. Depannya
kurang.
kurang.
62nd with the last stand has got a ton of HP left in the bank to take him towards that late game. And again, you know,
Si Donny
end out finish he's looking for.
Donny now getting the poppy. He has a little more front line with the Aegis in the front line. Getting.
Bang, nggak ada GA lagi, nggak ada GA-nya udah habis kemarin kan.
As a secondary carry, he didn't fight the Airtrail, so now let's see if he's enough to go with the Mosher of Dishop.
Yeah, and Cheche is not
lawan Dishop ya.
at this point. I think this is the third person with the Z2. So Cheche
Wah, kalah Dishop. Nggak kuat. Urgotnya butuh 3. Ini bisa jadi Dishop kalah anjir. Juara 8. Submit to the pit-nya.
At least we'll get through all the stage 4 without it going any further. So yeah, does at least manage to win out the last couple of rounds to try and stabilize a little bit. Dishop also down on low HP. I mean, surely coming into stage 5.
Tidak hoki sih Dishop guys. Nggak dapat Urgotnya anjir.
This is just a Kendish play for a 7th realistically is what he's looking for. He's going to see how much he can spike the board on this 5-1. Just do anything he can to make it stronger and then just
5-1 harus nge-hit Urgot 3. Kita lihat apakah bisa. Oke, nar dulu. Oke, gak ada 1. Wah, dipindah anjir. Dipindah anjir. Dishop dapat Poppy 2. Kayaknya gak dapet 3 itu dia. Trash 2. Kayaknya nggak dapet itu guys. Anjir, kasihan banget cok. Urgot. Kalau sampai to the pit, carry-nya Urgot. Urgotnya harus 3. Terus ditaruh di tengah gitu. Wah, Caitlyn bisa menang. Oh, Shiryu. Nyamannya tinggal 16.
Great execution there. So
Oh, God masih bisa menang. Si Diso masih menang.
Good win here for Dish, and he decides to go all in with the Gnar. He didn't get the Urgot, but he got the Gnar, and now the items are there, and it will be good because the Augment itself is heavy reliant on having maybe multiple carries, and that's what this show is doing. So he's trying to save that 8th place, and every points count now that he didn't hit in.
Dia jangan sampai 8 dia kalau mau. Ezreal dulu. Diambil nggak? Kayaknya enggak sih. Oh enggak, beneran ya.
Actually want to play around Ezreal this time around, completely sells out of that, and we saw him still rolling a little bit more as we jump over to Donnie G. We see the positioning once again, not stacking his Zed and Caitlyn together to deal damage.
Urgot buat mukulin bang, tapi harus B3 ya. Nah itu, B3-nya Urgot agak sulit.
Fighting an out sack, also doing the control damage, the CC, and the one who's
wah, sakit itu Caitlyn-nya anjir. Tapi kayaknya depannya
access to the backline and eliminate
Donnie
taking a big
enggak.
Donnie has dropped down so
Disop malah juga.
Earlier on, now into the major danger zone. You can see down the bottom, Zia is on the win streak and is rising up the table as well. We're going to have a very contested first elimination.
Yeah, Donnie
si Diso kayaknya pulang dulu guys.
Needs to try and get the Zed and Caitlyn on the same side, trying to focus fire at target and try and snowball through these fights. This is what's happened to him in the last 2 fights. He's running to other Zeds, and there's been more damage hitting his own, so he hasn't been able to get there as he tries to position around the Aegis.
Yeah, totally.
Belum dapat juga anjir. Kasihan cok. Ini gimana caranya menang? Urgotnya belum 3 loh.
He doesn't get a good matchup, and now we have it.
Alright, going into this fight,
lawan Katarina.
Has to try and survive here against the Katarina. This could be a good matchup with the submit to the pit.
Oh boy, we know that these are incredibly tough to try and chew through, and as you said before, Cass, they have been growing in power throughout this game, just ripping apart the crowd divers. The damage
Donnie's out.
Donnie
kalah.
Donnie
keluar duluan, 8 duluan guys.
Especially coming here to the global
dari
championship. It's not the way you want to start your tournament.
I'm very impressed by the Mosher table of these shops. He totally destroyed the Katarina comp from Chepe. The single target damage was not enough at all. And now this shop, even though his HP is very low, in combat-wise, he seems very well.
Yeah, he's pretty strong. I think some of the matchups are still going to be tough for him. The Seraphim's quite scary. There's a Mosher emblem. There's potential to try and go from there, but I also think that
masuk emblem biar bikin 6 dulu.
Item for one of his carries. It looks like he wants to be able to drop one of these Moshers and play something better.
Yeah, certainly a good amount of stats are thrown to pretty much
any roll. Top banana. Anjir tapi ngeliat gitu kasihan anjir Urgotnya nggak 3. Padahal bisa bagus ya sama itu depit. Tapi nggak hoki aja anjir.
Alright, this next big fight is going to spell disaster for a few of these players, right?
Oh si Volta beneran main pang. Main pang, beneran main pang dia. Tapi kalau level 9 ya. Wah, menarik banget. Dia nggak mau ngerol itu loh. Nggak mau ngerol kayak nyari apa? Si 2 gitu-gitu. P3, si Pantheon 3, mau 3 dia ke 9. Di Volta guys.
16 life for him, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it should be enough. No, 12 life. So he's actually very, very close to dying here. He now faces 60 seconds.
Izin ikut nobar bang, monggo Sion digelar tikarnya ya. Wah di ini CC nih lawan 60 second. Harusnya masih bisa menang si CC. Yang belakang sih, yang penting skillnya Katarina karena belakang nah. Harus skill lagi.
Oh, that crit.
Disop.
Okay, but what about Dish? Just trying to see.
Disop gimana? Cepet pindahin ke Disop. Oh, masih menang.
He gets another fight when his Volta continues this just downward spiral.
Wah, si Volta ini bisa keluar ini.
Played around the Vi with Donnie, playing around the Jinx with Volta. They were able to save a lot of HP early on, but they both started to free fall once we hit stage 4. And Volta now just on the single life.
Mending Caitlyn aja nggak sih tadi diambil?
They had to pick. Volta got the Jinx. For the other side, we got the buy. So now that's probably the last fight for Voltarius. He has a good, decent composition, but it might not be enough. And now he faces.
Gue mau ke Alpha. Abis ini ada yang mau nitip. Boleh nitip bang? Minuman. Teh pucuk boleh lah. Gak bisa sih Jingnya sih. Gak kuat. Gak kuat. Tetap gak kuat. Mau di bikin benteng kayak gitu tetap gak kuat. Lagi si Volta keluar. Oh, si Disop defeated. Tapi kayaknya si Disop 5. Iya bener kan?
This is the big thing we see. The composition that 60 Seconds was playing alongside. Oh, Disop down as well. It looks like in 4th alongside Volta going, or 5th Volta going in 6th. But we saw
4 besar. Tinggal isinya reroll ya. 2 reroll. 2 reroll, 2 deflect. Sena, Serapin, sama ini ya. Deflect ya. Kalian jago siapa? Tapi menurutku yang ada last stand-nya sih 60 second ini yang bisa menang.
And in the back we have the hard kill.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That's where we're going to see, and the person or the player, the tacticians who gets the priority to get this in the early game, we have a much clearer space to do it in the late game.
Yeah, they're all definitely, of course, all helping each other out by clearing out those pools and making sure they can hit that little bit faster. But down to our
tapi si SK, si Hisoka udah dapat Kiana 2 anjir.
Very important to get that higher seeding.
Kiana 2 guys.
After round 2.
Yeah, just taking a look at these 2 costs. I mean, honestly, we expect this from Senna. Always gonna go top 4, but this is kind of where
yang level 9 udah 2, Serapin sama yang 60 second.
This is a way that you can actually push
Si Soka sama Ryu masih level 8. Tapi si SK ini bisa ke 9. Kiananya anjir pakai Ion. Wah, Kiananya coy, sakit coy itu. Tapi gak kuat. Wah, bisa. Tapi limitnya langsung 3 item. 3 item gitu langsung.
Yeah, it was still not enough. It usually just kind of, it starts to fall off at this point in the game, and we see even into the Seraphine, which is the comp that I would feel it would maybe do even the best into out of what's left. Can't find that win, but maybe 3 extra items as you called out, right? That might be able to make the difference. It's going to be very tough to get steel boards because they're starting to get incredibly tapped. And we have to remember, 60 Second still has last stand of
punya last stand ya. Tapi itemnya si Izil pakai Nasortut ya. Dia farming item banget itu. Kita lihat lawan Serapin apakah kuat.
Yeah, the Zed goes down though, and he doesn't actually get a stun down onto the Seraphine, but the rest of the backline are so spread out. The Seraphine can't get effective damage.
Serapinnya menang Serapin ini. Menang Serapin ini. Itu 3 langsung nyumpul jadi 1 gitu.
And that's going to do it. 60 Seconds is going to end up popping that last stand.
Last stand-nya hidup ya. Waduh, dapat Lucian anjir.
Lucian 2 ran with Omen.
Dapat Lucian 2, pas banget loh. Ini harus diambil sih Eloy-nya. Semoga ketemu Ryu sih. Kalau ketemu Ryu ya kita sih lihat nih. Ryu nyawanya tinggal 3. Ini nyawanya tinggal dikit semua ini. Oh, 60 second ketemu SK ya, ketemu Sena. Kita lihat Kiananya sih, Kiananya kalau bisa nembus ke belakang. Wah, Kiananya nembus ke belakang. Gak kuat, mati. Wah.
From 60 Second,
60 second. Oh, Ryu kalah ya.
From the CN region, he's coming in big as we've got another elimination on the other side.
It would be great to see this. So we have a hard to play.
Oh, you go lawan 60 second.
So now final elements. We have a hard steel emery.
60 second harusnya menang ya.
Now they're going for more combat and getting the last.
Kalau enggak sih Yugal paling mainin positioning sih.
See who wins. Now we have Google and 60 seconds. 60 seconds the favorite of Clement is doing well in this first round.
Well, let's take a second since we've got maybe 60 seconds to do so to talk a little bit about him. One of our players we were highlighting coming into this one as a regional hero to have made it to the top.
Dia pengen Ari, butuh Ari. Nggak dapet Ari. Nggak dapet Ari. Nggak dapet Ari. Arinya butuh 2 aja.
And he's immediately just showing his prowess. We can see the positioning. You'll see him swap around, but realistically at the end of the day,
his composition,
itemnya bang, should be able to just steamroll.
Bang, itemnya bang.
Well, let's see if what it does.
Bang, itemnya bang.
You mentioned around the ends. We've got a last stand buff in here as place. The individual unit-to-unit power should not be comparable.
Harusnya sih last stand sih, udah menang.
Onto the backside, but it's all about that Seraphine damage ultimately, and the board is being mostly spread out. We're looking for the next cards to come through, but it mostly misses. We still the carries alive.
Zed's still not dead. Look at him.
60-second countdown takes the first game of the REMIX Rumble Global Championship live on stream. What a way to start the competition.
Lobby 3, berarti ada lobby 4 ini, 32 orang bener. Turn up the rumble.
2 of each in the end of this game, and usually Heartsteel caps out higher. Now, of course, this was with the help of Last Stand, but this is kind of the expected outcome.
Yeah, for sure. KDA Parent didn't help. The Lucian got the positioning difference. The set got access immediately to the KDA group. So it was not the best fight in the late game for positioning, but actually great performance with this sector.
Alright guys, well, stay tuned. We're going to go
Last Stand ya, dibantu oleh Last Stand.
Come back to break down that first game, and of course.
Jadi kalau besok pas Nusantara Open jangan takut-takut ngambil Last Stand. Asuransi itu guys. Tapi kalau bisa di pop-upnya setelah 4 besar ya. Jangan sebelum 4 besar. Masih banyak orang tapi udah kayak itu ya. Last Stand emang gila bang buffnya, iya. Not ready apa? Ada tulisannya not ready kan? Oke, iklan dulu ya. Omen. Nah, ini guys, di tuh QR-nya tuh. Semoga Hoki dapat omen. Top omen kan? Lumayan. Atau nggak disuruh beli. Masih 30 menit lagi ya buat itu TM ya. Panitianya masih itu ya. Masih benerin grup ya. Wow. Tuh, regional slotnya Cina 6, NA 4, EMEA 4, Korea 4, Latam 3, Jepang 3, Asia 3, Brazil. BR tuh Brazil, harusnya Brazil 3. Caster line up pada Impetus Panda ya. Oh, Impetus Panda kayaknya emang langganannya Riot kayaknya. Dia di lore, di TFT. Dulu dia di Gwen juga. Temennya itu dia, temennya siapa tuh? Nah, udah. Tapi harus aku ini dulu. Apa? Reload dulu ya. Tanggal ketiga enggak. Bukan ganti set itu. Tanggal 3 tuh maksudnya refill set barunya. trailer untuk set barunya. Untuk itunya tanggal akhir-akhir sih, antara bulan-bulan akhir, Maret akhir. Habis reveal, terus habis itu pembukaan PBE. Jadi PBE udah bisa nyoba set barunya. Ntar aku bakal cobain juga sih PBE-nya.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. We are just 1 game down, and we still have 5 more to go before we do start to cut down on the.
Oh, sekarang udah nggak BB lagi ya?
That we were able to start off with.
I think it was a great showcase of what we have in store for the meta. We saw a lot of 2-cost rerolls and 3 Heartsteel.
Oh, si Clemenco, ternyata ini guys. Yang aku kasih tahu dari Twitter itu ini orangnya anjir. Orangnya ini ternyata ya. Si Clemenco ya.
Great augments, but just the shops did not work with them. We saw Tetris using so much gold to try and even find the Katarina headliner.
Udah nggak ada set iya udah nggak ada mid set sekarang. Langsung ke next set.
Which means that something went terribly wrong. That secondary carry to help Katarina really work out. And for Dish Soap, similar story. He was using that Jax headliner for tempo, then moved into the set, and then has a Nar 3, but nothing else. No Urgots were found, and all those rolldowns, so much gold was spent.
Oh iya, padahal dia nge-roll nggak dapet Urgot loh.
Which you mentioned, one of the strongest augments in the game.
Dish Soap has my award for just getting Mort Dog the hardest in this game. Nobody was contesting Urgot. I felt he played a very good early game with high HP, with the super fans in, but unfortunately, that's the thing about rerolls, and why some players actually want to trend away from rerolling and go straight for the Heartsteel.
I mean, if you can pull it off, of course we saw for Donnie it didn't work out, but speaking of something that kind of worked for some and kind of didn't for others, the ramping rhythm coming through on 2 players, I really loved seeing that from Volta, but then the second augment choice kind of had me doubting what was going on there. Rolled a lot of gold, was not able to find anything. Caitlyn Headliner was sitting on Donnie's board, Senna 3 come online for HSK, and so Volta found himself in a position where just nothing was really coming together. On the other hand, though, HSK really running away with it, able to cap off of that augment and running with the Senna reroll that we have seen do so well, even in scrims.
I mean, I think all of the
menurut Mombong udah penghujung set, menurutmu set 10 ini lebih bagus dari set 9 nggak, Bang? Iya, lebih bagus. Kalau set 10 tuh kan ada legendnya ya. Nah, itu pada main itu semua. Kalau set 10 tuh isinya tuh main apa? Legendnya tuh pakai legend Urf ya, yang bikin banyak trade. Dan jadi oke-okean juga dari situnya.
It was either between that and Pentakill really for me. But overall, I think he really showcased his strength in terms of preserving HP early, slamming items, and then finding a way to use those items in the late game.
Absolutely. I think it's much safer to have these placeholders rather than the Cheche style of just going full open and trying to go for a 2-cost reroll that comes to you. As we saw, he rolled over 120 gold and didn't have a Zed secondary carry.
Oh, it's so painful. Tough though. Like that Zed was so contested when you take a lot of the other boards when the 80 flexers were playing. We had 2, I think, Zed headliners actually in that lobby. And so where are the copies of Zed?
Well,
all of them went to 60
pada online ya.
This guy really showcased what is so strong about the Chinese understanding of the meta. It's called Jazz Warriors. Heartsteel is important, but only for cash.
Berarti ada HL lebih seru ya? Iya, lebih seru.
You want the main item slams onto your Z, and then your last.
Soalnya bisa cepet bintang 3 juga kan. Nah, kita besok balik lagi ke yang nggak ada headliner kan.
Also found that great Randuins to give his board that extra juice.
And if you're looking at his performance throughout the stages, you can see how much HP preservation was going on there, how he continued to stay in the upper echelon of the lobby bracket.
Not just that, but he was eliminating players without even proccing last stand, which goes to show just how strong he was getting coming into that late game.
It was amazing because you look at that and you go, well, wait, but the board's that strong already? Well, what is going to happen when the last stand actually activates? And
this is not even my final 4.
Still has to go through the hyperbolic time changer, but is able to come out on top. And so 60Second is going to take the very first win in this game number 1. So exciting to see all of these players in such an international lobby as well. We finally get a chance to see what that looks like, having all of these players clash from all these different regions.
Definitely, it just feels like 60 Seconds is his time to shine. He's been around for so long. You know, his teammate Waktunya has been to Worlds 4 times now. This is his chance. He's a ladder warrior, and now he's ready to teach the world how to play.
Masuk harusnya di YouTube.
Okay, Clement, we'll let you have this one. But that's not the only lobby that was happening.
No, it was not. Let's take a look at our standings for the other 3 lobbies that were taking place, since we do have those 32 players, and kind of see just how everything is broken.
Bawa rombongan.
Ada bawa rombongan, sorry. Not having great starts alongside someone like Volta, for example. So still 11 games to go.
Well, I personally am happy to see EMEA still on top here with
Wah, dua Cina sama 2 EMEA yang di atas ya.
Ice in 60 seconds.
Ice going first is a big news for them, but from my
Oh iya, si Egi akhirnya masuk guys, gara-gara yang dari Vietnam itu kalau nggak salah ada boosting sama apa advertising judi gitu. Terus diganti Egi ya.
We'll see if your predictions can keep going strong and if these players can continue their momentum as we head into game number 2 and we send things back over to our casters, Casanova, Counterfeit, and Hupeson.
But yeah, what a great first round of play we had. Of course, as we saw from the table there, a lot of our Chinese players doing very well out of that first round.
Yeah, I mean, Ice being able to pick up that first place, we're going to head into that lobby and actually be able to see some more from Ice this time around. And 60 Second, right, this is incredible, right, for CM fans. 60 Second, somebody who I think
nanti semua ikut TM,
60 seconds goes to championships. He might just win it all, and just starting is always going to feel nice.
There's a sticker from Clement. I asked him for support for the pick'ems.
Aku habis main 6 bit, tuh, udah menang belum sempat cash out. Nah, emang gitu. Harus bisa diajak kerja sama musuhnya.
In between, but if you're in that position, you're playing a lot of expectation coming in, and you have that first game, not the one we would like. How do you kind of reset up that and go into the rest of the day strong?
I mean, it is just a mental reset, right? You know you're playing a lot of games of TFT, right? A single 8th is not going to eliminate you from making the top 8. Yes, it's a harsh cut, but realistically, Salvi is a good enough player. We saw him take a single 8th in the EMEA finals as well, but most of those games were, first or second, right? So I think a single 8th is fine. Salvi should be able to bounce back. He is
biasa. Habis ini bisa ya.
Mortok ini udah main ini. Lobbynya Kiaos sama Milala.
Oh.
And of course, the variance is very important.
Nah, Mordok itu sendiri.
Ya, streaming sendiri.
Let's see our players.
Our first lobby will stack. The second lobby will be stacked.
Tapi sama ini lobbynya.
Mentioned Salvi, but they're not the only ones.
Oh, di Twitch ya nontonnya. Kalau di Twitch kayaknya lebih cepat.
It's going to be Malala, right? First in TVO, first place in KDA Cup right after, and then after playing KDA Cup, he went and played the Chinese TOC, the Mid-Set Invitational, on the same day. So he just played another bunch of rounds, ends up 3rd in that tournament. He had 1 bad cup all season, tied for first with Dishope in the regional final.
Ini suaranya ada yang bocor, jadi bingung aku.
Incredibly close to just even having another win under his belt, and now he's at the championship. He's been on this road. For me, I've said it before, I'm gonna keep saying it. He's the king of South, and he's here to claim his crown.
The most decorated for sure, and now we have the portal of 3 costs. So anyone who gets an Urgot will have.
Kayak Soju sama Setsuko enggak masuk NA dia.
What we have got are a couple of more Kaisers. Of course, we know the Pentacles can be very strong as well. A couple of Samiras and a misfortune for Tara.
Akhirnya Dishope masuk kan.
We'll see how much this ends up affecting our players' overall approach to the game. But I want to take a second while we've got the chance to talk about some of the other regions we haven't really gotten into as of yet. Mentioning Korea. Particularly not having the best of sets last time around. Them in this
Staro Japan lah.
The brightest hope for them coming into this tournament.
For sure, the 3rd championship for Team. He's doing amazing on Scream, and he's highly respected from all the lineups in all the world. So actually, there's high expectation from them, from him, let's see how he can perform.
Yeah, the way I look at it is, okay, he had one bad game, but for me it's the same as Saul.
Nah, dapat ini.
He will easily bounce back. And we look at Bintum, we look at actually KR as a region, they are the most when it comes to practice when it comes to the World Championship. When we look at the scrims that people are playing, when they get these World Scrims all together, the Korean players are playing way more
terlalu bagus.
else, and Bintum had the most games played by far over any other player.
Dia main di mana tuh? Di kamar tuh.
Bad placement, like it happens. We've seen spots in these games where it's like,
Dihilangin anjir
okay,
apa
this looks
namanya hadiah
unsalvageable, and we don't
yang
even know what
dapat
happened in
dari
that first lobby.
Of course, we've got to remember the snake seeding is in place and will kick in as of this next round. So while it may be a recoverable position,
Buat beli rumah.
we've got 8 to come back and get a good result here. It will be important not to get the lowest seeding possible because that will give you the hardest matchups possible as well.
So I see submit to the pit available for Yush, and that could be
Submit to the pit.
to decide early on. Just pick your direction.
Yakin submit to the pit? Tadi di shop gagal.
So we're gonna have a
Oh, diambil ya?
lobby, and we'll look around and see.
Oh ya, submit to the pitnya diambil.
Yeah, for sure. I want
Kita
to
lihat
point out against Josh, he
apakah
doesn't
nasibnya
go
seperti
for
di shop atau lebih baik.
trying to commit early to a composition. He doesn't want to complicate things. He's not a tempo player.
Bang, kapan live stream set 11 PBI? Ya nggak tahu. Kita lihat nanti habis tanggal 3 dibukanya kapan. Biasanya dikasih tahu PBI-nya opernya kapan.
It would be interesting to see what he plays around this because it's not the best element for Hardstyle for
Nggak ada, cuma di Amerika doang, cuma di NA.
A lot of people take, at least in North America, with this reroll that is actually a heroic grab bag because of the fact that you get headliner, you already get 3 copies, now you're at 5 copies just kind of out of nowhere.
Dan akunnya beda lagi.
Very specific reroll line that is already being led towards, so we don't end up seeing that be the pick, and instead, it looks like Taro will commit to kind of this loss streak, not feeling very good about the opener.
Ngambil remembing Yorut, mau main apa sih si Taro? Di awal loh. Iya. Berarti kan maksudnya di awal berarti udah komit banget itu. Si Salvi main clear mind ya. Breaking the meta pakai Monster. Monster tetep itu bagus loh. Dari segi statnya. Kalau augment-nya tinggal bisa bintang 3-in Urgot cepet atau enggak dah tuh. Kalau enggak ntar nasibnya kayak di shop tadi. Iya, kasihan banget.
Berapa roll dia?
Udah banyak banget itu. Cuma dapat 4 Urgot doang masa. Agak sujud sama Mordok dulu kayaknya sebelum main.
I mean, I wonder what it's going to look like overall, because again, remember, we are in the 3-cost champion portal, so our players, the ones who've been able to keep hold of that 3-cost from the beginning of the game, would love to push up levels.
Ini ada yang open forting lagi nggak kayak tadi? Kayaknya nggak ada di sini. Tapi antara Taro sama Yus sih bisa jadi main lost streak. Oh, jauh sekali.
With more time, or even in this place, we could start seeing the Riven. We could start seeing even with an
98+ roll dia.
It could be a possibility.
Especially because we haven't submitted the pit player, so we know someone's playing around Urgot. Yeah. So other players might recognize, oh, 3 costs are.
Wah, orang itu banget anjir.
You know, there's not as many 2 cost rerolls that are gonna.
Orang Asia banget tuh spraynya warna begitu hitam.
No, I'm absolutely with you there. We haven't seen any signs of it as of yet, but
itu ada gulingnya, jadi guling Asia banget.
Gulingnya kayak udah kena healer gitu ya.
Ini tipe-tipe anak kosan anjir.
Iya kayaknya. Dari bentuk temboknya ya kayak kos-kosan gitu. Tuh, mejanya meja makan, meja kursinya tuh kayak kursi makan gitu.
Di ruang makan diambil 1 ya.
Harusnya menang, Jinx. Itu spray kos-kosan bebas.
Bintum, I think extra important he found that win because he had
Oh, si Bintum ini ya.
escort quest. You have to be finding these wins, but that hurts Malala's game a ton to push to 5, not make econ, and then lose the fight.
Kalau orang Indo spraynya bola, klub bola.
Pushing hard So what
Juventus.
does that mean? He has to go for a simpler line, maybe reroll, maybe not think of a fast 8.
Yeah, definitely just playing efficient boards, right? He can no longer kind of play too greedy, right? He has to kind of build this econ back up. So just trying to find as low cost of a board to not lose too hard is kind of how I like to see these players recover that econ. It can be rerolled, but a lot of times just renting a 2 cost and then potentially playing for a later game.
Certainly the super fans going to make that a little bit easier to flex around.
Main apa dia ya? Udah bikin itu, bikin sterak.
At the bottom of Yash and Taro, they both kept their loss streaks intact and also a good amount of gold in the bank.
Kele here, a good reminder, the players from China, from CN, are all playing in their studio, so they're all together playing live. So
lumayan nanti kalau menang udahnya buat ganti spray.
They have been doing it in the past championship, so it's different. So Salvi also in there, and let's see if they get a good composition.
Si Taro duitnya udah 30, use 28 ya. Nanggung 28. Wah, sakit tuh Kaisanya. Enak banget ya, clear mind udah dapet Kaisa juga ya. Udah bisa megang item-item ID flag itu.
Using units like Nar, who are very good in the early game, and Evelyn actually, who's actually quite good at this stage, just giving KDA, but it just makes this board has been quite strong, and Salvi has been able to keep this.
Kalau aku lihat, maksudnya kalau misal Last Whisper tuh bagusnya kalau misal kayak nggak punya Sander sih, apa berarti nggak punya event slot, nah itu baru nge-slam itu. Iya, jadi pilihan terakhir itu. Udah level 6, anjir lah. Iya, udah dipaksa langsung gas. Dan dapat urkot juga sih, enak. Iya, dia nanti nyari win streak-nya ini.
Strength or powerful what Ice can make in the late game.
So Salvi keeps hold of his streak. We'll keep an eye out if Vincent is able to do the same. Down the bottom of one of our lost streaks has
Milala harusnya.
Taken out the lobby. You see the tail end of that one as Yash will take the extra loss.
Juga agak kasihan juga sih sama Kiao sih kemarin kan kena drift.
Iya, tapi dia masih jago lah, masih bisa masuk 3 besar. Yang kasihan, iya, yang kasihan juga si Egi. Tapi untungnya dia dapat Oki juga. Si itunya apa yang Musi itu kena di ban kan 12 bulan apa berapa? Bisa pas banget ya. Kayaknya Riot pengen nyangsi tapi nggak mau nyangsi tentang griefing ya. Jadi dia nyari, wah ini kesalahan apa lagi nih yang bisa kita ambil nih. Terus ketemu boosting sama promosiin judi. Pas banget. Oh, dua rot.
Ini main apa orang ini? Oh, Serafin.
Iya, Serafin bisa.
Nggak bisa ngelainnya ini kayaknya.
Tapi di sini dia masih nge-keep itu sih, nge-keep kill juga. Misalnya kalau berharap kalau misal dapat kill ya udah main kill. Kan bisa bikin hashtag dan iya. Iya, harusnya ada flag. Bis dapatnya kayaknya diambil dulu.
Wanting to be playing for Hearthstone. Yeah, for sure. Getting the Bard early is also very, very good for him. Maybe 3-1 is not the best, but I truly believe he can change the Katarina, give the items to Bard.
Milana, kalah lagi.
In terms of Taro, I think he's going for the Seraphine line.
Milana 6 berarti tadi juara 3.
And trying to get a lot of value of roots for both synergies.
Oh, Silver. Ada regulator. Milana, oh nggak diambil. Teaming up, Silver tiket. Waduh. Oh, ambil tim building dia tapi. Main apa? Kaisa kah? Dapat Kaisa headliner sama itu? Jadi 6. Masa main Kaisa?
See what we have, some augments in.
Itu, Minala bingung tuh. Dia ngambil Kaisa nggak tuh?
So trying to go for some reroll. I don't see the actual.
Tapi nggak, kayaknya nggak sih.
Is this the Kaisa?
Nggak di roll. Di skip.
Because I saw that, right? He actually would have been on
Main
6
count 3
copies
dia.
with the
Yeah,
Provocator.
yeah.
So, and
Oh,
hitting
okay.
early, I think it is a comp that you could play, but it does kind
Nggak tahu juga sih ini.
of fall off a cliff as we get
think
later on.
This could be Executioner.
It is, yeah, it has to be. It has to be. You got Collector is actually such a good item.
ETM cuy,
for the
jam 8
Samira. So
pas.
this is actually the Samira
Oh,
version.
jam 8, oh iya.
You got the Infinity Edge, you got Collector.
Sambil ikut Discordnya dulu dah, nih. Buka Discord.
And it's a composition that thrives when you are just like filthy rich. Because if you can 3-star just all of these 3 costs, that's where the comp just
Technical meeting
caps out
udah
above
ada.
everything else.
Nah ya, tapi kayaknya cuma teks doang deh.
That's sad.
Nggak tahu juga nih.
No, he is good. The third cast gives you the round, so it will be great.
Oh, ada yang ngomong.
If we get him now, Vintium also going for
58 in audience,
Vintium,
59
I'm very concerned because
95
Vintium
anjir.
also has a line that could possibly be Executioner, and now we have the Lulu that maybe Taro will use as a holder instead of going for the
Aduh, kenapa ada lagunya dah?
Stay with the Lulu because
Nah.
he has the headliner now. He didn't have copies previously, so it will be very hard to get a 3-star.
It'd be hard to hit the 3-star.
Wah, 67, 72. Banyak banget, jangan lupa ATM guys. Harusnya bisa ribuan ini.
Maybe he'll consider playing the Lulu.
Sambil nonton masih ya. Oh, si Kejos masih di atas ya. Dengan nyawa 119 sama kita ini Titan. Oh, si Taro dapat Lulu.
That first place was absolutely amazing.
I would like to point out that we should learn about the augment selection. For example, Salvi is getting uplink, but he's getting the silver one. That's the best, in my opinion. It's amazing the amount. It's like little mana, but in terms of silver augments, I really like it and gives you the threshold to get a good ult in very early in the rounds.
Yeah, it can help you hit those break points. As we jump to the carousel, there's a spatula here. Not a ton of compositions that I saw initially that would love to see that. We do. I mean, there's always potential of KDA, but it's not really, that sought after. We do see Taro pick it up, which that would, to me, kind of indicate potential of wanting to go vertical KDA player on the Seraphine.
For sure. Let's see what he gets, because the position is not comfortable at all. There's a possibility, as you said, Kat, that he simply goes to 8, try to play the Ari in case he doesn't get any natural units of the copy he wants.
KDA Lulu.
Oh, si Iceman still.
With the remember your roots, so that you actually get to spread it all around.
Perfect.
We've solved the issue of the remember your roots.
No,
there we go.
I think that could be right. He's actually got a nearly large rod on Lulu right now, so it may well come to pass. But let's take our eyes elsewhere, because we can definitely come back to them on longer term.
MU siya membantai Man City, yakin. Man City lah membantai MU.
But will still be pretty powerful.
And this is a long time coming for Chaos to be at the championship, right? I mean, this is a player
Chaos.
who's been around since set 1, playing mostly on NA because SCA did not really have a region in competitions, and so Chaos was kind of barred from entry for a very long time, and he ended up coaching a lot of players who were incredibly successful throughout their careers, and I think that now it's finally Chaos's time to show his stuff on the world stage, and he's a very, very exciting player for us to be having here, a good friend to all.
Lulunya? Harusnya? Bisa Lulunya? Lulu. Siapa ini namanya? Pax.
If this guy could get to the World Championship, he could make a
Bangun dulu lah Kazuo dari mimpi idammu, makanya mimpi mulu dia.
Yeah, for sure. And we have many tacticians in that spot. This is the spot where heroes are going for the first time to Worlds with new players like Coca Ken from Latam. We have a lot of players. When we were seeing the list, we won't have much recurring going to the championship. So TFT is actually opening a lot in the world. So this is an invitation also. If you're hearing this, you're trying to go in the ladder race, it's a good opportunity. TFT is the game where anyone can make it. If you're the best, obviously you have to.
You don't start as the best, though. I think all these players, these heroes that have been developing over time, they have had an enormous amount of
main apa dia ya?
resistance to get to this point at all.
Samira.
Now we're taking stock of some of these boards, right? We're on Malala right now. He is playing around this Kaisa for the mid game, but you see these Samiras on the bench, and a lot of players kind of angling the 3 costs, a lot of it being triggered by Yosh taking this this Urgot early on, right? Trying to play submit to the pit. And now we have, the Vex potential on the board of Chaos, likely just a rental unit, but we have the Lulu, which I think Taro is potentially going to reroll at this stage.
Wah, udah dapat skin anjir. Oh, si Kele
Coming from Kula.
udah 8. Dapat Poppy, Monster, ambil nggak sih?
So this is
Oh.
he doesn't have to go now for the set. He has possibility to play around maybe 4 brawlers. He can play around other things, but he wants to go now for the carry, and that will be the focus in this role running for 1.
I do notice well, Kele has of course got the
Kele udah 8 ya.
But unlike what we saw in our previous games, the HP total isn't quite as low as we would have seen, to get into the absolute danger zone.
Yeah, and on the flip side, I just want to quickly call out that Bintom is on a 9-win streak with that escort quest. He just lost that one early round, and he's just won since then. He's incredibly rich, so that's a board we'll have to look at later. But
Oh, Ezreal, ada steal?
Finds Heartsteel Ezreal with this blue buff. Exactly.
Oke, lumayan lah.
Heartsteel, he can get extra components in the late game, and he found Zed to go alongside with it, just a 1-star, but with Alawi anchoring that front line, being able to find the back line of the Ezreal.
Oh, dapat chestnya udah hidup juga.
For this lost streak.
Milala going for the executioner line, and we have Kele now in the front. So let's see this Ezreal working it. Obviously trying to go for the Heartsteel line. He doesn't have 5, he has 4. So maybe drop 1 or
Kurang siapa namanya? Kurang set sih.
He's not in a place where he can lose much XP, so it's like a medium spot for him, fighting against the Musher, and it's not enough for him now. So he needs frontline. He has good damage with the Ezreal.
Wah, tapi si monsternya ini sampai tutupnya bisa dapat urgot, udah dapat urgot ya.
With the Moshers, the submits, the pit, and the keepers as well.
It's the best.
Udah masuk TM, aku Bang Renald yakin lah sebagai fans Mujo. Udah kan udah, padahal masih muda. Aku tuh cenayang mas, udah lihat MU menang, kalau kalah berarti hoki Man City. Malam Bang, besok Sabtu, halo, Besir. Kalah, kita buktikan ya. Aku sih megang City sih.
Alright, our last augments coming in. We're going from gold to silver to gold once more. Anything leaping out at you?
Now, I see a lot of combat augments. I like it. They're trying to reinforce what the archetype or each composition is. So, for example, here,
si Ice
items, he already has
udah 8. Oh, dapat ini ya. Si Zack. Tapi belum ada carry belakangnya, belum ada. Ya, damage-nya belum ada ini. Nah, tapi dimasukin ke itu dulu. Ke Akali ya.
So at least he's got a bit more damage. He's got the blue buff, red buff. This wants to be an Ezreal. It does not want to be a Akali, but is what Salvi has found for now. And he's just going to kind of rent that Akali in this mid game. He's got very good combat augments to continue on, and has that Lucian.
Wah, tapi Luciannya nggak kuat. Nggak kuat ngebunuh Zack-nya anjir. Zack-nya terlalu tanky. Terlalu tanky banget Zack-nya coy.
Ice won that win.
Of course, it's worth knowing Ice taking
Cash out, dapat apa?
These players are playing against each other for the second time before the
Ambil dulu tuh Caitlyn-nya.
So Salvi, really would like to be able to take Ice down a peg in this game.
And he sells the sack. It's not the one he wanted. He had the bruiser sack.
Oh, Zack-nya diambil lah. Zack-nya dijual ya anjir.
Headliner doesn't hit. And this is the
Nyari siapa anjir? Mending Zack tadi anjir. Trash tuh udah ambil.
I think he has to get this trash at least.
Trashnya harus diambil itu udah.
So let's see if it's enough. He has the Jhin, so there's also a possibility to go around that Jhin, but he will need a lot of front line for it to work.
Loading up that thresh with everything. He has the blue buff and the Infinity Edge onto the Jhin to try and buy as much time as possible.
Bagus, lumayan Zack tadi, cuma dia nggak ada belakangnya aja, nggak ada damage-nya. Wah anjir, double keepers 2. Mozart double keepers 2.
As he's only found the headliner and nothing more. And so this Thresh is just invincible. Every
tapi Threshnya kuat banget.
And he just heals his full HP bar. That was unwinnable until that Urgot actually gets upgraded.
Well, talk to me about this double double keeper setup there. Presumably, you've got these massive amount of extra shields, got the submit to the pit stats, but I guess you've got to have the quality units to make that worthwhile, to make that shielding really count.
Yeah, for sure. The shielding is amazing. Only the fact that you can delay the first burst of damage of the enemy is great, because you have a lot of units that will go for CC, go for utility, and it's not only the damage, it's like the overall composition really helps. So it's great that you have keepers. And I've seen it not only in Disco, obviously here in Mosher, but also in lines of Hardsteel, we can see keepers because of the strength it has to avoid the first wave of damage.
All right, on board with Chaos, he does end up having a true damage emblem on Ahri. True damage Ahri has been a lot more popular. Caitlyn also works, but Ahri has been incredibly popular to help get through that front line. And it's going to go alongside one away from hitting as Malala hits that Samira 3. And we saw him pick up a spatula. I'm curious if he will he's trying to risk it for country, try and go 7 country, if he can find a cloak on the next PvE round. But if not, he does have the fallback of Emo, and you see him slam the guard breaker instead of the Hodge, because it allows him to still have the Emo emblem, which is a useful emblem for his board.
Yeah, can't afford to just give up the component for nothing. Smart play out of Malala. We check in now with Color, who is doing pretty decently well. Of course, with the heart still ticking up, the Lucian into the backline as well. And of course, that headliner Ezreal doing a fantastic job of tearing through the multiple carries. Just too much to deal with.
Wanjir, round 1 256 orang. Satu kali dan satu top setiap. Waduh, harus juara 1 banget ya. Waduh, mengerikan sih.
She doesn't have healing, so she's only doing damage. So let's see if he can find something else. He also has a Lucian, so and also he's had money. So let's see if maybe Salvi's getting rapidly to level 9.
Kula hit a lot here, hitting the front line with the Zac, finding the secondary carry with the Zed. The unfortunate thing is not actually finding a lot of components and items off of the Heartsteel cash outs throughout this game. So Ezreal's only on 2 items. Zed is only on 1 item. It's actually not incredibly strong. So we're going to see that stacking positioning once again, try and concentrate that damage, so even though it's not entirely optimal, you can still get through a lot of units quickly.
Well, Bintum going for a slightly different approach here. 4 rapid fire in place, at least for the time being. Certainly echoes of what we saw in Game 1 from Volta. We would have liked this to turn out. We do see that the front line is not going to be quite good enough. And we've even got the Bloodthirst there to try and discard damage and little buddies for a little bit more attack speed. Ultimately, it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, good value of little buddies. He got the Jin,
tapi Jinnya kuat ya. Kuat kayaknya Jinnya.
Not working for him this time.
Aduh, nggak kuat ternyata.
Working also. A good damage from the Seraphic accessing the backline with the.
Oh, dapat Ezreal.
Yeah, it looks like Tara ended up leaning towards that Seraphine instead and heavily pushing for that, and still has not hit the 3-star.
Si Jaws belum 3-star, masih level 6 aja. Tapi nyawanya masih 81 aja, masih banyak banget.
A lot of players are dropping very quickly.
You were saying, Cass, in the previous game that we won the 3-star 2 cost on level 4-1.
Yeah.
Levin pool 12/20 padahal.
But it was because of the tempo. They were really pressuring. Even the people with meditation were pushing the lobby, were slamming items. So it's a really high tempo lobby. So it's not the normal threshold that we are accustomed to see.
I do want to take stock of where we are economically and streak-wise as well as we come into stage 5. Taro, of course, with the
Levin pool
on the right-hand side,
11.
dropping down very low with the losses. Mikola at the very bottom of HP has turned the corner and is starting to try and push up the table again.
Salvi just used all that gold, pushed to level 9. We saw Yorick 2 picked up. Salvi's going to be able to
Yorick 2, Yorick 2. Si Salvi.
Ezreal, which the items did get slammed on Lucian, so it's a little bit awkward that he's.
Aduh, itemnya awkward banget buat.
Curious if he can find an opportunity to sell out of this Lucian. On this 3 Jazz as he runs into Malala, who's been dropping a lot of HP recently.
Malala.
7 country in place, or at least a country.
7
and the Samira 3 you pointed out from before.
Oh yeah, 7 country anjir.
Absolute truck. You see that with the hand of justice, she's shrugging off a lot of the incidental damage coming through.
Aduh, tapi anjir kuat anjir.
Hand of Justice making his work there, getting a lot, keeping safe the Samira until the end, and it's good that he hit because he was lacking a little front line depending on getting that country, and now the Corcel de la Muerte, how we call it, the Super Hekari, is now doing work.
Yeah, he's got it, and he's also 2 away from a Mumu 3. I don't know if you noticed that on the bench, but if he can pull that together, this front line is absurd, and it all comes down to can incidental damage snipe the Samira.
Well, speaking of Muerte, we have got problems here for Sabi, down to minimal HP as well. We've got several players down to the 20s and 30s as well. It's only really Chaos up towards the top, and Bintum as well, who keeping ahead of the pack.
Yeah, Yush had to just accept that this Urgot wasn't going to happen. Ends up selling the Urgot 1 to move the items to the headliner.
Ya, kualifikasinya terlalu top 1 banget. Harus juara 1 banget ya.
Thresh once again getting big stuns in the fight. However, the regen from the Moshers, this Ezreal and Lucian combo are having such a hard time getting through the Urgot.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight here. At least Lucian's avoided taking most of the aggro, but we've got the regen coming in. The Ezreal's not going to be...
Makanya harus top 1 loh. Buat ronde 2 sama 3. Waduh, dapet.
In a row.
Waduh, Salvi 8 2 kali.
And I think slamming the items on the Lucian ended up hurting him so much because this Ezreal only having a blue buff is just not doing enough.
Yeah, he needed a good headliner before. The game didn't give it to him. He tried to accustom. I think it was a great transition, but as you said, the enfrentamientos, the lobby, he got bad matchups, and that's it.
Yang jago-jago only sama Hoki. Badudut kemarin jago, kalah sama Hoki. Gua yang Hoki. Milala lawan Chaos. Oh tapi ghosting.
To a top 4.
Yeah, this is really tough. I actually thought this was going to be bad, but that Hecarim is just so tanky, and the Ahri can't punch through. And look, this is a Vex 1. Look how good this unit is. It just stunned both carries and won the fight at the end.
It's amazing that Ice is level 8. He already has the Jing 2-star. So he's a believer. He's an actual believer.
He believed.
The front line is working for him, and he is able to get the full orchestra fighting for him. And now, final chance to get the itemization, to get a legendary, and try to finish up the game.
Well, Cass, you mentioned with the Jhin, of course, the front line is going to be very important. We'll see if
soalnya kalau dibikin 3 game juga panitianya harus ngitungin di satu persatu. Ya, 256 grup.
Yeah, I mean, just the Thresh with 3 items is massive, especially in this lobby. There's a lot of clumping, and so the Thresh is just getting extra value, being able to heal.
Berat banget ya, iya.
CC and healing, and so I think that this is
ya antara berat. Ya gimana sih? Yang penting sampai ketemu di itulah di sana Nusantara Open. Antara jadi penonton atau pemain. Mana aku datang sih kalau misal jadi pemain datang, nggak jadi pemain ya datang. Semoga sih jadi pemain ya. Si Kele, nyawanya tinggal berapa ini dia? Tinggal 5.
After Kele, so Milala and Kele in the double breakdown.
Milala sama
Yush, it's going to be really hard to push through all these shields and the extra regen, but he's going to have to hold on. On the other side, it is going to be the Senna.
Senna nggak kuat. Milala. Oh, healing. Healing Samira. Oh, nggak hilang. Setnya anjir ke belakang. Oke, Milala keluar.
You could just see on his face the realization of the moment that stronger first game would be neutralized by an almost identical bot on the opposite end of the table. Milala goes out in 7th place, but down to a top 6.
She was tanking everything she could with the healing. It was actually amazing, but well, Kele now ensuring the top 6, and now a 10, because Josh is also in the danger zone, also together with Chaos, and Taro, Bintium, and Ice are the ones that are stepping it up, and with good position to get a good podium in this round.
Yash looking to follow up on the performance of Huey and Tamura in the previous championship. It certainly had a very good first game against this field of very decorated players. We'll see if we can follow up and do even more here.
Yeah, and this game has been rough, not being able to find the Urgot, but the Augments carrying through, double keepers, submit to the pit. Urgot 2 was plenty in that situation to try
Kazuo kodenya disewain enggak? Namanya juga game gacha, Hoki menentukan.
And now this is the weakness of that Urgot 2, not tanky enough to survive that initial onslaught.
Ya, masih sama ya, Urgotnya nggak 3, guys. Oh. Kele out. Seke jauh tinggal 2 nyawanya. Kayaknya sampai tutupin nggak bakal diambil lagi nih melihat seperti ini.
happen. And you can see the power of that augment.
Urgotnya nggak 3, guys.
And you still end up can find a 5th. You'll take that.
Yeah, for sure. Taro is now in a good spot. He already got the comp he wanted. It's not like the best comp. It's not a winning comp because he doesn't have like Lulu 3 and he doesn't have the possibility to go to 9 to get like the Sona and everything else. But he's accomplishing a good performance here. So he decided to go for the tempo and actually worked for him in this case.
We can see Taro took the 5th place in the previous game, so presumably is a player oriented towards those top 4s to keep that medium performance, brewing for the possibility that one game you can come through huge and get the first.
Ends up hitting a blue buff there. I'm curious if that will be the 3rd Ari item that comes out, but we're going to jump on with Yosh. He's still looking for the Urgot. He's on 3 copies, or 3 extra copies, so he needs 2 more.
Anjir, kenapa dapat SKP, cok?
He gets very lucky in the next shop and finds both of them. Could find it there. Even Shroud gonna be.
Tapi tetap nggak bisa 3, guys.
Does actually meaningful increase the power.
Tetap nggak bisa 3 Urgotnya.
Maybe the carries to move a little and have a little more access. So let's see if he knows. The Ari is tanking directly to the trash. So
waduh, langsung ke trash harinya. Waduh, trashnya, aduh.
Keep an eye very closely on the Argot on the side, as you mentioned, Ari as well.
Nggak bisa nggak sih? Nggak bisa. Nggak bisa sih. Harinya. Harinya sih langsung kena itu, anjir.
So his cone attacks was only hitting a single
Kijau sempat besar.
instead of spreading it across everyone. And so because he takes the front line one at a time instead of hitting them all at once, the Urgot's just not able to get it done, and we end up seeing Yosh fall there.
We haven't seen the comp from Taro, and it's good that he only went tempo, good augments, and now he's in a great position. I thought it was like for top 4, top 5, and he could even got it with this. So final confrontations, final battles here, and the Senna is looking very good, only lacking maybe a little frontline, but both tanks with itemization.
So with the compositions we've got left in play, from what we're seeing, so we could be up for another elimination here. We're really interested to see how these particular ones match up against each other.
Yeah, look on the other side, though. There's an Alawi to Yorick 2. This is going to be really tough for Chaos, right? This might be the end of the road for our Senna player. Ari's being able to punch through quite a bit because it is true damage Ari, very strong, but that backline is just far too much. Bintum able to have all that extra gold from the escort quests and actually using it to build out this legendary board to complement that Caitlyn.
Yeah, well, of course, we did see it was a bit of a rough ride for Bintum in the early going to keep that escort quest goal coming in, but certainly landing it as Chaos lands, I believe, a 4th place into a 4th place. So pretty happy with how things ended up. Taro, though, on the lowest HP.
Oh, 13 juta, 7 juta, 4 juta.
Back first here on a 7-win streak, 33 health remaining. Won the first game, looking to make it another, and finding that Jin on level 8 is just making it happen.
Juara 7 sama 800.000.
In the front line, he knows he has healing, he knows he will step away from the carry, so let's see if he's good enough to get a little of the damage in. So now the double placement here and most of the final round right now.
A very nice little bit of optimization. You can see absolutely Ezreal staying.
Tapi belum keluar ya itunya ya? Grupnya belum keluar ya? Oh, Jinnya? Tapi Jinnya? Jinnya? Oh, Jinnya.
Knocking him out of the park.
Very close. And Taro's goal again.
Double kill.
Double kill. So
double kill? Oh, si Alex ya.
Taking it with the Jin, the orchestra, make the difference. The maestro. Back to back.
Ditunggu bang masuk ke TFT Champion. Amin Velo. Nanti kamu aku ajak Velo.
We can never count them out every single time they show up. And
nah tuh kita sudah berencana, tapi kalau nggak dapat Urgot P3 mau gimana?
In the previous championship, we did have 3 players from CN in the top 8. It seemed very likely we see them reassert and control. Of course, Joe, for any of your long-term viewers, you remember the period of time where it was just China win after China win after China win at the Global Championship. But there's still plenty more games to come. Stay with us. We'll be back after the break with our analyst desk.
Oke, break dulu. Udah nggak ada tambah lagi. Oh, detail random dan bagian grup akan menyusul. Bro, this tourney only 3 game. This is tournament or lottery. What? Dari Bang Fabian. Nah, this only 3 game. This is tournament or lottery aja. Harusnya sih ya, dia pakai poin sih. Lebih baik tuh kita nunggu apa ya? Fasenya agak lama, tapi lebih fair pakai poin. Halo.
Halo. Udah lihat kah itu?
Udah.
Ya, kayak what?
Ya ini bener kata Bang Fabian, bro, this is tourney only 3 game, this is tournament or lottery.
Iya, aja makanya gue waktu lihat gue malah mikir gue gak usah ikut aja gitu ya waktu mainnya. Kayak gak worth my time gitu. Aduh,
sustained prevalence of those
Why,
85
man?
sports, but
Why
honestly,
do they
how
do that?
many different headliner options
Berarti mending main tadi flex ya. Ya tapi habis sulit kalau main gitu semua.
headliners? We saw
Susah juga.
headliner from Ice, we saw Caitlyn headliner, coming in from Bintum,
Aneh.
Israel headliner, and they were all just so different across the board.
Yeah,
Itu aja di grup krim kayaknya outrage semua anjir.
Iya.
Gak ada yang terima anjir di grup di grup krim.
Iya, maksudnya kalau cuma 1 game terus menang juara 1, yang pas lagi bad luck-nya nyala tapi aslinya jago ya gimana? Di lobby C ada yang bening, jir. Mana Velo? Aku kan bening nomor 1. Di lobby C ya? Mana? Mana bohongin, gak ada orangnya anjir.
And that definitely could have been a win for the Japanese player, but a small
Grupnya belum dibagi ya? Belum.
want to find an Evelyn on level 9.
Kayaknya nanti jam 9.
And if you want to do it on level 10, that's
Lagi-lagi ya, submit to the pitch, jangan di pick besok guys. Ingat, tidak ada yang jadi. 2 kali di pick, tidak ada yang jadi. Mending besok TFT Nusantara Open qualifying jangan diambil, nanti kalian nggak lolos ya. Mending main yang lain.
Especially
Tadi flex ya 2 kali menang.
not enough front line. I think you hit a little bit too late. There was
Ambil
only
diskon
that Samira, no
juga.
Urgot, like Yosh playing the Urgot board, for example, to submit to the pit. So overall, I think just
Malas,
you're probably
malas.
go 8th potentially.
Tapi menurutku nggak mungkin juga sih ada tiba-tiba perubahan jadi 3 game, tapi nggak tahu juga sih.
Top 4, I think,
Nggak
in my
tahu sih.
opinion.
Semoga
Sebenarnya
aja.
backlash-nya harus gede sih kalau mau dirubah. Kalau backlash-nya cukup tinggi, kayaknya bakal itu deh.
Iya,
bakal
oke.
dirubah.
Tapi mepet sama puasa juga sih Bang, mungkin itu pertimbangannya.
Iya,
Apa,
pertimbangannya
PO-nya
itu. Iya.
Puasa plus set 11 kan.
Iya, saya
Oh
coba.
iya,
Benar sih kali. Ya harusnya kalau pengen buka sih mulainya dari kualifikasinya dari Februari kemarin. Sebelum Februari pertengahan lah.
Iya, Februari awal lah bisa dari
Iya.
awal tahun udah disounding gitu harusnya.
Kalau nggak buat next lah. Harusnya next pakai sistem point sih. Misal di set 11 ada lagi.
Iya.
Harusnya kalau ngelihat partisipasinya sih kayaknya bakal ada lagi ya. Udah nembus 1000 beneran kan. Tinggal di
500 gila.
1100 saya itu.
Oh, 1100.
Iya 1100.
Iya 1100 tapi yang dikirim minimal kan 1200-an kan.
Iya.
Kayaknya.
Iya.
Oh. Why.
Jadi mungkin buat masukan lah next, semoga aja. Ya semoga ada set 11 ada lagi, terus formatnya lebih bagus lah pakai poin.
Poinnya lebih baik ya kawan-kawan.
Iya. Kayaknya ini baru pertama kali deh, jadi cek ombak dulu gitu.
Iya. Kalau aku sih mikirnya gitu, cek ombak.
Because he is a two-range carry, he is the best one for this type of a composition. And because he has so much AD just from an A attack speed conversion, you want to give him damage amplification. And now we have the Giant Slayer and the Infinity Edge on him just to do that. Later in his board, he will go for the Alawi, and I do want to remind you, you can get those extra shields here from the Alawi tentacles as well. This is what we call a prismatic Keeper's board because he both has the silver augment and the gold one as well. You can definitely stack the two together and you can see him just power throughing the front line. This comp is very strong against other compositions that don't have good burst damage to go.
Rizda satu lobby 8 orang main AD Flex.
Unfortunately, did lose later on to the single target of the Ari and the KDA vertical compositions that the other player brought here. Most of the times though, this is going to be your safest bet.
Rioternya lagi main For Honor aja.
Okay, I mean, I think you've got a breakdown of also some.
Mbak Jessinya lagi main For Honor, guys. Tumben banget tuh main For Honor aja.
Both of those augments together, I'm like, is disco time. We're going back to like the 70s here.
It's not disco time.
No?
Disco, for what it's worth, is going to be out of the question. We'll lean more into the jazzes and maybe some other tunes.
Okay, fair enough. What do you think of the disco board?
I think we're going to see one game in the entire group stage. One. I'm giving it one.
Okay.
I agree with you, Clement. Great analysis.
That's a good prediction. That's a good prediction.
We'll take it.
One disco board for the entire group stages. Well, let's go ahead and see how our group stages have been faring. As we take a look at our overall standings, this is now 2 games down that these players have played today, and they still have 4 more to go. And this is where our
Oh, oke. Kelihatan standingnya di sini.
Of course, a really unfortunate start for one of the favorites, in my opinion, for this entire tournament. Salvi, EMEA champion this set, 2 8th places in a row.
Salvi, waduh, 2 kali 8 ya.
He has some of the best mental, I think, out of this entire tournament. So I think he has a chance to still push through and try and make that top 8 after today's cut, or tomorrow's cut.
Also for CN, we see a lot of their lesser-known players and first-time players actually ending up on the bottom of the list here. 3 CN.
Kita lihat di shop, di shop, 4 besar. 3 ya. Oh, Chinese ada 2 ya, naik 60 second sama Ryu. Licu Yen, saya tuh. Oh, si Egi sama Kejao 10-11 nih. Saya malah 3-3-nya berada di 16 besar berarti ya. Mantap banget. Nusantara Open kalau lawak formatnya Bang. Itu lottery. Bukan turnamen. Tapi ya sudahlah.
game number 3.
Cuma berharap kalau diganti sih kemungkinan kecil banget. Cuma berharap semoga di set 11 ada lagi formatnya diganti lebih bagus. Kualifikasinya lebih panjang. Mending kualifikasi lebih panjang, dapat pemainnya yang bagus-bagus. Ya, maksudnya terpilih banget gitu kan. Jadinya nggak cuma hoki doang. Aslinya malah kalau pada main HS doang ya kita bisa main reroll. Tapi besok sih lihat bagaimana. Berarti besok last 10 kayak gitu mending ambil sih. Last 10 terus final reserve, vampirism, yang heal kayaknya harus ambil satu lah. Hermesis, martyr. Menurutku jangan main reroll cost 3, paling Riven doang. Kalau misal dapat natural ya, kalau nggak dapat natural kayaknya jangan. Ya bisa hoki juga sih. Ya semuanya dari hoki berarti ya, bener ya. Turn up the table. Scream aja 4 game baru tahu nomor 1 2 3-nya. Ini satu roda gak nomor 1, ya udah. Bye. Good night, bye bye. Pusing. Bismillah, Lucian 3, 4 per 2. Alternatif lobbies. Iklan dulu ya. Si Ice nomor atas, guys. Ternyata yang cuma ada tiga orang yang ada timnya doang ya, si Jedusor, Skipaeus, 60 second. Screamnya ada nggak nih?
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for game number 3, day 1 of the TFT REMIX Rumble World Championships. It's going to be myself, Panda, and Clement on the casting desk to bring you through this next one. And I've been dying to get into one of these TFT games myself, haven't you?
I think we're all the same. We all maybe prefer being on the caster desk, getting close to the action, seeing what our players bring to the table and what they do after these first games already. You know, not a big sample size. There's still 10 games to go, but the momentum is already there, either positive or negative. This is the time to swing it maybe in the opposite direction.
Every game we've seen so far has had 3 Heartsteel players. I really want a faster tempo lobby where we get 5 rerollers, maybe 6 rerollers, to spice things up a little bit.
Okay, that leads to a lot of tests though, maybe. If somebody wants to go for Seraphine and somebody else also wants that. But maybe the mix-up that happened in between these games 2 and 3 is exactly what these players need. Because we reseeded the lobbies, so they're going to be playing against some different people now.
We also haven't seen any prismatic augments. Maybe it's now the time for Mordog to bring those out, show us the binary airdrop, show us maybe the prismatic start on 2-1 that really changes the lobby tempo, really warps the lobby with augments like March of Progress, for example, opening up completely new comps and new playstyles.
Definitely, but I will say that prismatics usually trend towards Heartsteel very heavily. Binary airdrop and buried treasures are basically the two best ones you can hit early on. They give you enough items to go through all of your carries and have them all topped off.
Okay, so maybe what you want is Golden Symphony, is what you're thinking.
That is the poorest portal.
Yeah, that's for the rerollers. That one's for the 2-cost rerollers right there.
Fokus TFT dulu, berharap turnanya asik, ternyata cuma main 30 menit.
Thread on Twitter for Mordog around, do competitive players, do tournament players want to click this portal? On ladder, maybe to get practice on it.
Udah pede pulang dulu, Wak. Kocak banget anjir. Bacain chat Discord.
We actually saw a couple of Wandering Trainer games in the NA Regional Finals as well. It was a portal that I feel like if you high roll and you become Mordog's favorite player, but some of those emblems can be really tricky to try to actually synergize with a board.
Psychologically, it's all about breaking the flow of those players on the top of the standings. If you see Ice in your lobby, if you see 62nd, and you're NA who doesn't have a top 8 yet, you might just go for that Wandering Trainer to shake things up a little.
You just had to throw that at us, didn't you?
Of course.
8 orang yang menang jadi PNS nih. Lengkap coming lobby round 3. Wah, Gejos ketemu di shop, Doni, Cece, El Mumu. Wow.
Cheche and Donnie to start things off here. Any big names that stand out to you that you're excited to see play, Clement?
Oh, it definitely has to be Chaos. I think this guy's style is so unique because he rarely goes towards the Heartsteel. Less than 25% of his games does he go for it. He mainly plays the AP and Superfan lines, and what he's so good at is actually transitioning out of those lines. He never tries to donkey roll. That's his motto.
That would be a very good thing for a lot of our players to take to heart as well, especially if you want to see a lot of those reroll compositions. And we've already seen some players fail to make those rerolls happen. And what do you do in that situation? I feel like that can always be a tough angle to find to get yourself out of that hole.
Especially at Worlds with so much at stake, I think you always have to have some kind of backup plan. We saw from Dado in the last game where he was maybe angling heavily towards Seraphine reroll with itemization, with his headliner. Saw the natural copies were not there in stage 4. He was high enough in levels to say, hey, I'm going to abort this plan. I'm going to play into Aria Kali instead. Got a third, which was almost a first as well. So I think being able to adapt and flexibility is the key. Having that plan B, maybe that plan C, maybe that plan D even in some of these lobbies, because contesting will...
Milalah kayaknya ikutan Nusantara Open belum tentu lolos. Bangke.
What Chaos does, Panda just mentioned, if you're only sitting on your
Sumpah, chat Discordnya lucu guys. Tapi komen-komennya epic ya.
100 gold. You're actually much better going level 8 and rolling on 50 gold and try to go for vertical KDA.
Coming to this lobby, we also saw that we have Yeduzor, a player I talked a little bit about on the top of show, a player that has had a breakout set. He already had, I think, a lot of spotlight on him when he won the Set 9 French TRC, the Hex League, which is the strongest region in MEA, so it does mean a lot to many players. But this set, he had a breakout ladder performance. Didn't quite gel with the tournaments, though. Both GSCs didn't perform well. It wasn't until EME Finals where he kind of showcased finally, hey, I can do well in a tournament in Set 10 as well. And he started off with 2 very good results. I think this is very important. He's a young player. You need that positive momentum to go through the tournament and have that kind of confirmation that you belong here, that you deserve to be here, that you could maybe even fight to be in the top 8 ahead of EMEA favorites like Solvi or Volta.
Bang Sympannseyt set 11 guys setelah program itu. Amin, Bang Big Flop ah. Semoga ya bisa challenger dulu sih. Next set 11 sudah tujuannya challenger berarti udah. Master udah. Challenger berarti harusnya.
Yeah, and this lobby shakeup is sort of like walking through.
Seminggu master guys harusnya ya. Seminggu master bisa nggak ya? Berarti aku butuh tumbal deh. Berarti sampai diamond ya bisa main 2 orang kan? 2 orang atau 3 orang sih? 3 orang ya?
I think this is where the experience comes in. Solvi's been playing since set 1. Since set 1, he was a monster on the EU West ladder. Everyone feared him, even in NA. He was one of the most famous players in TFT history before the competitive circuit actually started. So this is a player who's been around for a very long time. He knows what is necessary in the 12-game stretch, especially to actually make it to that day 3. So I'm not too worried yet. Let's see the next 2 games from Solvi and from these players that are now in the kind of bottom 25% of the standings.
Where would that danger point be? For some of these players, where are you looking at maybe, oh no, is it game 6?
Suruh pakai jogi katanya dijogein iso.
Start to be some mental fortitude you need to shore up.
I think overall
ganti set rank berapa bang? Turun berapa? Itu apa? Kayak Dota gitu 5 apa? 5 yang penentuan itu. Nanti tergantung dari situ. Biasanya sih kalau jago banget ya Platinum Gold apa? Kayaknya nggak sampai berarti Gold, palingan Gold, Platinuman. Kalau menang 5 paling gold sih harusnya.
Of either positive momentum or negative momentum. If you have an 8th in game 6, no matter what your points are, if you're in the position that Solvi's in now, for example, it's going to be very hard to come back mentally. Sleeping on that 8th, for example, sleeping on that, oh, what could I have done better in that final game of day 1 to be in a good place in day 2? So I think really game 5 and 6 is kind of the cutting point where it really matters most to get a good result.
And there's so many different approaches that we're seeing these players take. When you look at the fusion of all of these regions that are competing here, every single region has their own unique play style that you've really got to be adaptable to when playing around in these lobbies. A lot of people favor the reroll, but what if you are now in a lobby where they also really like to do those reroll, or what if you're going against a region that's just really, really good at capturing boards? Does that change the tempo? And you can actually find that adaptation early on in order to secure that success.
So far, of all of the Chinese players that we've seen appear on our screen, they've all played Heartsteel. So it's very obvious that this is something that happens a lot at Worlds. They tend to find the rest of the regions a little bit slower than their own pace in the TOC, and they're willing to adjust and down and go for the max.
Lawan kejauh terbang, iya. Lawan kejauh sama Vietnam. Lawan Vietnamese. Ntar di gripping ntar aku, di gripping ntar. Jangan gripping aku om. Jangan digrepe-grepe om.
We're letting everyone get confident, and then we'll come back day 2. But Yediko and Skipper, I think, very good start. I'm curious what Skipper is playing.
Tapi emang suaranya Casanova tuh enak ya, enak buat didengar ya.
In game number 2 as well. I'm curious if he's really bringing forward those kind of cooked up boards that are just so creative. You think, how is this guy playing this on the world stage against the best players in the world and making it work? That's just Skipper for you. Hopefully you see him at some point at the end of his day.
Talking about cooking, I also want to introduce you to Ziyue because he's the only CM player that actually played a Garen re-rolled board. If you want to see it, this might be the game. I will say he did go for a 6, but it was fun to see.
Okay, I mean, sometimes it doesn't quite equate to the placement you think that board could still get, right? Maybe there is something there to the Garen reroll that we just aren't thinking of.
Also, we saw the Brazilian player, Miguel. He was also playing it in the scrims. I was actually keeping tab on all the results. I tagged, he had a Garen 3 and he had a Caitlyn. I tagged his game as a Caitlyn flex board, and he DM'd me. He's like, wait, this is Garen reroll, man. Don't take this away from me. So I think he feels strongly about this tech.
It's not the Caitlyn 3, it's the Garen 3.
Okay, that's fair. Well, if you want to tune into the action that is happening in the other lobbies today, we have some amazing streamers and commentators that are going to be walking you through all of that action. For Lobby A, we've got Tamura and Kenobi. For Lobby B, we've got Sir Black and Memo. And for Lobby C, we've got It's Stewart and Lurimon. So
some context on Memo, a top German player, had a great set 9 that really broke him into that kind of A tier in terms of Germany, and that's the second strongest region as well, so really strong. But we're finally ready to get loaded into game number 3. But a lot of the players we've been talking about up until now, a player we haven't mentioned too much is Kess, a player that was the only player to bring the Poro Legend back in the set 9 Runeterra Reforged Championship. Reminder, that was a bold move for set 9 where we had Earth and we had all these different.
Oh iya, kalian bisa buat rhythm.
Brings that same flair, bring that same kind of personality into this game 3.
Talking about flair, we are starting it off very standard. Every competitive player I've ever met really likes augment payout because it's steady. It lets you play anything you want.
On my pick'ems, this was my second portal. So go players.
Oh, aku main payout langsung ya.
Well, that makes it a very easy choice when every player is sitting on that portal. We will be playing augment payout as we head into this third.
Pengen main yang normal-normal aja kayaknya guys. Mau yang main normal-normal aja. Suruh ada di grup, iya. Lucu-lucu sih. Ya, tapi make sense juga gitu. Sena dan Serapi.
Realistically playing these comps, you can't really force any reroll or Yasuo reroll. You need to find that headliner plus 2, maybe even 3 copies.
Enggak, bukan Chibi tuh kayaknya lo salah. Tapi Tatition itu. Oh iya Chibi kayaknya kalau nggak. Chibi nggak ya? Coba bentar. Katanya kemarin ada Chibi sih. Ada yang bilang. Coba kita cek. Aku cek aku juga belum. Itu sih. Pick yang ini atau enggak? Pick your winner, show your knowledge, earn reward. Oh iya bisa dapet CB kalau top 1 ya. Kalau bisa bener kalian ngeguessnya. Iya ini nih bisa di top 1. Kalau top 8 dapat lumayan deh, dapat Lux Proselin tapi guys.
Is that a rule? In CN, the rule is if you have Heartsteel, you play Heartsteel. If you don't have Heartsteel, you roll for Heartsteel.
That sounds like a set 10 rule to me, Clemens. I follow it as well in my ladder game. We'll see if Yedizor will follow that as well. The player that likes playing usually pretty strong boards in stage 2 does.
Nama aku masih forever win anjir.
With Heartsteel, as you mentioned, and with a good augment, especially at 2-1 that leans into the lose streak, something like what doesn't kill you, something like Metabolic Accelerator, that could definitely be his game plan.
I feel you can still play Heartsteel though from a win streak position as well in these early stages because what you're really looking for is to just get some amount of value and then you can lose streak later on after you pick your second augment. But the first augments that we have up for grabs are going to be gold.
I'm really looking for some of the econ augments for some of the Heartsteel players right here.
Pokoknya nanti turni mulai game langsung chat mirror still no pivot mute all. Bukan rhythm sih, kalian kayak nebak gitu yang juara kayaknya atau enggak top 8 besar gitu-gitu.
Healing orbs instead it looks like for Yedizor. Metalheads over here for Sobu it looks like.
Oh, I think it was a little bit of a mistake. I think it was from
healing orb for Yasuo. We talked about it. If you find
Yasuo. Oh, Yasuo 6. Ya udah tinggal main Yasuo, you know.
Fairly committed for now onto the Yasuo reroll, which hasn't done so well in the world's in-houses, but we've seen in China especially can do really well if you play that stage 3 tempo.
Exactly. If you have a player like Achen, he really likes to play this line, and the way he does it is he actually holds on to the punk units and then tries to double up and roll for them on stage 2. If you can get 2 rolls on before level 4, it's a huge boon.
Lah anjir captanya gagal, Cok.
More of a full loss streak angle.
Full loss streak is also okay just to be able to try to grab that economy. With those changes that they made to the win streak and the loss streak, I feel like you still have to be very careful if you find that there is enough economic value from going for that loss streak versus the hit you're going to take to your health.
We're seeing Dish Soap is bored here. Olaf Headliner is no surprise, one of the strongest headliners in stage 2 and has been for really half of the set at this point.
Kok salah passwordku anjir. Hey.
Stage 2 units that we see so often.
And this is the Dish Soap style. Out of all of the players here and out of all the compliments I give to CN, Dish Soap is the player I watch the most right here. He is so fun to watch. His style is all about early tempo. He will sacrifice a little bit of economy to make sure he has the strongest board, and that allows him to play later stage 4 cash outs.
And what's really exciting to see how Dish Soap is able to play those big cash out boards is how high he can cap them. That is something he is so good at, to be able to find those different angles in order to have like 9, 10 just very luxury units on the board.
Within the opposite side there, Yedizor has picked the Duplicator Augment in the end, Heroic Grab Bag, so curious to see what reroll he commits to, especially this early on. You usually only pick this Augment if you think there's a reroll line in the game that is so strong that just
banyak banget nih playernya. Nah, belum tahu Bang, bentar.
A few patches ago, we could be seeing it now again. What do you think that might be, Clement? What are you angling toward with a Heartsteel start?
Oh, with the Heartsteel start or with the reroll?
Both. The combination of the two.
The combination of the two. I think obviously he's going to go for reroll with those champion duplicators, and I think the best one is definitely Senna. The most consistent will be the Katarina, but in the way the CN region views the meta is the ones that can tech in Jazz are usually the strongest.
Do we think that's going to be a problem, seeing that Dish Soap did have the Senna online to be able to find some of that true damage value?
It's potential. We'll have to see how that pans out.
Udah dibagi ya.
In stage 2 especially, but look at Cheche. He is fully locked in. If players scout him, they know the exact direction he's going for. Kill on his board, Rage Blade, Slam.
Oh, udah dapat kill Rage Blade.
And a win streak for now as well. I think there's no one that will be trying to contest this kill board unless they want to hold into that 7th and 8th place positions.
Can I call it right now? Cheche is already secured a top 4. I'm fairly certain of that. He's hit a KL2 before the headliners with the correct item, with the correct augments. It's going to be very difficult to even go into his lane or even try to play a win streak for anyone else.
And as you mentioned, he has Punk online there as well, so he can be rolling for 1 gold across his stage 2 and stage 3, trying to find those extra copies of KO.
Let's see what the 3 costs are here. There's a big echo with the AP item right here, so that's going to be good for a lot of the reroll lines.
Geduzor has picked up a spatula, he has the duplicators, and he has a Senna. Clement, I think you were correct in your analysis that he is going for the most consistent reroll comp in the game, Senna reroll.
Absolutely. This one is so strong because you can get into that Ari and both the Lucian.
Aduh, udah close semua ya. Oh, masih ada deh. Group stack top 8.
True damage Ari a lot to be able to
Right
help
group,
bolster that
guys.
backline and provide that extra sustain. But Donnie has found this
Position.
with the double spell weaver.
We know what's happening here, Clement. He's going into the forbidden technology, the disco opener with keepers.
Oh no.
Slamming items for TF. We're going to cross our fingers and hope it works out, but disco, of course, is a comp that after the nerfs that came in a few patches ago has dicey results. We talked about what Juanmi said. If you can make it to disco, you should be maybe playing something else in the first place, but
Tapi ini nggak bisa digerakin aja.
he finds that allowing that Ziggs in the late game, you can definitely top 4, maybe even win the lobby.
Maybe we have that 1-game quota being used up right here. And I do want to tell everyone why the disco board is, why people avoid it. It's because it's so hard to find the correct headliner on level 8. You're usually only rolling for Twisted Fate or the Blitzcrank. And on level 8, even when everyone is picking something else, it can be difficult to find.
Does that chance get
Nggak bisa
a little
ditarik
bit
kan.
easier if you're able to find something after the 80 boards have hit? Where are you in tempo with that?
It is usually uncontested. That is the good thing about it. The funniest thing is when disco's contested and you scout and you're like, why are you also playing disco when I'm playing disco?
Itu guys, victim itu kalian nebak yang juara yang bisa masuk 8 besar sama 4 besar. Kalian kalau berhasil kemungkinan chance bisa mendapatkan chibi yang nggak beranimasi ataupun chibi yang beranimasi. Kalian kalau top 1 bisa dapat banyak tadi. Cuman yang top 1 animasi semua lah. Jadi juga tanding sama orang luar juga. Udah punya seperti Yasuo.
Just hit those Yasuos naturally into Krugs and you're on good form.
7 Yasuos is a pretty good breakpoint to go into the PvE round
Iya.
right here. There's also a lot
Udah enak juga ini anjir, bisa dibunuh semua itu sama Yasuo anjir.
danger and also for Blink like missing Link.
Yasuo-nya.
Roll the full way on the PvE round. You can just wait for the next augment to see.
Well, we are going to have to check in a little bit on how that KO reroll is going.
Masih ada 3 bang, dibuka seri lagi.
Bad to have that KO early on in this composition as well to fill out the
Itunya, yang pick up-nya Bang Ronald.
somewhere, and that's Cheche, who we're going to be hopping on board
Si
with now.
Cheche kayaknya main kill.
Has found already the Mordekaiser as well. So again, is it looking good? And his gold is still pretty fine. Level 5.
Ya, tinggal nyari super fan paling sama kill-nya. Oh, super fan-nya juga udah ada sih.
With the Punk included, as you mentioned, Clement, it's such a great tag when you're playing rerolls, especially the 2-cost rerolls, because you can find them even if you're getting that Punk roll on level 4, where you usually can't find the 3.
Bisa bikin host juga. Si Yasuo-nya udah bisa bikin host.
Probably the best one in the lobby so far.
We'll see the cast roll down.
Roll down.
One copy. Can he do it?
Just one copy.
The live is right here. He just needs one. Let's see how far he goes.
There it is. TFT player Yasuo 3-1, just a few rolls to do it. A great Edge of Night.
Wow.
No other BF swords on the item component bench just yet.
Ya, gue butuh BF sword kalau nggak outside. Dia ngincar AI sih.
But it's also okay to sell for things like the Giant Slayer as well. However, like you said, all of them do revolve around
Ini nge-vote. Kayaknya diurutin deh atau gimana, nggak mudeng aku itu caranya. Tadi aku buka kayaknya nggak bisa diapa-apain. Nanti coba.
See this? Look at that. Yeah, Almumu.
Aja hero sekali.
With the backline like that.
Well, the even shot slammed, and with the loss here, especially, I think Almumu is locked into not a Mumu, but into the Heartsteel comp. We saw 3 per lobby, you mentioned, Clement, in the first 2 games. Right now, it's looking like potentially we're going to see 2 in this lobby. We know Almumu is definitely one of them with the double IE that can go on Ezreal. We've seen it a lot near the back end of the set, where it's action okay item build.
True, and we did see Almumu with that build. It's going to go for Ezreal for sure, and with double IE, a lot of times you can just kill whatever carry doesn't hit 2-star.
Di shop main apa nih?
Augment choices here. See what they can find in order to help boost up that comp.
Oh, di shop mau main rolling. Dia ngambil grab back. Apa tuh namanya? Bukan grab back ya? Wah, ini Jedusor harusnya main Riven. Riven gak sih?
Towards playing maybe Riven, maybe just Caitlyn Flex with the 8-bit element, but I'm going to assume he's going to try and at least go for that 4-1 roll down to try and find 8-bit Riven. We talked about
di shop main reroll reroll.
Yeah, and you also saw some of the item slams there as well with the
Serapin.
as well as the Infinity Edge that could also make
Ya, Serapin ini. Udah itemnya tinggal nyari apa namanya? Sojin doang.
Here, he actually finds the Nico, and this is good even if you're going for 2-cost rerolls. A lot of players have been rerolling a little bit slower, going to 4-1 and then finding their.
Itunya dia dipakai ya itunya ya. Itunya di.
Is sitting on 6 copies of that Seraphine, is just looking for the headliner to be able to reroll fully, but you're also going to get a nice upgrade here into the Senate.
Duplikatornya dipakai ya? Oh, belum diambil anjir, butuh satu lagi.
And this board and this game plan really showcases the strategy many players have coming into this tournament, which is flexing around different 2-cost.
Lu jagoin siapa bang? Jagoin di shop Milala. Oh enggak, kayak Jawas juga lumayan ini. Main clear main dia.
And there's also a lot of Heartsteel players out here, so they're not really going to contest most.
Kayaknya Jawas main dari steal ini, dari itemnya juga. Udah dipasang ke set juga kan.
Angle right here, he does have the clear mind, so he's getting that extra injection of levels, and you also have the gold augments that give you money. So I think
di shop mukanya unyu anjir iya. Dia cabi gitu pokoknya. Mukaku unyu juga kan? Biwan Major. Oh ya, hari ini tuh ternyata ulang tahun channelku anjir. 1 Maret ya. Ulang tahun guys. Udah berapa tahun ya berarti? Udah umur 6 tahun ya, kalau nggak 5 tahun ya.
Nobody wants the Karthus. I would take the Karthus.
He had his time in the meta.
Yeah, I really did. Even with the changes though.
Bang, nanya dikit, Snap Spotlight mending nunggu siapa ya? Kunci tinggal 2. Nunggu setelah Pixie, kalau nggak mau bermain itu sih. Kalau Pixie agak main ngemim dikit. Nyari serunya sih kalau Pixie sih.
I don't think so, not with these items.
Let me believe, Clement, please. Give me at least 2 rounds of hope before he sells them in stage 4.
So I just wanted to tell everyone what happened. It was Panda pointing at those Yones, and they're like, hey, maybe?
Yeah, Yone reroll?
I just want someone to nod for once at my
Yone reroll.
But no,
hey,
this doesn't happen.
I would love to see Yone reroll. I truly believe that Yone can be a strong 3-cost carry.
Gue baru subs dari tahun 2022. Awalnya lewat doang, ternyata elu. Gara-gara Bang Renald main Marvel Snap, terus di itu rekomendasiin aku.
And all of them typically do hold your Yones. That's also the reason that Jazz isn't as popular.
Kalau dicukur komis Bang Sympannseyt bisa lah unyu. Besok kalau di TFT Nusantara Nusantara, aku bakal cukur. Datang ke sana cukur. Kill. Wah, si Cece win streak ternyata. Dengan 9.
We saw the KO headliner there in Ziwe's shop. Unfortunately, not in Cheche's shop. He would have absolutely loved that to try and get that kill 3 as early as possible. We're nearing the end of stage 3, starting to look at boards that will be rolling.
Mau si Jeduser main apa ini?
That Riven has the 2 duplicators as well, so that much closer, and already has the hardest thing out of the way. He's found the 8-bit emblem already.
The big question is Jeduser a player that is only going to take 8-bit Riven, or will he settle for the Edgelord? That's a question for the EMEA.
Yeah.
Considering he's had a very good start, I think he's not going to be playing as 1st or 8th as usual, but I think he knows that he's in a very good spot to play for the win out.
Tapi kurang combat nggak sih guys? Nggak ada combatnya si Jeduser ini.
More clear answer because Volta played like half of his games were Riven reroll to qualify to Worlds, and he was so good at always finding 8-bit Riven in 2 rolls. Jeduser, I'm not so sure yet.
He is on 46 HP, so maybe not that much leeway.
Yeah, what I was gonna bring up is
Oh, dari lore.
a little low
Oh,
here
dulu
by
Bang
Wolves, so
Renal main lore tuh.
is gonna need to be quite mighty, but is gonna start to make some pivots on
Oh,
that
si
one.
Cece dapat.
Back in and see how he's doing there. But Cheche is so close to being able to get that Riven 3
Oh.
He's just 2 copies away.
Killnya 2 lagi. Salah ngomong Mbak tadi, Mbak. Mbaknya ngomong Riven tadi ya. Kalau nggak salah. Agak ragu Riven gak ada KSS ya. Dapat pedang? Oh, nggak dapat pedang. Ayo, kill. 1 lagi. 2 lagi.
Still 5 left in the pool. Can he get them? Another big thing about this line is that people have been teching in the Ari for 3 KDA and burst against the Riven sort of.
Ayo, nggak dapat. Ayo.
Pretty good, but he's rolled down and has not managed to find a single copy. He is going to use the remover here.
Yeah, that at least is able to allow you to put that second Rage Blade onto the headliner Kale and give you some chance to be able to find them later. But you don't want to roll too far past that.
Katanya tadi yang dapat Riven udah dapat Riven X-Bit. Si siapa tadi? Si Jeduser ya. Nyawanya 345.
Job of preserving that HP through these earlier stages of the game. Still has 75 left, but needs to look for that TF.
Dia mau main disco, guys. Iya, main disco nggak sih? Ini si Cece sih mordenya sih kuat sih untuk si stack 4 sih.
Find that twisted fate on stage 4. You're still not going to preserve your HP. You're going to bleed out.
Quicksilver.
For the 4-2 roll down players, they have to pick quickly to find as much time as possible to roll down, find their 4-cost headliners, and assemble their boards for a crucial fight where a lot, maybe the entire lobby is now spiking even further.
Really paying attention to Jeduso's board because
Aslinya sih
we
Kias
did
toh.
see the 8-bit come online, but we just need to find that 8-bit headliner and the Riven.
Golden ya.
And
Oh, jadi ya Jeduser udah ngehit tuh. 2 kopi lagi buat Riven-nya. Iya, dia nggak pakai KS kan? Quicksilver sih.
Okay. Got the Riven itemized, so that is feeling pretty good.
And it is 8-bit, 6 8-bit online.
Yeah, okay, that's a good hit.
I think this should be enough with a Viego, especially with the 8-bit emblem, to.
Ya, tapi Viego-nya udah 8-bit emblem sih, udah mantap. Harusnya kuat.
There is one thing to point out, he's not going for the standard items of using the Quicksilver. Instead, he has the Edge of Night here. So this is an improvement, I would say, into some compositions, but can cost you dearly in others. He's going to
Ya, tapi harusnya kurang nggak sih?
Not really planning to play Riven from the very start. He was angling more towards the Akali items alongside center reroll, and then pivoted halfway through stage 3. So he's trying to adapt and make the best of it.
Yeah, there's definitely ways.
Menang.
Oh no, Donnie, we tried to bless you in stage 2, but he's rolled down to 0 gold. And that looks like a Nami still holding items to me.
He found 1 TF, and this is the problem with the composition. TF is a massive fraud. He comes when he wants.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, just after I said it.
No, the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, it's still the TF, but at least he finds he can switch from that Nami 1-cost headliner into a Blitzcrank. But again, level 8, 9 gold.
9 gold.
So hard to recover your economy here to make it to level 9 and talk about to try and cap out and secure a top 4. He has a lot of HP to work with at the very least.
And Chaos is looking in a very perilous position here. 5 loss streak, 22 HP, and that's because of the.
Aduh, Chaos tuh nyawanya tinggal 22 guys.
I wish, but not for my region.
Zed fully itemized. Ezreal in this case, secondary carry, which I think is correct here with the TG.
Itemnya pakai Thief Glove aja.
Poke some damage here onto the Blitzcrank, who's just healing higher and higher with Redemption. Ezreal usually a big counter to the TF, but not enough damage to one-shot in this case, despite it being a TF1, and that should be another round win for Donnie. This is a crucial stage for Donnie. If he can win out this stage 4 with this board, maybe
Waduh.
he can make level 9 in stage 5.
Yeah, that Blitzcrank was super impactful. Just not dying meant that you would be able to buy some time for that Twisted Fate, that lonely one-star Twisted Fate.
Kali-kali lihat di scope layar, apalagi di World ya.
Yeah, let's see. Okay.
Gak ada yang main juga sih harusnya.
Find that final one.
Oh, for Chaos here, this is so painful because both of his carries are still sitting on 1 star. He has another big cash out coming out, but if he doesn't hit it in the next shop, I think he's a goner.
Iya. Yang tinggal 10 juga.
Gonna be a tough one. We're looking at a couple of like different components that I feel like could finish off some of these items, but honestly, for the most part, when you take a look at the front line, they're pretty itemized here, so everybody's looking quite strong in that regard.
Oh no.
Wow, si CC harus ngeroll nih. Oh, dapat. Dapat Yorick juga. Dapat Yorick juga aja. Ini revenge-nya nggak dapat. Butuh revenge 1. Revenge 1. Iya, revenge 1 tidak ada. Revenge 1. Nggak ada. Dah. Tidak ada revenge 1.
He's still stable though for this stage 4.
These two fights are going to be crucial because he only has 34 HP. If he loses both of them right here, it's going to be super dangerous. But he does have a 2-star Viego with the correct items to lifesteal up. And long distance Pale is one of the best augments for this one. You have plenty of AD and then rapid fire in the back line with Caitlyn, so you can stack both attack stats onto your Riven.
But this is such a
Riven-nya nggak kuat nggak sih? Waduh.
Going to be able to deal that hit too. So Jetasaur is starting to look in a little bit precarious of a position.
This is a downside of playing for Heartsteel. We're seeing all 3 Heartsteel players almost on a single life. The ribbons have been found. Spikes a little bit later than he would have liked to. Normally 4-2 is when you have that natural spike to Riven 3 and then can start moving into level 8. Still so far away from level 8.
Kijos.
And he had to sell his 2-star Garen in order to be able to do that too. So you're taking a little bit of a hit to the front line, hoping that Riven is going to be enough. But Chaos is also a player that is
Chaos juga mau keluar.
We saw he was able
Itemnya nggak terlalu bagus.
He hit, but it was a little too late, and he only has 1 item on his 2-star.
Iya.
Let's take a look at
carry-nya anjir, kurang banget. Sojin bola ya guys ya. Aduh.
Offensive item we have in the meta into the stage 4 late game.
Tapi untungnya itu si depannya kuat dia.
And also the Yorick. That's how you cap out your Yasuo reroll board.
And the Zac stun was huge in terms of stopping that Yasuo right in the middle of that fight. We did see Live for Danger picked up for Kess. Is that an augment?
Lagi nggak hit, kasihan.
The reroll, you think it's an augment that just because it's a synergy, you just go for it? What's your opinion on Live for Danger?
I think it's great on most of the melee edgelords, but pretty bad.
Wah, si Elmumu nih lumayan kuat.
But everything else, I think it's definitely a decent one. It also helps him stack up quite quickly.
Well, looks like Zhu Yue is also somebody that has started to take a couple of losses and is now looking at, I think, is 10 HP. Maybe the Raptors will give a little bit of econ or a couple of items.
What a lobby complexion. All Heartsteel players on a single life. Every player in the top
tiga Heartsteel.
Stuck in between their board.
3 orang Heartsteel pada di bawah semua ya. Waduh, ini jelek banget anjir. Bingung ini anjir. Tuh kan, kamu gak bisa menang kan? Tadi kamu menang cuma gara-gara ada last stand ya. Gara-gara ada lasian kan, gara-gara ada last stand ya.
Lucian pair is big and maybe slam the red buff. It looks like there's no anti-hit.
Ya, red buff harusnya.
Onto the Ezreal and the TG onto the Zed. Is this enough to stay alive here for the CM?
Melawan Yasuo. Wah, Yasuo-nya udah sakit banget itu. Wah, aduh. Wah.
Yasuo, he's down.
Oh, that was such a fraudulent fight. I honestly felt like Kez had that, but
ada yang pulang? Oh, Kijos pulang. Oh, nggak ada yang nonton deh. Oh, pulang ternyata guys. Heartsteel keluar. Kayaknya kalau ada yang main reroll gini, banyak yang jadi di awal kayaknya still jelek ya.
The danger of committing to Heartsteel lines on 2-1, which is both what Chaos and Elmumu did. If you have those high rollers like Cheche and Kez in your lobby, they're just going to tempo out so fast that you're going to start playing the game on basically 10 HP for Chaos and only 20 for Elmumu.
Red buff enak banget asli, iya. Ini kalau misal Yasuo-nya bisa 100 kayaknya bisa menang Yasuo sih guys. Tuh sakit banget anjir. Waduh, tapi kena langsung Ahri. Waduh, Yasuo-nya ditarget. Oh, nggak bisa ditarget Yasuo tuh. Di bersena soalnya.
Bouncing back after that 5th place in game 1, playing one of the strongest comps alongside Cheche, both playing the strongest 2-cost rerolls. They hit on tempo and they're currently top of the standings by a massive margin.
Wah, iya, kena stun Eko terus ditebakin Sena, habis udah anjir. Sena kalau gitu sakit banget, makanya kalau aku bisa ketemu Sena, aku mundurin dulu yang tank pembawa itemnya. Tank yang kuat aku kasih antara depan tuh tentakel dulu, kalau enggak tank buat itulah, buat kena skillnya si Sena dulu lah, buat tumbal gitu kan. Sakit anjir, tuh lihat tuh, langsung bocor itu, Niko-nya langsung bocor gitu. Langsung bocor Niko guys, bolong. Cem yang paling nggak bisa ditarget apa aja bang Sympannseyt sama Yasuo? Yang maksudnya nggak bisa ditarget? Yang harus nggak bisa ditarget atau yang
despite hitting the ribbon 3, couldn't top 4.
Exactly. I think a big problem was the QSS. There's a Zac and 2 Echoes in the.
Kalau nggak bisa ditarget, kan bisa ditarget semua sih, bang.
Riven just doesn't get the chance to get through the front line.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate when that CC is going to be the bane of that existence. But we do.
Itu padahal argumen kill-nya serem ya, tapi butuh 7 sih itu. Lebih bagus lagi, harus 7. Oh, tapi udah 7 ya? Apa baru? Oh, baru 7, dia baru 9, baru ke 9. Setelah lihat kalah tadi lawan Sena, langsung ke 9. Iya, pakai Edge of Night kalau nggak mau ke target. Biasanya. Ya, Edge of Night. Tapi Edge of Night 3 detik. Tapi emang itemnya cuma itu doang. Makanya kayak Yasuo, makanya Edge of Night, Edge of Night. Targetnya cuma menghilang 3 detik. Nggak salah 3 detik. Pas nyawanya tinggal 40%. Kalau nggak bisa ditarget dari awal itu nggak ada. Kalau Ace of Night, Radiant nggak apa yang belum pernah lihat efeknya gue. Kalau Quicksilver yang Radiant sih nggak bisa di CC satu round 30 detik loh. Enak banget buat Riven.
Statistically, definitely one of the best augments for that one. Let's see if they can scrape over another win. This is when you see a lot of the Kale composition starting to fall.
Terusnya CC-nya
Frontline anymore, but look at that Viego. Maybe he could find a good angle onto the
Harusnya masih menang Kale. Oh, reroll yang menang guys.
This is where Gunblade really shows why it's
reroll semua ya? Iya, reroll semua anjir, 3 reroll. One cost reroll melawan 2 cost reroll. Siapakah pemenangnya? Si Diso belum mau ke 9. Dia habis ini baru ke 9. Soalnya dia kalinya juga masih 1 ya.
In terms of how players try to avoid the AoE damage from the Sen itself.
Iya kan, avoid IO damage-nya Sena, itu sakit banget. Nah, baru ke 9, terus baru ngeroll. Abad Akali nice. Ari, Lolo, Ari 2 sih kalau mau sih. Rapid Fire juga bisa. Oh, tapi Rapid Fire deh gitu ya. Oh, Kiana.
allows him to go 6 true damage with the spat slam on Ahri.
Not just that, but remember your roots as well, helping give potential to all these true damage carriers, Ahri included. Once again, the rematch between the two cost rerolls.
Oke, tuh cost reroll lagi, rematch. Oh nice, sakit banget itu, mordenya langsung mati. Kalau mordenya mati duluan, nah bisa menang Senna. Nah, mordenya jangan mati dulu itu.
Is no match, although she's lasting much longer than I expected.
This is just such a bad matchup for Pentakill. Historically, true damage ignores damage reduction, and it is a burst-focused composition. So Pentakill without that Mordekaiser's 3, very hard to last.
Ini nggak ada tanknya, anjir.
Was so happy to hit the Akali 2. He's trying to deny an Akali 3 on Kess's side, and depending on
Oh, si Kes mau Akali 3 tapi nggak bisa sih, kedina ya.
early on into day 1.
Ooh, maybe a little, I don't know. I think it's fun when you see the 3-star 4 cost personally, but it just might not happen this time around.
Kiana 2 could be a big spike for both players. Kess and Digital both on that true damage line, currently first and second in the standings.
Oh, lawan kill dulu.
Yep, this line is really good. Both of them rely on burst, so it's all going to come down to positioning here. Maybe Yasuo can
Yasuonya.
to the kill.
Yasuonya.
Runs away. It's the kill you want to hit.
Doesn't matter though. Looks like it does, and the healing's enough to outlast the Senna damage just barely. And Akali is still there to clean up. With the Morello, might seem like a weird tech choice, but actually AP on...
Itu Yasuo reroll bisa top 3. Bisa. Kalau Yasuo tuh kalau bisa bintang 3 dari awal, maksudnya dari game awal ya, secara natural tuh bisa banget. Soalnya kan dia nge-stacking banyak ya, apalagi kalau udah sampai 100 tuh. Udah gila banget.
Still looking for that Kiana and still the RE2. Dish Soap is feeling really good though. And not bad when you also only have a 1-star Kennen and Lilia.
See what this Yasuo can do.
Kita lihat.
Sneak in. He's on the opposite side of Senna, so maybe good positioning. Forecast to try and have that Yasuo dance onto that back.
Disop lawan kill ya. Bukan dia ngelawan Disop lawan Yasuo ya.
Which means that he can't really chew through that echo as quickly as he'd like.
Kayaknya harusnya menang Disop ini. Menang Disop ini. Cece, masih selamat anjir.
That is a ghost board on Cheche's side, and I do want to say Jisop, great protection.
Oh, pada lawan ghost ternyata. Pentakill spot.
Looked like there was no target focus in that fight too, and it is very much harder to take down one side when that is the case.
Disop ngambil apa ini? Kayaknya ngambil itu.
Can he actually break down an emblem? I think he can. He might not have an open sword to actually try and get 2 true damage emblems and go for the vertical. Gonna go for Pentakill instead here for Cheche. Great emblem for him. Doesn't have solid bin, so just going for the emblem itself because he's playing a Pentakill comp.
Ya, tapi dia nyari Akali. Eloy. Nggak mungkin dong. Tiba-tiba ganti Eloy kan nggak mungkin ya, guys ya.
That would be the best cap. Of course he's on 2 HP, but one can dream.
Actually, if Digital had any other BF sword on a different unit that isn't Akali, he could have considered that game plan, but he can't sell Akali because that gives Kess an avenue to get Akali 3 and also just sells one of the true damage units he needs to have if he wants to go for that vertical.
So I think Adaptive Helm is okay in this case, and Dishop
is able to get
that 2-star Ahri online, so it's going to be providing even more.
Udah bagus itu, hari 2 kayak gini tuh udah ini perfect boardnya. Senna reroll kayak gini, makanya Senna rapid fire terus dapet true damage emblem, udah itu enak banget. Terus pakainya Ahri. Oh, si Kes masih hidup. Disop sama Kes. Tapi udah pernah menang bagi Senna, nggak tahu kenapa.
But Penta is trying to play for a stall.
I'm gonna inject some narrative into this last fight. Kess.
Kalau ada flag sih seneng lihat Eloy headlaner, bener banget.
Game 3 they're facing off against each other for the win, both on the true damage line. Does it get any better than that?
True damage, sesama true damage ya. Tapi di nyawanya masih banyak.
That's for sure. I'm particularly looking at an executioner.
Backline Yasuo biar gak kena damage-nya Senna.
It's gonna be back there, but as this Yasuo starts to walk
tapi sakit banget.
It is gonna be slashing through this front line.
Oh, nggak bisa. Sakit banget Senanya, benjir. Senanya sakit banget, anjir. Yasuo-nya lagi-lagi kena stunnya Eko. Di depannya Senna persis.
And why Senna reroll is so strong as that 2-cost superfan reroll option, but overall a big win for 2 damage and Kess able to pilot Yasuo reroll to a top 2 is impressive as well.
Definitely, he started out with 7 Yasuo, so I think it was kind of...
Sana kalau misal headlanernya belum itu sih, belum belakang sih.
Will give that signature to Kess.
Well, listen, sometimes you just gotta take what you can get, and if that's gonna be able to pilot you up to a top 2, that is definitely a one way to help extend the momentum that you've had early on. So,
berarti Disa berapa? 18 ya? Tadi poinnya 10 kan?
Positioning as well between those 2 comps at the end with the Yasuo and the Senna moving sides across the entirety of that stage 6.
There's so much action we get to break down here, but we're gonna leave that for our analyst desk. So we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we've got our analysis desk, and then game number 4.
Mau lihat masih pada ngechat nggak di...
Such a fraudulent fight. I honestly felt like Kez had that, but unfortunately the Yasuo went backwards.
The Senna is still alive, trying to dish out that damage with the Lulu stun as well. Kess is gonna take the hit, go down in second, and Dish So wins the lobby.
Anjir banyak banget gue ketiga. Anjir 430 chat, cok. Rame banget anjir. Si anjir. Udahlah, langsung makas read, langsung ke bawah. True damage counternya bruiser ya bang, nambah darah, sentinel bocor. Ya, positioning juga ngaruh lawan Senna tuh. Yang penting kalau tank kalian jangan mati dulu. Aku sih kalau lihat dari orang luar biasanya kalau ketemu true damage dimundurin. Maksudnya posisinya agak mundurin gitu, yang tank kalian. Jadi biar nggak mati duluan. Soalnya kalau udah bocor dari awal sakit banget. Ngenunda mati lah gitu kan, biar damage kita yang belakang bisa masuk damage-nya. Nah, Majisi sekarang main Valorant. Tiga 30 detik ya, mau pipis dulu ya.
to the Remix Rumble World Championship. And of course, we are checking in already halfway through day 1. My name is Mix and I'm here with the presence of Casanova, Counterfeit, and Country Hoopa.
Kok sendirian ya? Gak ada yang nemenin ya?
Already. He's showing it off, but getting told by production. It's okay, we're getting there. That last game though, some very interesting stuff in there. Personally, I was really excited to see how the Heartsteel pair up against the rerolls. We're going to get to that in a second. But the other thing that got us excited was players kind of locking into their lines very early on. And notably, Donnie is a player that's set that sometimes he locks in a little bit too early. We're all straying away from the disco, Peter. What happened?
I think we had such big hopes. Donnie definitely came into one of the lower points players, and making that commitment with the items as well as the keepers. There was a world in when that went a lot better, and it was absolutely the key to victory. But I think JJ, chose the road a little bit more traveled. I think that's why it went better for him.
Yes, for sure. He got the KO too early. He got the metal heads as an outman, so it was an easy path for him, looking for like a real projection for that comp. But he didn't got the Mordekaiser 3, so a third for him was pretty good.
It absolutely was. I am getting distracted by that banjo that you're having on the last
he piloted rerolling
Reddish
normal one to look at the game. I think Salvage Bin was really cute and how you used the punk up to find 3 damage later on.
Yeah,
but the big thing I wanted to talk about was
incredibly well here, keeping high tempo throughout the game. I think Salvage Bin was really cute and how he used the punk up to find 3 damage later on. But the big thing I wanted to talk about was the heroic grab bag. So on 3-1, if you looked at his board, he actually had 2 pairs of the Sennas and the Seraphims. He was keeping himself open, and instead of taking over a strong combat augment like Jules Lotus, instead goes for the heroic grab bag, because then if he finds the headliner and just 2 more copies, he's there. He has the 3-star. We saw this a lot in North America with people hitting on like 3-5. With this playing a little bit slower, econing back up, rolls down to 1 so that he can find the Senna instead of the Seraphine. Even though he was only 1 copy off of Seraphine, he wanted to play for the Senna because he had better items. This locks him into such a good composition as he gets to those late stages of the game, makes some really big plays, and finds the win.
I do want to bring the attention to Kez, though, who came in second in that lobby with the board as well. It's a great competition to be based around the 1 cost as well. Of course, there's Edge on the augment in play. For Kez in particular, who really got overshadowed in the last championship by Title winning the entire thing, to come into a tough lobby and do that well, I think is fantastic.
For sure. 3 players playing Heartsteel, it was not what they wanted to, and even though the early game was not amazing, the mid game and the late game only made for Zero to get a possible 4th place. So it's interesting the high volatility that we could have in those comps.
The big thing was the rerollers hitting so fast, right? We had Kale 2 very early on, and Kale 2 can sometimes even be a little bit stable in late stage 3, early stage 4, and then the Yasuo reroll being hit so incredibly early made the Heartstealers lose so much HP since they had it from stage 2. They were just way weaker than everyone else playing reroll.
And then part of that is also 3 people just going for the Heartsteel, right? You have your players that find early direction, you have your players that are playing open, and then you have 2 other players that are holding hands, that are looking at you. It's the Spider-Man meme all over again, where they're pointing at each other.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty rough in that spot. I think that Heartsteel can support 3, but it is still very tough for them to do so.
I had hopes for the Riven, 8-bit emblem very early into the game, but it wasn't enough. Even though he had 2 duplicators, the Riven came a little late, and it wasn't enough for these high-tempo 3-star lobbies and 3-star comps.
Just want to draw us back to Dish there for seconds. We've got the readout from the game. Managed to keep things very strong, but let's look at the overall standings as we've got all the results in.
Yeah, and of course, this is the halfway checkpoint through day 1. Just a quick reminder, there is going to be 1 more full day tomorrow before any cutoffs happen. But of course, there is going to be a trend for some of those players, notably Salvi. Unfortunately, they're at the very bottom, but also Ice at the very top.
Yeah, one I actually wanted to call to because I think that as North American casters, we didn't really give a lot of representation to him is Degree. Having a very good start here in the top 4. Degree, somebody who was really good on the reroll lines and kind of brought that to his study group, which is, Malala, Awasian, Iverson, and he helped them a lot with the reroll, and now they've helped him get a lot better at Heartsteel, and I think he's way more well-rounded.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Wei Jun Iverson replay players that have been to the World Championship before, that know the ropes, that probably have some pretty good recommendations on how to handle it, and Degree just playing really well as well.
Anjir!
I want to give a heads up to Relic, the first place for Latam. So go Latam, bravo Relic, he made it happen. So we celebrate the little things. We have to.
I don't think it's a lot.
Ada yang bikin Isa ya anjir ke Mort.
Getting those first places really tough.
Si anjir.
You're trying to take the first places off of the tournament leaders.
That's absolutely correct, and of course they will get harder as time moves on, as more and more players are fighting for those top 1 finishes. The competition just gets more cutthroat, but our casters are ready for game number 4. So here are Necra, Impatches Panda, and Clement.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. That was a great introduction to the halfway point that we have here at the Remix Rumble Championships, and I'm so excited to be jumping into this 4th game.
Necro, what did you have to watch?
Guinness.
I had a growth spurt.
Load up like Mooncook.
Between the last 2 games. Yeah, no, I had tortilla española.
Muy bien. Perfect pronunciation, Necro. I see you're really adapting to the environment here in Spain.
Sure, I'm trying.
I'm not going to ask what you had for lunch, but I'm going to ask what you think about our next lobby, because we have some big hitters, but also some players trying to mount a comeback.
I think Ice is going to be a very surprising for a lot of the CN fans out there. They did have their heavy hitter in 60 seconds, but Ice is my player to watch because he is so damn fast. He was actually able to play the disco line against Yone and Riven players and outswap them. This is how blazingly fast he is.
It's only if you hit the disco TF though, right?
And hit it 2-star before
he
stage
actually
5.
ditched the line.
Oh.
Yeah, on this patch.
Sounds like a CN player to me.
Okay, well, you know what? That's just too bad, isn't it? No, but still great information to have going into this game, especially when we're taking a look at our...
Oke, udah lanjut ya.
Nobody wants tack
Ke round 4, berarti 2 game lagi.
Maybe augment payout again. They're really trying to make me...
Some payout lagi.
I love it, players. Keep
Oh, sekarang lihat Salvi.
How much did you...
Yay!
Sophie, Degree.
So don't pick it too much.
Weird, may use.
To go a little bit higher instead. Starting things off though with this lobby, we have 2 players who are on thin ice. 3 games of the tournament. Salvi only on 4 points, so it was an 8th, and a 7th, unfortunately, that last game. And Mai as well, ex-MOBA player turned TFT player. His first ever TFT tournament was this set's Japanese regionals, qualified to Worlds in this is his 2nd ever tournament, and he's playing against the big dogs from the international competition.
Yeah, I don't think his confidence level was that high when we did interview him, but hey, you know, if he can do it on mobile, I'm pretty sure he can do it here as well.
And Weird as well, known as the 1st or 8th player in NA Necra, he's also having a week of midterms, so a tough schedule to really fit in all the extra...
Dia dapat ada midterm juga aja.
We'll see how he can do in this game 4.
Yeah, and it's especially interesting because Weird doesn't necessarily have a study group either. So this is a type of player that does a lot of his own cooking by himself, and you can see that in a lot of the ways that he likes to play this game, but he is going to be gifted an Olaf headliner start, which is like only the up and up from here.
Does that cooking include Olaf 3? What's the possibility on this one, Clement?
I don't think it's going to be
Not again. Let me believe for at least one more round.
We got the Yasuo 3. Maybe we get the Olaf 3.
All right, I will give you a condition. If this one augment ends up being too big to fail, then we can go for it. But otherwise, not really.
What if he finds 5 Olafs in the next shop? Is that a condition as well? Okay,
thank you. You'll go for it.
I have 2 outs.
Okay,
Fingers crossed.
I'm going to keep my eyes on this next shop here.
Oh, gold augment.
Metalheads, is that good enough? No, doesn't even give an Olaf.
Are you sure?
Thank you, Necra. Thank you.
Are you sure? Because like
2v1. We can win this one.
Yeah, we got this. No, it got re-rolled.
I do think he's going for a Heartsteel angle because he already has the best starting item on his bench, which is the Infinity Edge, and also has the blue buff. So I would angle for something that, you know, gives a bit more late game power.
Weird played a lot of Heartsteel in the NA Regional Finals, so he is incredibly good at that line, being able to find those Heartsteel starts or even just get to those Heartsteel cap boards in the end.
On the right there, though, 2 players going to the library. Patient Study for Salvi and for Degree. NA and EMEA trying to maybe rush that level 8. Play for something like the Heartsteel, play for that huge cap we've seen so many times before, but for now, a great Pentacle / Bruiser board for Weird.
Yeah, and I definitely like the way he's building his items. He's going for the bruiser items first, but he does have the salvage bin, so he can go back to Infinity Edge and blue buff for his Ezreal if he does go later. It does look like a 3
ngambil bikin Ion ya.
Two patient studies.
Oh, tapi salvage bin sih, tenang sih.
Against Ice on the other side does have
Yang penting jadi item dulu ya.
Very interesting headliner to select early on, and has the magic wand as well. So this is gonna be looks like a lean to an AP board.
Could be any reroll even. We see 5 natural copies. We saw the Yasuo reroll last game. Is it time now for the other viable one-cost carry? It's the wrong player, man. Give this shot to Ice.
Yeah, and let's play a bit of that Annie reroll style. It's actually quite good on the 14.4 patch. After the Spellweaver did get that extra +1, we're not sure which headliner she did get, but Spellweaver is also playable.
Oh, it's going to be the emo. It's going to be the emo headliner here for the Annie, which can be really impactful. Because, you know, a lot of players opt to go for the emo Annie versus the Spellweaver because you can afford to have the Annie by itself, but it also opens you up to these angles where you can actually tech in for emo and make some magic happen that way.
Of course, you're going to want the blue buff for that Annie in that case, and have to mention Necro the
Bukan blue buff, butuh blue buff.
A player that actually mentioned Annie reroll as his secret tech coming to the tournament is HSK, one of the Brazilian reroll players who play a lot of hard to qualify, but loves playing Annie reroll as well. We'll see if he can do so at some point in these first 2 days. For now, it's Ice on that line potentially, and for Relic, similar to another Latam player, Cheche in the game 3.
Payout. Oh, Augment payout ya.
Reroll, one of the strongest rerolls in the game, as we mentioned and saw live in that game 3.
Yeah, so far we have a lot of people already settling into their compositions, and we do have Qingtian on that, what is that, twin
Fan Pao
as well, so most likely going for the Executioner angle.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
Ooh,
in
fine.
those cases, do you like going for the Twitch or the Vex, do you feel like? Because like historically, you look at this composition, you're like, oh, you'd really love to have the Twitch headliner, but Vex feels like the more powerful unit right now.
The composition is much better with the Vex 3 and the Amumu 3.
Ini tinggal 5. Tinggal 4 ya berarti.
And I do want to say, even
Si Ice ya.
line, Vex 3, Amumu 3 is still the star.
Okay. Well, so that's what we're going to have to keep an eye out for. But on the other side, we've got Salvi, who is starting to really find his groove
patient study.
Patient study. You've got the country online, and you also have that Vex. So that Vex is going to be a little contested if you want to lean into the Executioner backline for the country as well.
I do want to say that Salvi did start his game off with 2 countries on his first 1-2 shop, so I think this is a great way to continue his win streak. You don't have
Sivir kayaknya bisa win streak kan?
So you think Salvi is playing country?
Kuat harusnya. Olafnya harusnya kuat bonus ya.
So that I tip my cowboy hat at him. We have that EMEA synergy. It's what he needs really. The caster blessing.
Bang, venue final di Jakpus ya? Iya bang. Kalian mau ke sini? Mau datang? Itu kayaknya tanggal 10 udah puasa belum sih? Kalau udah puasa, ya tidak bisa makan-makan deh. Kalau ada makanan, biasanya kalau Riot offline itu enak guys, sumpah. Riot offline, semoga enak acaranya dapat makan juga. Tapi nggak tahu sih, kayak tahu kalau ini nggak daftar sih, kayaknya nggak dapat makan sih, tapi snack paling. Ada jajan-jajanan. Kalau kemarin yang daftar anjir dapat makanan. Yang event apa? LOL dapat makan. Makannya enak pula, milih 3 jenis, milih ada minumnya juga. Nyam nyam nyam.
I do want to point out we have a very divided lobbies, 3 win streakers and then 3 loss streakers. What this means is that for the middle of the pack, it is very, very difficult to continue. You're just going to be behind so much gold. So we're going to find out if one of these players...
Kayaknya pemerintah tanggal 11 bang.
If you're in the middle, you usually want some of those matchmaking to go in your favor and see those streaks being broken.
Well, Salvi is going to be one of the win streakers with this country board, and is going to be running into.
Kayaknya nggak kuat Salvi lawan Olaf sih. Olaf sekuat kayak gini anjir.
Take a look at those items. It's really nice to have those plus the salvage bin.
Makan siang gratis dari Riot, iya, tapi nggak ada Siwushu.
Going to get his win streak broken, and there you go.
Kalau jadi gue tidur di kos lu ya daripada bayar, boleh. Gue beliin lawless deh, siap.
so he's able to get them damage, become a mana battery, and be able to attack faster and heal more as he lowers his HP.
Ikut apa dah, Pak? Kamu tidur di kamar lain ya? Banyak yang kosong deh. Tidur di kamar lain ya. Kosku tuh ada 5 kamar, 5 apa 6, tapi yang keisi cuma 2. Yang isi aku sama Bang Gani doang, yang ada AC-nya doang yang keisi. Dulu rame padahal, gara-gara ganti orang. Dan orangnya yang punya nggak terlalu ngurus juga.
Oh, look at how impactful this has been.
Nggak bisa gitu.
Such a huge upgrade, and maybe you
tidur luar ya. Tidur luar masih bisa sih kalau tidur luar.
Definitely see that angle with something like the country, but it's been a while since we've checked in on how Yush is doing. Does have the KDA.
Poor loss streak, but won that last fight. Unfortunately, came down to that 1v1 between the Aphelios and the Kaisa. Not a great result, but we're looking at the Annies now.
Tuh, Annie-nya kurang 1. Iya, kok Annie-nya kurang 1. Wah, mau nyari. Ayo. Kill-killnya CS-nya masih besar sih, 3% lah itu hitungannya lah ya. Tapi kalau nggak sabar dikit bisa juga. Wah, apa ini? Oh, Tom of Three. Woo.
Thank you, Krugs, very much for your wonderful donation to my game plan.
This is absolutely huge for him. If he can get an emo spat,
kalau nggak, ya emo kalau nggak spell weaver. Wah, dapat.
There it is, the natural Annie 3, 40 gold, level 5 now.
Masuk level 5 ya.
More it looks like, just to try and find what potentially a super fan.
I'm a little bit sad about this result because he doesn't actually have to showcase his speed. He just naturals it.
There's a lot of different options that he could take here, but it was maybe trying to find a way to get.
Jadi harus nyari.
For the tome pop next round. That's what he's doing there. Took me a while to get there. I'm like, what is he doing with his board? Does he have heart steal?
Can you explain that a little bit? Like, how are you maximizing your odds here?
So you want to have at least 8 trades here.
Ya, harusnya punya 8 egg trade, terus nanti kalian bisa milih. Caranya kayak gitu. At least 8. Paling nggak 8, minimal 8 biar nggak terlalu ngacak banget. Jadi ngikutin yang kita punya. Itu triknya gitu, guys.
You can settle for something like the KDA. Unfortunately, this is not Spellweaver Annie, so there is no chance to get that legendary 9 Spellweaver online. So I think Emo is the most likely one.
Ya, harusnya Emo sih paling bagus. Ya kan dia bikinan 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kan 8 udah. Berism nggak sih?
I think it's exactly what he wanted. Oh, kebab. Never mind.
Yang kosong sebulan berapa? Sebulan 1. Waduh. Jelek semua anjir. Tidak ada. Sentinel.
I would not recommend it.
Do it for the fans.
Do it for chat.
That's an augment.
Do it for the chat.
For Relic though on the kill,
cuma Sentinel doang yang masuk anjir. Gara-gara masuk ada air steel ya.
Could be on the item bench on the left there, but we don't see it just yet.
What? Mai is doing the reverse dish soap. He actually found the Urgot 2 on 3-2. That's a great position.
Wait, ngambil Jazz?
Instead for Ice.
Wow.
Now, how do you fit this Jazz emblem onto the Annie board, Clement?
Well, I'm trying to think about it. And
Wait. Jazz emblem? Yeah.
I don't really think it fits, to be honest.
This is like a TFT challenge. You load up. It's like mini wandering trainers.
I think you have to go through the Bard into Hyperpop on.
Iya, harusnya Bard sih.
Like, you have the Lulu on the bench, so you can already take in the Lulu in order to help fill out with the Spellweavers, and then you go into the Ziggs if you're able to.
Iya, Zig. Harusnya Zig Bard.
It's not a hard Mort dog. It's a little Mort dog. That's what I would call it.
You can make it work.
Bisa sih.
Make it work there. We're not gonna write that off quite yet, but we still have a lot of options to go for here. Just picks up the Caitlyn naturally in the shop. That is another unit that maybe you could put the Jazz emblem on.
Ooh, a big problem here is he really needs to get those tiers later on. Annie still in the
nyari super fan tapi nggak dapat.
And later on also a Gunblade is usually what you can do. You can throw away.
Satu Narna tuh ambil dapat tuh. Tuh kan nyari.
Those are the champions.
Banyak Imo dah.
Let's look at his HP. He's 62, so he should be able to find that tier in the next carousel.
Dia ngerol nyari apa ya?
This KDA board. Yush has the Giant Slayer as well as the red buff. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on where those items might go.
Oh, it's a KDA board, but not for long neck, right?
Yeah, dia baru pivot dia flag
into some version of a Heartsteel later on, and we have to really start scouting and seeing how many players are actually trying to angle toward Heartsteel. If no one is, you'll have a much easier time finding the Z.
Berarti minimum harus punya 8 dulu ya, iya.
Also, any Katarina players in this lobby.
Tapi sayangnya dia tadi kan unsteal ya, jadinya agak ngacak kan, ada unsteal Sentinel.
He does have the sort of augment setup for it with the long distance pales. Is there a tier here? Okay, so Ice does find his tier. That's huge for him.
Also Riven. Also an MF, so a lot of Jazz options here available.
Oke, kita lihat. Oh, ada main kill, rally main kill, itemnya udah jadi banget. Tapi kayaknya ada 2 yang main kill.
This is going to be a huge roll down. Let's see if Qingtian
Oh, si Salvi. Oh, Salvi kayaknya main ID Flex bisa.
Head into head with those executioner comps, and there's also Ice taking away the emo champions like the Amumu. So we actually have a 3-way collision course in that corner.
You hate to see it. Happens to me all the time on the EU West ladder. Hopefully, I expect it would not be happening in a tournament like this. The world stage, you have to be scouting and trying to find those plan Bs, as we mentioned. For now, it's just Twitch, and not a single natural Vex has been found. We talked about it being the priority over Twitch in this comp, Necra.
Well, I wonder then, do you just try to go for something like a 3-star Twitch and maybe hope that you get a 2-star Vex at some point? You definitely have to start thinking about your other options.
Ada yang mau main sama ini sampai to the pit lagi, guys. Oke, kita lihat. Tapi sih udah dapat Urgot sih, si Mai.
Qingtian has a trick up his sleeve. He's holding on to all of his rolling for days stacks, and he's willing to go all in and maybe race Salvi. I don't think he's pivoting from his spot. It would be a little bit too late to do that, but when he goes is the big question.
Oh, the first of hopefully many Vexes has been found. But we talk about these are sometimes games where you have a very good start, a good augment, a good direction. Things start going a little bit poor in stage 3, and you have to find instead that.
Oh, dia main itu ternyata main.
I want to top 4 this game into. I want to try and at very least save and get a 5th or a 6th and get some points at least into the standings.
Yang dua-dua itu ya.
Holding out on buying this Vex until the very last second. So you know that's going to be a Vex that is now out of the pool, and maybe a little bit less intel for the opponents that were also scouting on that side.
Oh, dijual.
This is really interesting. Qingtian actually sold both of his Amumus. He knows that he cannot go for that line, likely looking for something else in maybe like the double Poppy instead, because he knows he's 3-way contested.
Kalau nggak main dua Isri lah sekalian nggak sih, guys?
These last few units, a big loss here at the very end of stage 3, and now we're moving to stage 4, where everyone will start spiking, especially the Heartsteel players. We see Degree's benches all lined up, ready to get those Threshes online.
And it's really interesting because Degree is not known for being a Heartsteel player. You heard Casanova.
Mana ini masih di King Tian anjir. Casternya ngomongin Degree tapi masih di King Tian ya. Nah.
But he has shored up his ability to work on those 80 flex lines. So I'm excited to see what he can do with that here.
Di sini 8 dia.
About being in a study group, Degree was going for a reroll, Weird going for Milala going for more Heartsteel, and with the two of them together, they can flesh out both of those areas and be strong together.
Thresh 2 is a big upgrade. Poppy as well. Level 8 with 50 gold to work with. The 4-1 roll down will come in thanks to that patient study.
King Time melulu paling. Ya. Pantheon. Pantheon lagi. Iya, Lulu ya. Mana? Tidak ada Lulunya. Lulunya hilang keluar. Lulunya hilang. Lulunya hilang, guys.
Escaped my mind for a while. I feel a little bit ashamed of that one.
We take your apology, Clement. It's fine.
It's okay.
We forgive you.
Lulu will forgive you too. But take a look at that. Like, she's really, really good with the blue buff as well as the Rabadons. She's going to be casting really.
Ini dari perwakilan mana aja, Bang Sim? Dari beberapa server sih. Dari NA, dari Latam, dari EMEA, dari Cina, Dari Brazil. Kayaknya ada 7, Pak. Dari Sea, dari Jepang, dari Korea ada nggak sih?
Yeah, it definitely looks like a
Korea kayaknya ada juga deh.
from him right now. While Salvi is going to hold on to the executioner lie. He's already sitting on 5 executioner. Let's see if he can find extra items, or definitely the best one is just the
Expose weakness.
Exactly.
A little bit too late for Twin Terror in terms of how you're itemizing your units. You want that knowledge a little bit later in stage 3.
Si Salvi main apa ini? 6 executioner.
Checking which item or which augment rather is the best for his current position. As you mentioned, I think items are going to be the most important thing to try and have as many executioners as possible activated. He has 5 right now in the traits. He needs just 1 more. I believe it was a Karthus that had that 6 executioner online.
You've got the Jeweled Lotus there, but it's going to be teaming
Si
up
Salvi
with
nyawanya
a couple
68.
extra units. And that
Run away from the
honestly
Vex,
feels pretty
actually.
good. You got
Vexnya butuh satu lagi.
well, just as another frontline presence, but yeah, very very close there to being able to hit that Vex.
Oh, tapi
Hit a good support
dia
item.
punya duplikator sih. Dipakai nggak ya?
Faster, which does mean he can go through the front line.
Duplikator ini dipakai nggak ya buat 3-in Vex?
Same itemization we saw from Chicha in that game 3. Rageblade, Gunblade, a few kills on the bench, still fairly far away from that kill 3, but not important for this win in stage 4. For now, he should be able to just still coast with a few of the wins here.
Dia punya duplikator sih.
And the Metalheads especially.
And he can roll slowly. He's in no rush. He gets a
Oh, dapat anjir.
Someone
What the
that
hell?
needs to roll slowly.
Nggak butuh ngeroll anjir.
Without really rolling at all, only 20 gold spent on rolls, and he has his Vex 3 already.
Wow. And that's exactly why we're going to end up seeing
Oh, King Tin udah dapet Lulu ternyata.
that on the sidebar, and so that's going to be a huge upgrade. And now you do have those 2 Lulu, which is going to be where you really want to see that hologram come in, or the Twin Terror come into play.
Pops off the Nashers as well, so now he has the BIS, Blue Wolf, and Shojin. Again, perfect example of why these players are the best in the world. A chance to adapt from the clear game plan and Twin Terror's executioners into the Lulu instead, and be in a fairly good spot despite the 7 loss streak now that he's found a Lulu.
Iya, itemnya juga bagus juga anjir. Itemnya Lulu.
Take this spot into a top 4, though it will be a little bit hard if the Viego jumps the right way. Something about the Lulu board is I really like the positioning of the Lulu. Sometimes you can get cross-map snipes onto the backline carry, especially dangerous against something like Tail.
And the final augment, crash test dummies as well.
Hari pertama ini ada berapa lobby bang? Ada 4. Hari 1 sama 2 4 lobby. Itu kan 32 orang 4 lobby 6 game. Nih, ini aja butuh 2 hari ya. Butuh 12 round ya guys ya. Bukan 1 round.
Thankfully, I don't really enjoy watching the disco. We have 2 Heartsteel players so far in the lobby in Degree and Yush.
Oh, sisi yang main Heartsteel Degree sama si Yus ya. Tapi Yus nyamannya tinggal 20.
Low HP to play it. Zed always saves the day.
And we'll see if the Lucian can
Ini submit to the pit.
Talking about Yash, we saw him playing that submit to the pit Urgot board. We're seeing
Urgotnya apakah ini apakah Mai menjadi korban ketiga guys memainkan submit to the pit, atau Urgotnya bisa 3, butuh 1 lagi loh padahal dia butuh 1 lagi. Waduh, tidak ada kayaknya guys.
When he was contested by Malala, there is no full country. Actually, never mind. There was Salvi, but he went into the executioner, so testing the Urgot outright.
I think there's not much you can do here. If you're already at 10 gold, you might as well
Gir bahasa lagi. Masih nggak terima.
However, he still is rather healthy, 66 gold.
Ada yang mau lapor ke Mordok anjir.
Stage 5 with that 3-star Urgot just fine.
Ntar kalau ada yang lapor itu aku retweet. Retweet. Iya sih, save dulu ini. Dapat kayaknya Urgotnya dapat 3, tapi sabar aja dikit bang. Sabar Bang Mai, sabar Bang Mai Siranui. Waduh, Bang Mai Siranui nggak tuh? Besar ya guys ya. Besar tekadnya untuk mencari Urgot 3 dan Poppy. Akhirnya dapat. Oh, Israel 2.
stabilized, took another big hit in that last fight, but finally finds the Ezreal.
Serius, nyawanya tinggal 11.
Hoping that the Ezreal and the Zed are really gonna help each other out, but this is it. Yoshi's got to get it done here.
It's awkward because it divides.
Waduh, lawannya Lulu tapi guys. Apakah bisa melawan Lulu ini atau pulang duluan, Bang Yusaki? Oh, masih bisa menang? Oh, masih bisa menang ternyata.
That being said, just one.
Gue story asli kalau beneran. Coba aku cek beneran jadi enggak.
Ice on the Annie. We were talking about what he could possibly cook up with the Jazz. For now, nothing. Jazz is not activated on the board, but it will be potentially on level 8.
Yep, for now, I think he's just throwing it onto a true damage unit, get a little bit more stun and value from maybe the cannon. We'll see where he goes from that. This is our second Heartsteel player in the lobby. Oh, also a Zed headliner. Very nicely hit.
Very different story, though. Degree was sitting on 50 gold, ready to go 9, ready to add in that Ziggs, ready to continue spiking the board and play as ideally.
Oh, si Salvi dan nama executioner ternyata.
Adding in those legendaries.
Salvi, on the other hand, though, is on a bit of a hot streak when it comes to having a 6 Executioner online. Is able to pick up glove, so that's gonna feel really good. Look
Pantheon
at that.
2.
Let's go.
Good front line now.
On stage 5, definitely when you want your Pantheon to be upgraded, and a lot of frontline items as well, as we can see here. Is it true, Clement, that sometimes you just don't need frontline items with executioners because they're so bursty and how much damage they deal?
No,
Tapi tank itemnya gak ada anjir. Cuma itu doang tank itemnya.
Should we have ironed out our personal?
Oke, pindah ke use dulu.
Amumu 1 is a good headliner, unfortunately. So he did low roll a bit, and I think a big part of that was Qingtian was holding a lot of Amumus until later on.
Well, Qingtian also is sort of on the out, so may be knocked out in a couple of rounds. Maybe econ for them a little bit later. That poor Karthus never even stood a chance to get that ultimate up and running. On the other hand, it's just really in her lane.
It's funny, the bottom players with the least HP slowly starting to come back into the game, while the players who had preserved so much HP in stage 4 are now slowly starting to lose HP. In the case
Wah, 3.
Another 3-star, Samira joining the...
Samira join the Ricochet, tapi itemnya kurang.
With the Akali, with the TG. Samira only an IE though.
Ideally, you want to solo tank the Amumu with the Gargoyle Storm Point. That's the best setup because you avoid a lot of the AoE. But since he doesn't have the Amumu 3, every front line has to be bunched up.
Degree has Ziggs too. He's level 9, 10 gold.
Oke, Degree kita lihat.
Illusion on the bench rather.
Easily masih 1 ya.
He is actually very healthy for a stage 5-2 Heartsteel, and we saw that he was over 50. Hit the Zed early on, and Pentakill just doesn't have.
Oh, udah level 9 juga ternyata dia.
Until they can find the Yorick 2.
Look at that. Yeah, you're just going to be an easy takedown here. And Degree still has ways to cap out this board. Has not itemized the secondary carry yet.
Mai kalah, guys.
And so we'll check back in on that a little bit later. Mai, though, on the other end, has finally hit the Urgot 3. So that's going to be a huge piece of the puzzle put together. But you're still looking for a couple more upgrades.
This is the same problem that Salvi is facing right now. He just doesn't have the front line. Usually you're looking for a double Guardian.
Kebanyakan main deflect ya, Bang. Ya, sekitar 2 orang, 3 orang mesti main deflect. Tapi ada flag kalah kalau musuh lawan lobby tempo sih. Maksudnya lobby tempo tuh banyak yang main reroll.
Maybe the 8th place. Mai is now down to 7 HP, fighting for his life with a submit to the pit, which we thought was one of the best performing augments in the game. We saw Dish Soap fail with it, that 5th place in game 1, and Mai potentially going down that.
Mai kayaknya 8 ini, nggak kuat.
Coming through, but not quite enough. Urgot surrounded, but not by his teammates, and Mai taken down in 8th place.
Nggak dapat itu juga dia, nggak dapat siapa namanya? Poppy.
Stage 2, but couldn't find the rest of the copies.
That is devastating.
Emo.
Emo.
Time to show us your incredible APM by running into the Zac and picking it up for yourself. Look at that APM. Look at him go.
Oh, diambil Ice.
That was intentional. He wanted to
calculated everything. Right.
Yeah.
Ice is just that good. He's winning the tournament, but also giving us a show along the way.
That's the email we would have liked to see.
Harusnya 4 imo berarti aktif ya buat Ice ya.
You got the 3 Jazz. That's gonna be really interesting to just have online as well. You got the RE2. Qingtian has hit another huge upgrade. Then Nico is going to provide a lot of sustain in that front line. So speaking of front lines, there's now a nice one put together here for Qingtian.
Yay, Twin Terra Lilia. I think all of our front lines are somewhat sus this game.
Lilia Twin Terra is the secret tech. You didn't know from China?
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
I picked up on it.
Yeah, it's great.
I picked up on it last month. I climbed
Twin Terra Lilia ya. Kita lihat.
off of that tech alone. I'm kidding.
You
I almost believed you.
Yeah,
Wow,
you
Lemon, you think so much of me and my level in TFT.
Ooh, now going against you.
Oh, nama seksioner. Waduh, sakit banget anjir. Waduh. Gimana Bang, PD lolos sampai final Nusantara, ambil top 1 doang. Keras nih, iya keras banget itu. Apalagi ntar ketemunya sama lobby scream. Wadah. Moga nggak ketemu itu aja. Si Ice dapat Nico 3. Waduh, 4 imo beneran ya.
3-star Echo. This is typically the biggest weakness of Spellweaver composition is that their front lines just cannot hold. Now he has that in with the 4 emo board. Wow, this board can cap so incredibly high, but he is on 5 HP though.
Tapi nyawanya tinggal 5.
That's true.
Kita lihat.
We might get to see some good stuff. Is that Degrees board?
Oh, I do think that might be. Okay, oh, it's Yushi's board. Okay, yeah, because I see the long distance pals as well, but it's still going to be a 2-star.
Masih bisa. Ekonya masih bertahan ekonya. Ih, masih bisa. Oh, malah mulangin orang.
Frontline, magical thing when that's actually up.
And even without the Echo stunning the Zed, they went to the opposite directions once that front line split. Still a big win for Ice, who we have to give props to for really navigating this into a great spot. The
Bang, itu yang di disk giliran ngambilnya diurutkan dari apa sih Bang? Maksudnya yang di disk? Yang karosel itu diurutin dari di disk, maksudnya di karosel itu yang muter-muter atau yang mana? Kalau yang karosel itu yang muter-muter itu hanya di Discord. Kalau yang di Discord nggak tahu kalau itu acak ya.
I mean, it was a jazz spat though.
The Jazz and Emo, he got 2.
He did, but I was like, how was the Jazz one though? I don't know. He definitely had to pull the Emo one out from good fortune, but that's gonna be
si Salvi masih hidup. Nyawanya 44, udah ke 9 juga dia.
Extra trait in that extra unit in the Dreadsteed.
I said with my outfit for this day 1 that I would give a yeehaw if to a late game board. So here goes my best yeehaw.
Hellsteed is frontline. Tom can't just frontline. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Just adding in the country without really using much more gold. He had exactly enough to go level 9.
Oh, yang karosel. Oh, kalau karosel itu dari nyawanya. Dari nyawa yang terkecil dia buka duluan. Jadi nyawanya masih banyak terakhir. Gitu. Bukannya 2-2. 2 orang. Harusnya bisa menang. Ah, Nggak bisa ternyata. Kena bonekanya Lulu ya. Waduh, Salvi ini kayaknya nggak bisa 8 ini. Placementnya jelek terus. Sampai jam berapa nih Bang? Jam 11-an paling. Masih 2 game ini, kan ini round 4. Setiap hari 6 game. Jam paling 11 setengah 12.
Because there is not much HP in between Qingtian, who is sitting in 2nd, and Weird, who is sitting in 5th.
This has all been about like backline sniping for Weird. He does have the Akali Karthus combo on. Can he find the angles onto some of these big
si Degree udah 10?
And the Annie.
Wow.
Degree, the only player in this lobby currently above 10 HP, trying to eliminate Ice here. It's a fight between Heartsteel.
Si Degree udah 10, harusnya menang gak sih? Menang harusnya. Itu Lucian apa itu anjir? Wih, Bang Dito, Bang Dito datang. Kalau Badito datang kalau nggak ada Kazuo, kalau ada Kazuo dia menghilang.
Ghost board as well. So that just speaks volumes to just how powerful these boards are for the final two players. Yeah, Relic did hit a 2-star Kiana with that pentakill emblem.
He only has 1 emblem. Oh, he has 2 emblems, right? Yeah.
10 penta.
He doesn't have Olaf though.
And as well, he's missing the Olaf. We're in the same story we saw from Taro in
Ya, nggak ada Olafnya tapi guys, bener.
10 KDA, but could not find the Evelyn.
Oh, he's laughing right here. Relics, where is my $1 billion Olaf? Where is he?
$1 billion Olaf.
So unfortunately not going to be on the board right now as Relic is going to go up against Degree.
Lawan Degree 10, level 10.
You see this Lucian in the back just being able to snipe down the front line, and as the front line from Degree swarms to the back, that kill is not long for this world.
Sakit banget anjir Luciannya cuy.
Degree is on top for this 4th game.
Jangan disebut namanya Bang. Tiba-tiba datang ntar dia. Ada flag lagi yang menang. Ada flag. Ada flag. Terus tadi reroll Sena.
And Degree, a player that came into this game with 18 points, now sitting on 26 points after just 4 games. A really great start for an NA player that was considered maybe an underdog, but had a great prep group with Malala, with Replay, with Weijin in his corner, able to find success in this world.
You can't sleep on some of these players that are being considered underdogs right now because they might just show up and win your lobbies. That's going to do it for game number 4. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back...
Short break lagi. Gila, Lucian Turdemek meratakan semua, ya. Break dulu ya sambil ngeliat Discord. Ini ngapain Bang Genji di sini? Tapi nggak ngomong. Ya, ngobrolnya udah nggak seru. Marble boker ya? Anjir. Ini Vegas sama... Ini berapa sih tadi duitnya? Bentar, coba cari info ya. Vegas TFT berapa dianya? Di Liquidpedia. Liquidpedia selalu terdepan. 100.000. Oh, banyak ini sih harusnya. Kalau ini 150 kalau nggak salah. Remix Rumble Championship. Wikipedia tuh udah kayak itu ya, Wikipedianya e-sport ya berarti ya. Iya, gedean ini, gedean 50.000. Gedean 50.000 doang anjir. Mau bayarin sini. Ya guys ya. Cuma beda 50.000 doang gitu. Nggak besar kok. Vegas tuh 100.000. Juara satu aja kali. Kamu masih cuma dapat 100.000. Yang ini dapatnya 150.
Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Remix Rumble World Championship. Game 4 just happened, and I feel like this specific lobby, there were a lot of comps that we didn't really expect to kind of come through as much. Cass, why was that?
Well, so we got a 3-cost lobby, and you know the reason that can happen is there are certain augments that really signal that you want to play around.
50.000-nya bukan rupiah.
So in this case, it was submit to the pit and twin.
Dapat 237 juta.
Udah. Udah aku cek. outside of those bounds.
236 juta.
3 comes through, we get Lulu from the Twin Terror, and then Executioners becomes a line that you can play around a lot more easily because some of
Iya nggak sih?
costs are out of the pool.
Aku salah, enggak deh. Enggak ternyata 1, 2, 3. 2 miliar ya? Berapa sih aja? Aduh, nolnya kebanyakan, Cok. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2 miliar, gejer. Enggak ikutan. Serius juga ikut, enggak lolos dari NE. 2 miliar aja ternyata. Ya boleh. Kapan ya? Biar terus nggak kerja guys ya. Aduh, tapi pajaknya
We had a lot of previously doing really well earlier on throughout the day. Now for mine not really coming together. The Urgot kind of
Ya benar 2 miliar sih.
for Salvi a similar situation. Frontline just
2 miliar 360 juta. Waduh. Bayangin guys, kalau kalian dapat uang 2 miliar 360 juta mau buat apa nih? Hal yang pertama kalian lakukan apa guys?
Because we're so kind, we do want to educate on how to play this augment. So Cass, if you would, go on over to our Telestrator for our technical breakdown presented by HyperX and teach us all a little bit more about how to maneuver
Technical breakdown.
So, the first thing immediately that we're going to look at here is 6. We see that Qingqiang is playing around the Twin Terror, and he knows he's contested because Salvi has already taken the Executioners. So, Qingtan is starting to hold units for Lulu instead because he knows that this pivot is imminent. And as we go forward, we're going to see that he's going to make it to the 3.
Dia tahu loh kalau lo Vex sudah bakal di kontes ya, dia udah mulai nge-hold dulu ya.
The big important note is that Twin Terror is very good for Lulu because multiple copies of Lulu on the board means that she's spreading Hyper Pop across to multiple. So we get to this spot here. We're going to see him sell out of the headliner so that he can start looking for the Lulu. And it's very, very imperative that he's able to find this as early as possible because all these other boards are spiking their rerolls, but he knows that Lulu is open. So 4-1, he's able to go to level 7, have all of this extra
langsung mulai ngerol Lulu kan.
And find the Lulu by holding onto the rolling for days, knowing that he was in a.
Iya, rolling for days-nya juga nggak dipakai juga sih buat ngebantu ngerol.
How you have to play around the Twin Terror when you end up in a spot that is contested.
Buat buka rental PS sama warnet emang masih laku ya? Rental PS sama warnet kalau nggak di kota besar.
I really love that. Thank you so much, Cass, and thank you.
Dan harus yang bagus sekalian.
That tactical breakdown to us. I hope we all learned something today. I sure did. But of course, with that, we also kind of want to see where the standings are. The day is approaching its end, and it's getting closer and closer to actually the halfway check mark of our first phase of the World Championship.
Kalau aku mas paling 1,5 M masukin deposito, lumayan tuh per bulan, dapat banyak gitu, harusnya jutaan per bulan, udah bisa buat hidup sehari-hari tambahan lah. Lainnya, nah itu baru buat.
Yeah, they're looking for we a lot of two rerolls, but we also seen like consistent top 4 plays where people are playing tempo, playing Ari, for example, with good results. So maybe they're testing a little the waters to see day 1, day 2. I'm pretty sure it could bring a few surprises.
Yeah, me too. I am very good and keen on surprises. We're gonna go to a quick break and then
langsung lanjut ke ronde 5 ya, atau game 5 ya. Ini kayaknya studionya sama kayak yang kemarin. Turn up the table. Anjir, surat terbuka untuk panitia TFT Nusantara Open and Riot Indonesia, anjir. Wah, ini menarik nih bacaannya, guys. Bagus sih ini penjelasannya.
A couple seconds ago, you saw us over there. Now we're over here ready to turn up the rumble.
Wow!
I'm here with Counterfeit and Hoopasan. We're very excited to bring you into Game 5, last 2 games of the day. Hoopasan, I play this game where I ask my co-casters for a crazy comp that we haven't seen yet. Is there something you're still wishing for?
Oh, I want the Super Garen. I want the Super Garen, 3-star Garen, infinite with Sentinels. You can get the Ari to heal him, so he gets infinite in the amount of total HP. So I think there's a possibility. Cheche likes to play it, so I'm praying for it.
I hope, I pray as well to be delivered a comp like that. But I mean, with the lobby we've got coming out, we've got some amazing players. Maybe this is a time to bring out all the stops.
Maybe it is. We're going to take a look at the lobby in just a second. But there are some heavy hitter names in there, and I think even some players that we haven't maybe seen a lot just yet. So I'm very excited to
channel tema ada apa nih?
Launnya ada skema kita melakukan spin wheel live, jadi bakal ada 3 player nih yang terpilih menjadi wildcard. Cuman kita lanjut ke round 2 dulu. Jadi di round 2 itu ada 128 player. Oke, 128 player itu ada 16 room. 16 room ini yang menang top satunya itu lanjut ke round 3. Jadi di round 3 tuh langsung ada 16 player. Jumlah matchnya nanti aku jelaskan ya setelah ini. Jadi ada 16 player, yaitu ada 2 room.
Aku nggak bisa nih,
teman-teman nge-lag semua apa beberapa orang saja?
Nge-lag.
Aman ya berarti. Oh mungkin yang nge-lag itu dari jaringan mereka ya. Mungkin bisa dicek lagi jaringannya mas. Oke, itu 2 room. Nah disinilah skema wildcard itu ada. Jadi yang 16 player.
Coba aku buka dari HP, nggak kelihatan PPT-nya anjir. Coba guys kalian masuk ke TM lagi guys. Ada penjelasan lagi tuh.
I'm actually happy because in the last game we started to see 3 cost meta also. We started to see the Lulu. The Ribbon hasn't appeared yet in a good fashion. So I think the meta will still open up a little. But
round 3 tadi. Jadi dari 16 player masing-masing room top-3-nya. Jadi bakal ada sisa 10 player dari top 16. Tambah 3 dari wildcard, jadi totalnya ada 13. Kemudian di wildcard ini ada 13 player, kita bagi jadi 2 room. Jadi ada 1 room itu yang terdiri dari 1 orang, dari 6 player. 1 room lagi terdiri dari 7 player. Oke. Nanti untuk melengkapi isi roomnya itu, admin bakal masuk ke dalam roomnya. Jadi admin bakal menyediakan 3 akun untuk melengkapi, cuman admin akan AFK. Jadi yang main tetap teman-teman, main 1 game, top 1 masing-masing room, lanjut ke babak grand final. Oke. Dan ini skema seperti ini dibuat karena pertimbangan jumlah player untuk ini adalah 8. Dan karena belum adanya juga room custom, jadi kita tidak bisa bermain kurang dari 8. Jadi emang harus fix 8 yang masuk ke dalam room gitu ya. Jadi untuk meminimalisir itu untuk biar tetap lanjut,
Kawan nggak
makanya
ikutan
dibikin
Nusantara,
skema
Bang?
wildcard ini.
Walah, kenapa nggak ikut
Oke.
itu?
Nah, aku lanjut ya, aku coba menjelaskan
Ah, baru
detailnya.
keluar.
Nah, ini skemanya nanti bakal ada 3 round dan wildcard. Oke. Satu room berisikan 8 player. Oke. Jelas teman-teman, muncul nggak itunya untuk layar share screen aku? Oke. Kelihatan ya? Oke, di round 1 sebagaimana yang aku jelasin tadi, teman-teman bermain satu round untuk mendapatkan 131 player dari masing-masing room. Dari sebelumnya total itu 1048 player. Kemudian 128 player ini ada 16 room akan bermain 2 pertandingan. Jadi di round 2 itu ada 2 pertandingan.
Kita nonton ini dulu ya.
Pertandingan, kemudian top satunya lanjut ke final qualifier. Yang mana itu kita detailin tadi, itu ada round 3 ya. Kemudian 3 player sisa round 1 masuk ke babak wildcard. Pemilihannya melalui spin wheel. Jadi nanti kita bakal mengadakan spin wheel juga untuk pemilihan yang masuk ke babak wildcard ini. Biar fair dan biar grupnya tetap berjalan. Oke, lanjut kita ke final qualifier yang mana sebutannya tadi itu round 3. 2 room 16 player akan bermain 3 pertandingan. Oke. Suaranya kedengeran nggak, guys? Aman ya? Oke. Final qualifier itu 2 room, 16 player akan bermain 3 pertandingan. Top 3, which is totalnya itu ada 6 jadinya karena ada 2 room. Top 3 masing-masing room lanjut ke babak grand final. Oke, kemudian wildcard tadi 13 player akan dibagi menjadi 2 room. Kekurangan akan diisi oleh admin dalam kondisi AFK, jadi admin cuma akan idle di dalam room. Kemudian top 1 masing-masing room akan masuk ke babak grand final. Jadi total di grand final ada 8 player. Dan ini final. Aku harap teman-teman mengikuti karena ini skema final kita. Jadi tolong diikuti dan persiapkan diri untuk besok. Aku coba lanjut lagi untuk turnamen flow-nya. Oke, aku lanjut ke turnamen flow. Yang mana pertandingan akan berjalan dengan sistem mandatori. Jadi nanti kontak teman-teman akan di-share di sini. Di grup ini, di Discord ini.
Kok
Terus
bisa
teman-teman
KTP
akan
hilang?
saling janjian dan menghubungi untuk open room. Jadi saranku setelah nanti kontak di-share, baru teman-teman saranku untuk grouping dulu. Grouping dan pastikan teman yang di dalam satu room tuh main semua. Kemudian top 1 setiap roundnya wajib mengirim bukti hasil pertandingan ke Discord sesuai grup masing-masing. Jadi kalau teman-teman lihat di channel ini ada 4 pembagian. Sebenarnya ABCD itu tuh adalah admin, masing-masing admin nanti. Jadi satu grup tuh ada satu admin yang megang. Oke. Nanti top 1-nya setiap round wajib mengirim bukti hasil pertandingan ke grup masing-masing dengan format, nama dan lain-lain. Oke. Kita lanjut ke point table. Nah, point table-nya ini mungkin teman-teman udah tahu juga. Jadi ini cuman kebalikannya saja. Jadi rank 1.8, 27 3 6 poin, peringkat 4 5 poin, 6 4 poin, 7 2 poin, 1 poin. Oke. Dan tiebreaker-nya itu adalah kita menghitung untuk highest number of #1. Jadi teman-teman yang #1 terbanyak akan dihitung, dan kalau tetap sama maka akan dihitung posisi tertinggi dari round sebelumnya. Jadi tiebreaker-nya ada 2. Oke. Kita lanjut, ini untuk
Males
yang umum
beli
ya.
baru aja.
Kewarganegaraan wajib Indonesia
Poinnya.
dan
Tahel.
wajib Indonesia, karena nanti untuk kapan itu kita bakal menyediakan akomodasi juga untuk teman-teman yang
Ada
masuk ke top
akomodasi.
8
Nggak tinggal di
akan
Rohingya
disediakan
itu.
akomodasi dan fasilitas selama di sini nanti ketika grand
Kamu lihat.
final.
Ya udah
Oke.
kita lihat.
Kemudian nickname itu tuh kalau bisa jangan ada yang diganti lagi, karena nickname yang valid adalah nickname yang terdaftar sesuai dengan form yang teman-teman isi. Kemudian jika ada yang mengganti atau tidak sesuai dengan form yang teman-teman isi, maka akan dianggap walkout. Kemudian pastikan nickname-nya tidak mengandung unsur sara, politik, ujaran kebencian, dan lain-lain. Oke, untuk tanggung jawab pemain, selama fase kualifikasi, device atau perangkat yang digunakan oleh player, jadi device yang teman-teman gunakan itu tuh tanggung jawab teman-teman. Jadi kalau selama fase kualifikasi ini karena kita masih online, jadi itu tuh menjadi tanggung jawab teman-teman. Begitu juga koneksi. Jadi kita tidak memberikan toleransi, sehingga teman-teman harus mempersiapkan nih, kalau udah mau ikut harus dipersiapkan dulu device dan koneksinya. Jelas nggak suaranya guys? Aman nggak? Aman ya? Oke. Oke, lanjut ya. Kita lanjut dulu.
Membaca
Nah, ini device yang
chatnya
poin-poin
seru
tadi.
sekali. Udah 52 loh, gue udah
Teman-teman
ketinggalan ini.
harus mempersiapkan device selama fase kualifikasi. Kecuali nanti pada fase grand final ya. Grand final itu nanti device-nya akan disediakan oleh panitia. Oke. Kita lanjut. Nah, ini mungkin teman-teman bisa ikutin juga, bisa dicatat juga untuk
Pasti kamu nggak mau kerja.
perilaku-perilaku yang
Gratis
dilarang.
mulu.
Yang mana yang pertama itu adalah kolusi, segala bentuk kolusi dengan pemain lain dilarang. Jadi teman-teman nggak boleh bekerja sama untuk mendapatkan keuntungan. Jadi kita ikut kompetisi, jadi harus kompetitif, tidak boleh saling bekerja sama untuk menjatuhkan pemain lain gitu. Atau sengaja kalah dalam pertandingan untuk mendapatkan kompensasi.
Menurut ini banyak yang nggak hadir besok, sumpah.
Seperti
Terus
berupa
ntar,
sogokan.
wah, bingung ada harus
sengaja
full
kalah
ya.
dari pihak
Terus kalau nggak full
player
gimana
lain.
bang ini caranya? Anjir.
Kemudian dilarang menggunakan segala bentuk program tambahan atau program kecurangan seperti cheat. Kalau ada teman-teman yang mau menggunakan cheat itu dilarang. Dilarang mengeksploitasi bug yang ada di dalam game demi mencari keuntungan pribadi. Oke. Kemudian dilarang menyebarluaskan data player yang sudah tercantum di grup. Nah, ini boleh dicatat juga. Jadi nanti kita akan memberikan informasi kontak teman-teman di grup ini. Cuman jika ada yang kedapatan menghubungi atau nge-spam nomor dari teman-teman di sini yang mana itu tidak berhubungan dengan turnamen, bisa laporkan ke admin. Nanti bakal ditindaklanjuti. Jadi bakal dipertimbangkan slotnya untuk mengikuti
keburu waktu mereka
kita selanjutnya. Oke. Kita lanjut. Nah, ini konsekuensi. Jadi ada beberapa konsekuensi untuk pelanggaran ringan seperti umpatan akan diberikan keringanan, kemudian pelanggaran berat seperti terlambat atau menggunakan
kalau masuk
program
final
ilegal
atau
dikasih
menghubungi
nomor WhatsApp yang tercantum di data player yang di luar tujuan pertandingan atau menyebarluaskan tertera namun tidak terbatas akan langsung didiskualifikasi.
Tapi kalau kayaknya kalau buat Dava sih tidur di bundaran HI aja sih.
Oke. Kita lanjut.
Pakai tenda tapi kalau Dava nanti.
Check-in. Kemudian keterlambatan. Nah, ini teman-teman bisa dicatat juga. Nanti aku akan berikan rundown. Jadi, selama fase online kualifikasi, setiap pemain akan diberikan tenggat waktu 15 menit.
Ada Bang Yandi tuh.
Waktu keterlambatan. Jadi, teman-teman misalkan startnya itu di jam 17.00. Tapi sebelumnya teman-teman sudah saling menghubungi, sudah saling mengajak untuk masuk ke dalam room, dan ternyata ada satu orang yang telat. Teman-teman bisa kirim bukti hasil chatnya itu ke grup. Jadi teman-teman kirim bukti hasil chatnya ke grup dan kasih tahu ke admin kalau mereka ini telat dan akan langsung didiskualifikasi. Oke.
Karena ada kos kamu, Om.
Lanjut. Nah, ini untuk prize pool breakdown-nya, yang mana itu ada 30 juta. Teman-teman bisa lihat sendiri juga nanti.
Ada sih kamar ntar bisa.
Oke. Sudah selesai teman-teman. Mungkin kalau ada yang mau bertanya silahkan langsung satu-satu tapi ya. Oke. Ini ada dari Kapten Gizmo per ronde. Misal kualifikasi 1 itu bakal main berapa match? Apakah cuma 1 match aja apa gimana? Nah, untuk kualifikasi round 1 itu tuh mainnya 1 match sebagaimana udah dijelasin tadi. Round 2 itu 2 match. Kemudian round 3 itu 3 match. Nah, untuk grand finalnya itu nanti ada 6 match. Terus yang nggak masuk rank 1 itu auto gugur. Oke. Ya, betul. Karena kita untuk mengkualifikasi dari teman-teman player. Jadi, untuk round 1 itu tuh kita cuman bikin 1 pertandingan. Jadi emang pure yang top 1 saja lolos ke babak selanjutnya. Oke. Sistem poin ini digunakan untuk gunanya atau arahnya kemana. Sistem poin ini kita gunakan ketika match yang ada 2 pertandingan atau 3 pertandingan atau
mending nonton lebih. Ini aja nggak sih, nonton World?
Oke, lanjut. Nah, ini untuk third party yang untuk melihat battle stat itu selama kualifikasi diperbolehkan. Jadi pakai tools kayak Mobalytics itu kan sebenarnya untuk ngelihat meta ya. Kalau selagi melihat meta untuk seperti website third party Mobalytics itu boleh. Bagan kapan keluar? Bagan akan di-share setelah ini. Oke. Lanjut. Overlay boleh.
Oke, overlay boleh ya. Dicatat itu ya.
PowerPoint ini nanti bakal di-share. Oke. Bagan nanti akan di-share.
Pusing aku. Nonton LCK apaan?
Nah, ini juga diinfokan sebagaimana sebelum registrasi saya sudah tanya ke IG TFT apakah boleh join walaupun sedang di luar negeri. Nah, ini untuk Mas Nikinik ya mungkin kita itu karena ada rangkaian acaranya offline jadi kita lebih prefer untuk player-player yang lagi ada stay di Indonesia. Makanya kita infokan untuk yang tidak ada di Indonesia itu tidak bisa ikut bermain. Oke.
Wah, ajaib banget. Lagi nih. Sepuh-sepuhnya pada keluar nih. Dari top 108 kenapa gak diambil top 2 tiap lobby sisa 32 pemain sama dengan 4 lobby ya kayak ini kan. Kayak World ini kan 2 hari kan 32 pemain kan.
Oke, mungkin di sini kita sekalian diskusi juga untuk teman-teman apakah setuju dan tidak kesusahankah jika hanya Discord saja yang di-share?
Turnya sokor. Dikirim aja lah PPT-nya anjir. Coy.
Oke, berarti nanti setelah ini aku bakal share, edit lagi untuk pembagian roomnya, pembagian room masing-masing player. Kemudian nanti teman-teman diharapkan untuk saling berhubungan melalui Discord. Tapi
Nggak apa-apa,
jika
malah
ada
bagus
juga yang
overloaded
ternyata
gitu.
nih Discord
Nggak apa-apa,
nggak aktif
overloaded.
atau nggak bisa di-tag
Overloaded
atau
tuh malah
nggak bisa
bagus
dihubungi,
buat ngecek
teman-teman
ombak,
bisa
membuat
hubungi
tetap
admin.
maksudnya yang
Jadi admin
kecil
kita
pun
itu
masih
ada
bisa
4 orang,
berkompet
yang
gitu.
namanya
Untuk di
itu
Indonesia
ada
cukup
Hugh,
butuh kayak gitu sih.
ada
Kalau di
juga
ENA kan udah terstruktur
Dapa
banyak
Kawa,
yang
ada Rai,
pro-nya.
pokoknya
Kalau yang
admin yang ada
di
role
Indonesia kan masih belum ya. Jadi orang-orang yang
TFT,
maksudnya unrank kan ada yang main
mod.
unrank,
Jadi
silver gitu-gitu.
teman-teman bisa chat ke sana. Jadi misalkan jadi teman-teman bisa
Tetap
coba
harus
chat
open
dulu
kayak
sekarang.
menurut
Jadi
gue kalau
kalau dia
Indonesia.
tidak ada respon, bisa minta nomor WhatsApp-nya ke admin.
Dia juga biar
Oke,
ngajakin orang-orang yang nggak main TFT buat ayo gabung sini nih. Gua ada turnamen gede nih di tempat lu
Oke
Magic
ya,
Chess nggak ada kan
berarti
gitu.
untuk data yang di-share setelah ini adalah data Discord saja. Oke, ini ada
Gitu.
pertanyaan dari 18, kenapa nggak diambil top 2 tiap lobby 32 pemain? Untuk skema udah tidak bisa diganggu gugat lagi
Nah,
ya guys,
skema udah
karena
nggak
ini
bisa
ada
gugat.
pertimbangan hari juga, karena kita diberikan keterbatasan hari untuk kualifikasi. Round 1 berapa game? Round 1 tadi
Udah, tidak ada harapan. Jadi kita mending menonton ini saja. Loh, kok ini di sini aja? Ya, mending nonton ini aja. Nanti kabarin ya yang nonton itu.
So we're running a headliner now for view. I think we need to check in there.
No, it'll definitely be really interesting to see if that it does end up being our.
Wah, ada yang main disco kan?
So we'll take again stock of where we are.
Di Dusar?
The multiple win streaks up at the top as the 2-star comes in, and he called it exactly right, makes it's NAR time.
Anjir, aja yang main pakai kotak doang guys.
He could be using the NAR for
Si
now,
Sobio.
but he doesn't have items for kill. So this is actually a tough spot. He has the spatula. He could go for the pentakill spot. He could go for tempo, but if he goes tempo, he will not use the alma of the duplicator. So this is a tough spot. And we can see it in the face of Sobayo. This is not the spot he wants to be, but I really think that he could get at least an idea of what to play and try to commit to that to get an advantage.
Kalau nggak main bagus main kayak apa penta biasa nggak sih?
Hold on to the Senas. Of course, right now you're not making econ.
Ini finalnya di IKN kan om? Belum di IKN.
Trying to get that economy up.
Di Food Estate IKN sih. Jakarta, mainnya di Jakarta aja.
Other players down. We'll see how it goes. For now, it's definitely going to be good enough.
Sambil makan jagung. Yang jagung nggak bakar ya.
Ideal, but you're up against the blood money player, of course. So you're always going to have someone who's out to get you. We do have a spatula on the carousel. We've got 2 players with spatulas in inventory.
And Sobao goes
Iya.
for it, doing
Gue juga, maksudnya kasihan juga buat yang pro player. Jadi round pertama tuh cuma isinya hoki doang, lu harus hoki gitu. Round 2 ya 50-50 lah. Round 1-nya aja yang keras anjir. Butuh perfect play banget.
Sorry, just watching UAE and Soccer just
harus hati-hati banget berarti. Game pertama.
Apparently they're still in pretty good spirits at this point.
That's always great.
Dapat jagung bakar ya. Lah, kan nanam singkong keluarnya jagung.
Counterfeit very much expected if you get that together, and very nice for Bio. Maybe even an out for a situation where he would have been pressed otherwise with no items on the
Oh, Israel?
This is a tough
Whoa!
roll down for Eggy, trying to look for direction. He
Si
has the
Eggy.
kill too, but he didn't find like anything that really gives him an opportunity here. And now
Dia mau main apa anjir? Yone ya?
He doesn't have a headliner, and he has to pick what he's going to. He's going to go, I believe, for this Jone. That could be a possibility for him, or maybe go for the A-bit and try to hold this Jone. That would
Mau main apa dia? Aku masih bingung sih sama si Egy sih ini. Si Egy ini dari saya, tapi poinnya 22 dia anjir, poinnya gede banget si Egy.
Normally is the telltale sign of somebody wanting to find that Riven specifically. Is
Dia
also
mau main Riven
not
sih.
going for the headliner in the shop, has the 8 bits on the bench like you mentioned. I think that's exactly what the plan is. Oh,
Well, the plans just changed. Apparently.
Plans changed.
I mean, we haven't been seeing the crowd timer Yone reroll coming through, but maybe needs must. She said, you know, we spent a lot of health trying to
Iya
get
dah Pak. Pasti dibakar langsung.
Can't put together a comp after that.
Ya kali enggak.
We were talking about this after Peter or before. There's some places where you have to risk, and he doesn't have goal, so now he has to go. For the Yone, try to hit him early and maybe fight for a top 4, a top 5, and this is the position he got in.
Yakin deh, gue agak kurang ini si Egy nih.
For Eggy, personally speaking,
Yeah.
of course still some Jonas left in the pool there.
Kurang kuat nggak sih?
Without an augment, the economy has been ruined. The blood money, for the most part, has already come in, and now you're looking at a potential third augment that is going to be prismatics, which means
Si Yone juga nggak kuat harusnya. Itu bagusnya item Riven, tapi Rivennya nggak dapet.
what you're getting, right? So.
I do think, absolutely, it's incredibly important to get that Yone online for when that spike comes in, because, you know, at least once the Yone 3 hits, he's going to be very powerful in the immediate. Maybe if we find something that can enable him strongly and switch more to crowd diver.
Menurut gue si Egy ini mencoba hero banget ini.
Crowd diver try to go for the scaling of the crowd diver, not only the CC, but trying to get the fight to last us longer, to get that incremental in power. And now we have the neutrals. Let's see if the items accompany. He needs an item also for scaling. Ideally, maybe a Titans, and now Ryu.
Harusnya sih Riven paling bagus tetap itu item. Udah kayak gitu.
We have Super Jacks as a possibility, only 2 left.
Makanya pakai flare roam sekalian penghijauan.
Man, you guys couldn't have said a Yone reroll or something. And I feel like I kind of jinxed that. I'm very sorry, I guess.
Why are you sorry?
Also seeing the Jacks come out here from CUE, and that is crazy to me. We have so many weird
Oh, Ryu main Jax.
on the back of everybody.
Ini lagi weird nih, anjir lobbynya, cowok.
Yeah,
Mau main Jax, wah Jaxnya kurang 1.
You know, certainly, you know, with the Edge of Night in there, that's going to give you a lot more room to maneuver. We're making sure Jax doesn't get wiped out immediately. But we've got
Echo 3
coming in.
Sako with the Echo 3 stars. He's waiting for the last moment. He doesn't want to tell the rest of the lobby that he has it. And he
Udah susah recover goldnya ya.
have like the best damage still, but this Echo will give him enough time for the rest of the
Dapat Yorick juga.
And the Jax.
What just happened?
We got it.
We got the Jags 3 online.
Pas juga dapat Yorick aja buat namosernya. Kalau mau.
Online there for Bio, so a lot of upgrades being hit just now, and you're looking at
Jack is coming back guys.
It's gonna get tough, but of course we are now
Wah itu dia tuh. Waduh.
See how they pair up, and Jax just does not find that backline.
Itu kok bisa gold ya? Dapat super fan berarti. Gold anjir. Radiant aja. Prismatic time.
Combat elements coming for Ren. You have binary, amazing in this stage of the game, having the possibility
Benernya airdrop.
of multiple tanks and multiple carries.
Saka just found hologram, rolls down, finds the Lulu headline.
Wah anjir pas banget anjir dapat hologram.
What is that coming out of China? Insanely hitting that comp there, getting it together. Of course, needs a few more copies to get the.
Si Salvi bingung tuh.
But that's the ideal for the Lulu reroll.
We've got some other comps coming together though.
Si Egy ngambil apa? Oh, si Egy ngambil itu. Oh, tetap main Riven itu. Tuh kan, tetap main Riven. Rivennya kurang 1. Rivennya kurang 1, guys.
The whole board and he's one away.
Rivennya kurang 1 anjir.
It's not the best spot. He goes for Freaky Friday. And I think it's good. Today's Friday, right?
That's true.
So that's
Today's Friday lah. Si anjir lah. Cocoknya cok. Tolong dong.
Somewhat contested for at least a little while. Center there, but we can see.
Ada yang ngambil telur emang.
We know how good she is against the backline comps. Usually, doesn't actually manage to get onto the other center quite in time though.
So the big thing for me here is that we're one copy away from that Riven 3, and that is just so good for Eggy. Eggy and Saka both in that Auckland, completely finding direction, finding salvation even, with turning it around, and Eggy just, there it is.
Adet anjir.
Cooking, and we've got ourselves a feast. That is fantastic.
It's got it. Got him.
You know, up at the top with a massive win streak. Chete down at the bottom. Everybody
Anjay.
half the lobby is having the money taken out.
Dah ini dah diem doang ini. Diem dulu.
Here and now.
Baru second backup, baru second backup.
1v9 champion that you can have in the game, so all the resource has to go to her. You only need the Mordekaiser actually to break a little the armor or the front, and then Riven is capable of doing a disaster in the rest of the composition of the enemy.
Jax-nya ditinggalin anjir. Oke, mau buy one sama Jax kayaknya. Riven-nya.
But the Riven in the end getting the win.
That was a challenger AI Riven.
It was
dodging that Jax wherever she could. Fantastic.
Nggak berani lah di sini ambil telur, tiba-tiba kena kutukan telur, kalah malahnya.
Let's go to the carousel. Chiche, the only one with a spatula left open, so no extra spatula for a second tactician's crown.
Yeah, let's see what he goes for. He goes for the tier. So Cheche with the possibility of Emo's pad in his comp. I don't know if it's the best for the idea. He's going for Heartsteel, so maybe the spot will still stay open, and he has a possibility of using it in terms, I don't know, if he get a Poppy, he can get the 2 Emo in and have a little mana for them.
Something that we haven't really spoken about too much thus far is our Heartsteel players. And we're seeing Cheche, who you just mentioned, and Ice also on that Heartsteel. Ice picking up more econ as he is moving through these stages here, is also on a Caitlyn with 3 items right now that I don't know if she's going to stay, but definitely interesting and something to keep in mind.
Yeah, she's got the 2 Infinity Edges and the red buff there, which is an enormous amount of punch. We know, I think as you're implying, we could absolutely go to an edge roll as an alternative. But Cheche, let's take a closer dive into what he's doing, because he's not got that much ground to get out of this game with.
For sure, he's only slamming Emo to give Poppy a little more power, and he's depending a lot on his carry. He's using binary, so his carries are actually pretty good. Let's see if it's enough. Ezra is only 1 star, and he's facing the Riven. The Riven, no CC is possible for her. Accessing the backline, trying to hit, but she's stuck in the sack. It could be enough. He's trying to brother. The set hitting a lot. Control damage going into place, so it's good for Cheche. He has at least 1 more life to fight it out.
I was going to say, in that one, definitely the Ezra wasn't the tool for the job, but having the Zed in the mix as well, as absolutely, Cheche finds everything he needs to pull back from the brink.
Speaking of finding everything you need, Salvi here 1 copy away from the Senna. Couldn't find the Echo 2 even, because other players are holding an Echo 3. A little bit of a contest going on there, and is down to the last couple gold coins. Really, really unfortunate. If that Senna does not naturally come around, Salvi is going to be there with this back against the wall.
Danger zone for Eggy. He only has 1 life if he's hitting like a lot. He's facing Ice, and on the other place, Cheche facing Salvi, both in possibility of getting eliminated in this round, Peter.
Oh boy, you can see the Ezreal creeping his way around.
Okay.
The fight, the Senna's definitely not getting her damage exactly where it needs to be. And both carries are being left alive at the end. Eggy may be okay.
Yang penting gak 14.
Cheche gets out of it as well.
Butuh Lucian Caitlyn-nya butuh 2 sih.
The lower part of these lobbies
butuh tambahan second carry.
You're looking towards the top at players like Saka and Ice, and they're just so happy and healthy up there.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable. You're amazing. There are like 4 players fighting the final 5 places. And now we're looking at a little of Sobio also getting the binary and also having...
Iya, 5 super fan anjir ini si Sobio anjir, GG cowok. Itu radiannya mantep anjir. Cuy.
Even though not a safe zone, he now needs the
wah, dapat Destek Gunblade-nya. Ngambil BF support aja. Tapi itemnya binary drop juga kan?
Roughly in the same point in the middle of the table. They have been able to keep a decent amount of gold going as Salvi finally finds what he was looking for. But we've got Jediso, of course, who pushed Salvi out of his line of play with the 3-star Gragas, the 2 healthy. It's not a ball we see too often in these parts.
Well, no 2 healthy. He rolled that one away.
Oh, no, he
didn't want to go for it. I understand how you got there, though. I also wanted to believe in that dream of the 2 healthy, but
Tuh healthy, tapi nggak tuh healthy ya. Gila sih. Salah bahasa. Si Sake sih ini gila aja, nyawanya masih banyak, 89 aja. Dengan Lulurida lah.
It's quite unfortunate. He just found that Senna to try and get him back into the playing field here. Now he hits Saka, who's on a 13 win streak, arguably dominating the
Salvi-nya kalah lagi tuh.
another loss, knocking him down to 1 life essentially.
I don't think there's any argument there. That's an astonishing performance and also a massive
Wah, Jedusor nyawanya tinggal 1. Last stand 2 loh. Jelek banget anjir itemnya. Aduh.
Blitzcrank, he finally gets the Sentinel. Maybe a possibility for him.
Apa ini nggak jadi, Cok?
He has the 6. Maybe try to find a spot for him, but he has to stay.
Nggak bisa.
Frontline, so not the best position.
Butuh frontline ini. Kalah harusnya ini. Jedusor nggak kuat.
This is Make's fault. I have to say it. This is Make's fault.
What do you mean?
Disco? Yeah, you're not trusting Disco.
Just not
A little more faith in the comp, please.
Sorry. It is not good, and it is going.
Lawannya langsung turun damage Sena.
From EMEA, they're both wanting to get.
Lawannya langsung Sena, ketemunya bocor hilang anjir depannya anjir. Nggak kuat. Pulang Disco pulang.
I mean, it really reminds me of what we see for the Seraphine comp, as Jedusor will be our first player eliminated, despite having the assistance of a 3-star Gragas. You know, the center AoE, much like in Seraphine, able to punish the Disco comps wherever they come from.
Now we're looking at Cheche. We find Ice now, trying to make the roll down, looking to change his comp at level 9, and he gets the Jin at level 9, 2% possibility of legendary, and he has it. He has an angel in his back.
I mean, there's a reason why he's on 27 points right now. He's a monster, and he's going to take over the lobby.
That is exactly the Jazz Heartsteel comp that we were talking about, and we're going to see a little bit more from it. Cheche here with Ezreal, of course, not as strong, but can the Ezreal survive against that Riven as she is trying to find him on the right-hand side? Both of these units, heavy AI, always a little bit of moving. On the left-hand side, we're seeing Eggy's board eliminate Salvi, unfortunately.
Oh boy, our EMEA players tearing each other down and then falling out in short order. That is a rough showing. We're really hoping to see Salvi turn things around, but does
bener kan Disco-nya eliminated.
Alive for Latam with a good victory again. He has been with 1 HP since a lot of rounds, so this is a good possibility.
Gimana si Egi? Oh, si Egi naik ya.
7th place with a great board, trying to get to the top 4.
We certainly got all the component pieces. We
Egi kurang.
Airdrop in place for multiple carries.
Terus sih kurang Viego-nya betul 2.
Cheche's board as well for an additional carry.
Bio not able to join.
Si Cheche sih bisa menang sih ini dengan seperti ini ya.
For sure, but I do want to point
Si
out
Sake
still hasn't found the Lulu 3. All of that domination that we've seen so far is on the back of Lulu 2, and as I said that,
ada Zig 2 apa?
Like, she's just hiding the whole time, waiting to surprise.
Oh, si Ice menggunakan 4 big shot.
Good boards coming together here. Ice, our tournament leader right now, we're seeing a massive collision here.
For sure, massive itemization for Cheche with good damage for Ice.
Bang, ada yang berantem di DC mau gelut katanya. Siapa sih itu? Si Ponyo sama itu. Kayaknya yang tadi yang itu Ponyo sama si apa itu? Tapi gak kuat. Ice keluar.
Just a few more seconds. The answer is no, and Ice is going to take a huge hit.
This is the cash out for Cheche, Peter. Let's see what he had. Oh, a little goal. Not bad. Not what you're looking for. You want an item for that. Lucian, he has like a...
Dia butuh atom sih. Mah dapetnya unit aja. Langke emang lu still. Kasian anjir, kasih item, Cok. Mah dikasih unit.
You can see, you know, Cheche has going for max.
Di unitnya, itemnya nanggung-nanggung. Ya emang buat aktivasi binary dropnya ya. Waduh, lawannya ini langsung Kill Radian. Waduh, gak bisa itu. Beneran gak bisa killnya Radian, Cok. Gak bakal bisa, sumpah. Udah pernah mencoba saya ya, sangat mengerikan.
You can't spell kale without scale. That's
Berarti datang Bang Renal, datang nggak buat nonton orang gelut?
Look, I know you're an educator, but Kale is a deleter.
She sure is, and that is our top 3. Eggy on the back of that Riven and kind of finding the Freaky Friday, playing around that, playing very risky, even picking up that Yone, thinking about it, and then being kind of boxed out there in the end, making it into the top 3. Bio and Saka still up there as well. And it could go either way, although I do think there is a clear favorite in this trio.
Who's your favorite, Peter? Do you have a favorite?
Oh, I mean, I'm here for Eggy, honestly.
Nah, Romeo udah keluaran.
Do it for the fans.
Romeo udah keluar.
For the Eggy, I don't even know what Eggy's fans are called, but I'm hoping it's little Eggies.
I don't think so.
No?
Nih, poltingan grup. Oh, udah keluar grupnya.
I think you should rather be in Bio's team because we're running the 5
Nanti
super
dah.
fans. We have the emblem here, and that Kale, we saw her before.
Santai.
She is strong.
Yeah, with the Radiant Ice.
Saat Nusantara Open.
An absolute beast. We've even got the potential.
Aduh, Viagonya kurang anjir buat si Eggy, cowok. Nanggung banget dah. Udah lawan kill ini harus si itunya harus ke Rivennya harus ke kill langsung gitu. Mordekaiser ini aduh bisa. Nice. Nice. Eggy menang ya, Eggy menang guys dari saya guys. Let's go. Eggy telur biji endok tigan apalagi guys. Telur endok tigan
Eggy will get the ghost because
endok
we already confirmed with the source though, Saka and Sobio with the actual fight.
All right, we'll see what the actual fight ends up being. The HP Turtle Saka
si Eggy ketawa-ketawa tuh lihat tuh.
Doesn't have metabolic, doesn't have tiny as Titans, just has an absolute.
Tuh dia main di kamarnya adiknya bagaimana tuh? Tingkat 2. Rivennya langsung ke Lulu. Nice. Nice banget langsung ke Lulu tadi anjir. Harusnya si Eggy bisa 3 besar, 2 besar. Udah top tuh. Viegonya kurang anjir.
To avoid the CC, the crowd control that she will get once the CC immunity falls down. So if she's capable to access in the backline, eliminating rapidly the same.
Bang Renal masih kerja, nggak mau nemenin aku.
We're looking at Saka's board. We've got the one big tank in the Echo, but all of the other tanks are relatively mild. So
di kosan Om, iya. Gak mungkin kalau aku nggak di kosan kayak gitu. Waduh, langsung ditemuin Echo ya. Tapi tetap nggak bisa Riven. Rivennya mati. Waduh, Rivennya mati guys. No.
Is going to claim one more lobby here in game number 5.
Saving HP for the next round. Amazing performance.
I'm pretty sure he should get some bonus HP. You can put it on layaway. But I mean, that was a huge result there.
Harusnya Rivennya digeser dikit, digeser tuh.
Got the big win. And Ice, who was the leader of the tournament, taking a low finish means that opens
Aku sama lobby apa ya?
I really loved seeing the prismatics come in.
Ini menang serem.
Selling off the Seraphine, just eating into the loop.
Nah, kok not fun anjir, cowok.
So cool and really exciting. But of course, our analyst desk is going to tell you more about that. We're going to hear from them in just a little bit.
Berarti di sini nggak ada.
We want you to stay tuned.
Di grup BP ini.
We're going to be right back.
Oh ini nih.
What is going on?
It's not a two-way contest. Apparently, we had it all.
Di ini aku.
They know what's up. Three-way contest all the way to the back.
Di grup D aku. Next level. Iseng-iseng coba cari di LOL chess.
Is going to claim one more lobby here in game number.
14.5, we do have a few surprises for you though. So 14.5 will not be a small patch. We've got an exciting buff for Crab Rave.
Monster Cat. Anjir, kenapa pakai lagu ini aja? Muhahaha. Wah, ada masternya, guys. Mana di flag dong dia ini. Ya, ada masternya, Cok, di tempat gua. Satu aja lah masternya, jangan banyak-banyak. Hah? Hah? Kok nggak ada orangnya? Ah, Platinum. Marap. Diamond. Apa ya, edit flag? Enter damage eco area. Wait, lihat pas dia juara satunya kayak apa? Oh. Wow. Main kali terdemek. Yasuo. Aku masuk grup ini, grup D. Lobbyku lumayan keras nih. Oke, berarti master ya, sama-sama ada 2 master, rata sih. Rata sih. Masih paling yang harus dicek dulu. Ya, main di flag deh. Satu di flag. Nah, di flag ya. Dia bakal di flag berarti. Aman lah, round 1 masih lolos. Amin, ya Allah, amin, please. Bismillah. Win rate ku lumayan gede juga ya, 16,4. Itu ya, aku bakal kontes paling. Yaudah, ya deflect juga. Tapi lebih main konservatif sih, main apa namanya, menang aja, jangan main kalah. Harusnya kalau dilihat tadi gak ada yang main deflect sih, coba kita ngecek lagi. Mumpung masih
We are now past game number 5, and this is where things are gonna start to get really high stakes for our players as they look at crossing that halfway point for that best of 12.
And for my region, EMEA, not a good game to look at. Yeduzor was coming into in the top 8. Caretaker is chosen as an augment. It's a good augment in a 2
main kill role, main
you play Katarina,
Lebih ke vertikal nggak sih ini? Ya kayak di pentakill.
Could have maybe just used the Gragas for econ, but instead tried to go down that line, did not want to give up on it. And we've seen this fail many times already today on this day one. Unfortunate 8.
Yang diamondnya
Solvi playing Senna, much of the same story. Hit that stage 5, which is obviously far too late tempo-wise to hit your 2-cost 3
Kayaknya gue harus ngekip hari Akali.
For a player that was a favorite coming in.
Ya kayaknya gue harus main itu sih. Tadi flex.
The biggest day of Solvi's TFT career.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate to see.
Ya, kayak harus ngekontes sama si orang ini.
But there were some players
Who is gonna win? Eddie Flag is win the game. Semoga.
A little bit of help from those super fans.
Aku pengen lihat Bang Dudut sih di lobby mana.
The thing that was unique about his position is he actually found a tactician's crown and a super fan emblem, so it allowed him to actually play all 5 super fans on the board. And that Radiant Ginsu is so incredibly strong on Kale.
Ini Bang Dudut.
To kind of save a lot of HP and only lost to the.
Wah, Bang Dudut kita membak Fabian.
And what I really love
pasti ngamuk nih.
For a Gunblade at the end of the game, so we could keep that Mordekaiser 2 rolling on.
And fights get even faster in that late game where you don't have enough time to get the value from 2 scaling rage blades. Instead, you need that healing, the upgrade to even have 1 rage blade do anything. So I think
no way.
The really big thing of it was he had binary airdrop. So on top of this, he's got the super fan item. He only has to put 1 other item on Kale, and then he gets the extra item from there. So it allows him to itemize all of his pentakills, itemize the stronger super fans, such as having the Nico with additional items to make the front line better. Just overall, it was a really cool utilization of 5 superfan that we really don't get to see very often because you just don't have enough unit slots to play it, and you're not going to play headliner superfans.
Yeah, I mean, Cheche didn't even have the superfans online, was playing one of those 80 flex boards, but you saw how much value that binary airdrop was also providing to that board, and we can see just how high cap some of those 80 flex boards can be when you have all of those items at your disposal. But what about some players that, okay, they hit the reroll, but maybe not the one that they were expecting.
We saw a cool transition from Eggy where he
Anjir, bunuh-bunuhan ini, Cok.
For sure he had the QSS, which is the best item for the Riven.
Gimana Bang cara ngilangin border kemarin profile itu?
This is a very first or 8 line in the Riven, and it actually is his most played in the road to Southeast Asia. I don't really recommend it.
Alhamdulillah Bang, saya kan udah auto kurang 1. Iya. Tapi juga kasihan juga. Kenapa di round 1 langsung bunuh-bunuhan? Aduh, pengen melihat loh 2 orang ini kan, paling nggak di final gitu kan, biar seru. Anjir, langsung bunuh-bunuhan di round 1, anjir.
It was crazy because on 4-1 he actually finds
Lemoyre.
headliner, right? So it's 4-1, then he sees hologram and he's like, oh, well, I guess this is a Lulu game. That seems pretty good. Rolls a couple times. Oh, headliner Lulu. All right. What's next?
Sometimes it's just not fair.
Sekarang aku mau lihat Bang Air Liur.
Some of these players can be, but there are
Liur aja sih.
players that need to figure out where that fortune is
Mesti
going
ada.
to lie. As we look at our bottom 16, it even feels hard to say that, knowing that
ini kayak berdasarkan daftar deh.
so incredibly good, but even with
iya kan?
that win, Saka is just on that cusp of that top 16.
And big favorites like Bintum and Volta also need to mount a heroic comeback in this next game and all of day 2 to try and make it in that top 8.
I think the biggest thing here is that there
Berbagi lagi Bang, terakhir game terakhir.
on the graph we just saw. So go NA.
Yeah, I mean, look at the degree at the very top of the table.
Wah anjir, NA guys. Di shop degree.
The practice and the work he put in coming in has really
Kejaos.
got to see him play lines that he was not very successful.
Egi masuk juga coy, Egi coy. Dibilangin Egi tuh jago. Gak mungkin gak kepilih championship anjir. Beneran dia membuktikan kan masuk 8 besar.
50% first place rate for degree so far. It has to be
Ada dia, aku lupa namanya. Bang Alexander.
Second place in the standings in his second World Championship, one in League of Legends, now in TFT. This guy is really making history.
Nih, kapital.
It's amazing seeing just the type of mark that these players are now putting on these lobbies, and the players still have one more game to go in the lobbies that we had in game number 5. So for the final game of day 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships, we are sending it back over to our casters, which are Counterfeit, Makes, and Hupison.
Okay,
Thank you so much, Necra, and thank you, Analyst Desk. I hope we all learned something. I sure did, and we're ready for one more game today. Can't believe the day's already over.
Game terakhir ya.
Gets away from you so quickly. I mean, it's such a huge event, so such big consequences for our players. But moment by moment, these games go past, and of course, we end up with our players in such different situations than each other.
Yeah, situations that normally are atypical, like Hologram, for example, making a good play, going for the Lulu. We saw meta head from Cheche. We have seen like a specific augments working, and some that really hasn't, like Twin Terror. We saw like still waiting for Binge out. I want the true damage augment. I want the possibility of going that vertical and really stumble onto it and giving such good results. I think we will see it promptly.
I think so too. I think Blinked Out maybe hasn't shown up so much thus far. It's definitely something players lean into with how good Senna is. I will say though, the Twin Terror board was a little bit of a weird one due to some contesting. It was definitely not what you would have expected there normally.
Nggak tahu, kayaknya aku juga nggak bakal live sih. Tapi aku record aja.
This is the last game of day number 1. They've still got 6 more games to come. But I really want to see, particularly some of our players who came to this one with a lot to prove here at the championship.
Aku pemain aja.
And try and push towards the mid-table, even if you can't be like NA and finish out with all of your hopes and dreams of arriving at once.
Looking at
panjang.
Bobby here, we're actually going to see Sympannseyt, which I'm very excited for, but also Kes and Taro coming in here for Japan, as well as Dunisuni from Korea, getting a good slice of everything, really.
For sure, CN with 62nd, he started the day today with a good first place. Kokaken is not having his best performance. Their third representative, the second representative for LATAM. And now we have a start, and I'm starting to see Disco. I'm seeing this Terry.
Okay,
my eyes are
we're
glowing.
not calling Disco if there is one unit. Hope it get with it.
Okay, we've now 2 units.
Now?
All bets are off. Call the Disco alarm. We've got ourselves a live one.
No, absolutely not.
You put a condition
in that previous game, you saw everything you needed to see. You learned everything you needed to learn about Disco. We do not click on Disco. I am not allowing it, and Tara knows it. Looking at this, says, yeah, if I get the Terry 2, I'll play it, but I'd rather play other units.
Koreko apa idenya? Aku nggak ingat Bang Dito kalau Bang Koreko.
Has the Nami 2 and also has the Tarik. So maybe as we were saying previously, maybe not the vertical is working well, but at least a good start with Disco.
Oh, item payout ya?
Obviously well performing, and then pivot to another thing that...
Ya dipilih item payout, dokumen payout gitu-gitu aja ya. Berarti mending besok ngambilnya kayak gitu aja sih. Jangan, berarti aku besok ngambilnya kayak gitu aja. Portal yang standar, jangan yang aneh-aneh.
So, actually, I was expecting Donnie to play a lot of Heartsteel today, and I haven't seen it, at least not in the games that...
Yang ngebikin orang yang hokinya terlalu gede, nggak muncul gitu kan.
The favorite is Yosh because of
aku nggak ada, kamu udah. Ya, kamu tidur di bundaran Naya aja ya.
More credit to that. But I would like to be surprised by Donnie. It just hasn't happened yet. You mentioned it before, the Disco game. It's just not quite where I would have hoped it would be. And we're going to get a start here.
Dava, kamu mau jadi moderator nggak?
Great augments here. The possibility of getting a good direction in the rest. We have possibility of sprint, getting a good reroll, trying to hold
prismatic ya. Ini seru nih harusnya.
Epics for that Ezreal great composition and great augment to go for the house.
All in one dari trainer. No. Tidak, jangan.
Double shopping spree. I really like to see that again. Yeah, be able to push towards the rerolls. The extra bit of gold is always nice to see. Buried treasures up in the top left for Taro as well to get some aggression in rather than waiting for later power.
Definitely interesting. I'm personally staring at the top right where we're seeing that Freaky Friday comeback that we saw in the previous game from Scapeus, and I'm curious where we're going to head with this one because I think he had an Urgot on board if I saw that right. So might be that we're looking for yet another Musher board.
I like the spot of Donnie. He gets a great item, a Gambler's Blade. Getting the possibility of getting a lot of gold in the early game with Disco is amazing. You get the
kamu aja, no.
Speed. with
Takut
this
aku.
So this is a great start. It's not an item that you want to get in the late game, so probably he will reforge this item when he needs more combat, but for now it's a good start for him.
Yeah, Disco's, as we've mentioned in previous games, certainly in the early going getting some power in. Bear in mind, we've mentioned the double shopping spree, the double living forge as well. We've definitely got players who are playing for the longer game.
And speaking of playing no disco board, we're going to be hopping over to 60 seconds. Very high in the overall standings as well. And is running that Evelyn headliner, which is also something we're seeing a lot in the early stages because of how good it is. It gives you that KD.
Iya, aku bakal datang kok.
Right, or even the,
misal aku jadi pemain datang, kalau jadi penonton datang. Tapi semoga jadi pemain ya.
I think this
membawa pulang. Berapa juta tadi? 13.
We've got shopping spree, we've got a living forge. We've got long-term commitments in here. For 60 seconds, bringing out something that gives you the immediate power on the board. And the Evelyn headliners makes us saying, how does this kind of play into if you're maybe one of only a few players playing aggressively?
Yeah, he has to leverage. Normally, if you want to play aggressive and really punish, you need other people to play aggressive, at least 3. And there you will see the significant difference. I think he will only save HP by himself and try to go for a reroll.
Bang Renal kalau jadi datang sih, berarti aku berangkatnya bareng sama Bang Renal. Paling antara naik motor. Dia nggak pernah ke tempatnya sih, nggak tahu parkirnya di mana.
Playing with roll the dice, not slamming this item makes. He's trying to go for a full lose streak and go for further away.
Yeah, and you can see why, because we're also seeing Taro lose streaking.
Aduh, jangan deh, Dava ntar TO orang tuh.
You don't want to lose this one, specifically with Hard Steel and Light, and Taro does come around and doesn't even have Hard Steel. It was just loose streaking because apparently the board wasn't strong enough. We're going to see whether or not that is going to be the case, but I think Taro can take this one, and that's going to be good for everyone involved here.
Yeah, I mean, having the barrier wait a little bit for all of those components to come through, but certainly it's more immediate power, especially when Kokuken is not playing his.
Datang aja Dito, aku nebeng tuh ditebengin Dava tuh, Dito. Masa kamu nggak mau sih ditebengin Dava?
To have the first carousel while Kes is winning a good round, so a carousel that will improve will give us some 3 costs that could be interesting for some of these players. The Echo, always very considered in all the lines of KDA to try to have a tank in the early game. But we see that there are...
Mana nih si Kazuo anjir, abis ngomongin MU menang hilang deh.
And some good possibilities here. And in terms of comps, I think not much commitment so far.
It's just noticing Dunizumi picking up the Yone there. Of course, we're going to have a Heartsteel player, so they'd love to be able to find those 3 costs just a little bit earlier than otherwise, even if the component isn't necessarily completely ideal.
Gua bensinin tuh, dibensinin Dava tuh. Emang Dava dari mana, Dava? Dava kan bukannya dari IKN.
In the shot, is that going to be picked up is the question. I think you're much rather looking for the Zena. You're trying to stay on that 2 damage line.
Level 5.
But it could be an option. Mordekai's repair early on is pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you're saving up these rerolls for a while, so you at least get to take the temperature of the lobby and see what's going to be practical. But Scipeas, if you're talking about things that are practical, that's not really a thing that applies to him.
Right.
He's totally a different player. I love his gameplay, and he has actually shown us very creative tables at this stage, either something that you don't normally see or something that looks very bad or not very goal-wise in strength, but actually working out. For example, this Urgot making the difference and accessing a good win against Donnie.
Urgot sih sakit itu.
Something we say about Scipeas a lot.
Halo guys, 19 orang selamat datang.
It's kind of mid, right?
Ini game terakhir ya untuk malam hari ini.
A little bit of everything, and somehow he wins with it. And the funny part is that other players try to replicate that, and they cannot get it done. It is a Scipeas only trick.
Well, like we said at the MEA Regionals for Scipeas, he said himself the trick is oftentimes just going to be good positioning to bring a mid board to suddenly become a much better board. But Scipeas isn't the one on top of the table right now. 60-second is these early slams in. You were saying before, Huve, maybe long-term this may not pan out because there's not enough damage being done into lobby overall.
But he can go for the win streak. So if he ensures this win and goes a little further, now with the changes he has to go for 6 win streak, the gold generation will generate a snowball. So it would be very, very good for him. as you said, not the penalizing, not canceling the rest of the game, but actually in a good position for himself to have a good goal for the roda and be flexible.
And that's exactly what's happening. 60-second able to keep that win streak, Kokaken able to keep that loss streak. All players happy here, and I just want to say that this dummy is so good for what's happening here.
No, I love to see it, and it's particularly, it's always interesting to see the Banshees combined there with a Locket. The Locket, a very frontline item, but we'll take a break from that for a second. Kokaken has raised the stakes. So Kokaken coming into this lobby, one of the players on, in fact, no, the player on the lowest amount of points overall. If there's ever a time for a high stakes cash out, it's here in Game 6.
Yeah, he wants to go big in the 6th round. He knows that he's now not the favorite. He's very bad in terms of points, and he needs this win also for morale. Getting to day 2 with a good win, knowing that he can perform with
ngeduluin Pak Apes ya.
I think he needs that, and he's going for it.
Main resistake.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you are going
Si
to expect
Kokaken.
from the players that need those high finishes. He is the lowest in overall point in this lobby. Not overall. I think 13 points still puts him in that lower bracket, but is going to be not overall. And we are approaching one more augment round. I'm very curious on what this one is going to be, but there will be one more fight. And actually 60-second
main Kale.
sell off that Evelyn finds the Kale headliner and says, you know what, much rather run that one. It does a little bit more.
So, I mean, this was what I was trying to mention before. We've got the Banshees, we've got the Locket. So, presumably we're going to try and find
bagus banget sih. Revenge tuh, tapi nggak ada itemnya, ding deh.
Effective composition. And honestly, right now, I'm not sure what it is. I mean, presumably Pentakill could work.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking Pentakill is not ideal, obviously, but it's good. You have the Viego ensuring you will have to get the Yorick to get the maximum value of having that front lane with immunity to CC. We have the front lane with a little shield, and I think that's the possibility. He's holding the arena.
Prismatic lagi. Oh boy.
Offered to 60-second. Are
Bisa.
we going to pick it up? Are we going to repeat what Saka did in that previous game? Is it Lulu time despite just having picked up that Kale? And the answer is going to be, yeah, we're going hologram.
All right, I'm here for it. I mean, honestly, it makes a whole lot of sense at this kind of point. You're in a very volatile lobby, so trying to find something which you've got to work for you before makes all the sense in the world.
Let's see, we have also Lucky Gloves, Binary early for Dumosi, having the difference to Binary.
Siapa yang Binary drop? Oh, si Taro.
Also bulk and new recruit in case of Kokaken. Kokaken is trying to go fast 8, trying to
Fast
get
8 Kokaken.
significant board here, and he's still looking for the lose streak. He will try to maintain a good lose streak until 3-5 after Carousel, and then hope and pray to the gods that they will help him.
Absolutely. We'll see if the gods
Banyak yang mau main kill anjir. Atau dipegang dulu. Tapi killnya nggak ada yang pentakill ya. It's lost ya.
We do have the buried components and the living forge, so making even more value of the portal as well as their existing augments. A really nice play there from Tara and Dooney, just playing to what makes the most sense despite being pretty general and open.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, yeah. It does mean that we've only really got the one player in 60-second really like locking himself into any kind of path at all. You've got a little bit more flexibility across the rest of the field. Donnie, though, with the KLs, I think we're very
Killnya sisa 2 anjir.
opposing KL player might be moving out of line, but I do want to note, as we come to the midpoint of stage 3, those streaks at the top and bottom especially.
This is what you want to see about Donnie. He ensures the front line with the Mordekaiser, trying to go now for Super Friends to get the Guinsus. He actually needs that speed. Now he has the time to get that to work, but he has to put it in, and there it is. He put it in place, the Super Fan, and now we have a Kale with good tank, and he should start performing very good until now.
Yeah, that was really good. Finding that Nico was not guaranteed, so being able to pick it up. But we also saw a little overlay there for a second. Not many kills left in pool.
Oh yeah, killnya udah tinggal dikit.
She has gotten, and if I see correctly, Tara on the other side is running a Katarina. I will say I think this one is a temporary one, though.
No, I honestly, we don't get to see enough Katarina reroll in our lives. But hopefully, maybe tomorrow we'll get a little bit more of her being knocking around, as we do see some of those KLs you mentioned before actually being knocked down here by Yush. who's managing to at least pull back a little bit from low HP.
Yeah, he's looking for the Seraphine now close.
Oke, edit flagnya berapa ini? Si Kokain.
With good possibilities. Now,
Kokain, Taro. 2 orang ya.
Also to deepen into the kill composition.
Gonna be seeing what everybody goes for, notably 60 seconds still on 100 HP. Really playing board strength, really playing HP preservation, something we've seen from the Chinese players in general a lot, but specifically from 60 second even more. And we are gonna be checking in with Kokakan as this is going to be a cash out.
Okay, we have some gold, we have the anvil. Let's see if he pops it off now. To try to go for a win streak from now on. He shouldn't surprise me. Yeah, he should. He has lost a lot of HPs. He's only at 33. So now's the moment that if you lose, you want to lose by 2 champions maybe, and try to go for that roll down at level 8. That is where you get the power spike.
I have to imagine it very much missing the presence of just 1 more heart steal to get the 5 hearts and get the extra stacks in, however it ends up playing out, especially when these boards are always threatening.
Boardnya tapi gak kuat anjir. Belakangnya gak ada damage-nya anjir. Harusnya kalah lawan Katarina.
The Hecarim that comes through, and Kokakan, I don't think we cannot stop the bleeding here with what we've gotten, and that
aduh, nyawanya tinggal 2-2.
on something to box you out of it, maybe that duplicator.
Yeah, it could be a possibility, but he needs to roll, and he doesn't want to roll at level 7. It will be like putting a gun to his head. It's not what you want to do, but he doesn't have the HP to get to level 8. So it's pretty hard spot for him. Taro, for now, using the Katarina.
Aduh, kalah itu si Kokaken kayaknya. Butuh keajaiban sih kayak gua kemarin. Butuh keajaiban banget.
Because we are getting through the group stage of the competition. This is, of course, the last part of the first half of it. How comfortable are you now seeing players who are struggling more in the tournament overall switching to a more aggressive, high-risk style?
I mean, I think that's to be expected, right? The positive thing is, as long as not everybody is playing that way, there is a chance where it is able to work, right? But it can also turn out how it did for Kokaken, and I'm not really seeing the out right now. I'm really hoping that there is something that can help him, but it sure doesn't feel that way. Checking in with Yosh, we are collecting Seraphines here.
Yeah, for sure. Seraphine, a comp that is not in the highest prio of 2 costs, but it's actually been performing very well, and it's very likable when you know other people are also re-rolling for 2 costs. What you're saying, Peter, about the high risk, high reward, I think today some of the players like Kokaken will try to go for that, but tomorrow we'll have a feast because a lot of players will be in that dangerous position and will try to access the top 8 for the day 3.
Well, I mean, while we wait for the PvE to finish off, just to follow up on what you're saying there, what makes it different? If you're trying to play first or 8th, if you are in that position tomorrow particularly, what is it for players that can help separate you from just being a coin flip?
Yeah, you have to commit.
Ini harus komit ini.
Embrace the variability.
Aduh, jelek banget. Waduh, Lucian, oke.
Like we've been clowning on
Ini jelek banget anjir.
Writing their comp in chat and claiming it, but they are doing well. So maybe that's the best. I'm just
Aduh, gak ada yang bagus anjir. Kasian, guys.
We're going to be checking in with Kokaken and 60 Second. Both players rolling down here, trying to find what they're looking for 60 Second. The Lulu was the one we really wanted with this comp, but it
Kokaken gak bisa itu. Kalah harusnya.
It's going to take whatever you can get, and sometimes whatever you can get is just one place higher overall. Particularly if you're a player who's low on points, it's going to be a real heartbreaker.
Gak bisa. Kokaken gak bisa tuh, dia udah geleng-geleng tuh guys.
The backline damage is good.
Udah gak bisa anjir.
Out rounds, but I think she's out of time.
Tidak kuat.
He's in a position that he need to do something different, so I wouldn't be
bisa dikit.
say he will do like some crazy hologram move.
Harusnya nggak mati sih tapi ini.
In his side, he's losing. He found the loser not enough, and he only have 1 life left.
One life, anjir.
The roll down hadn't happened yet. That was a very favorable matchup with the Seraphine 3 not actually being online as we move into gold augments, and
tapi kalau Seraphine 3 kalah kita deh.
Grace for our players.
And we're seeing some inspiring epitaphs coming through, and the heliums as well. We can really see our players are pretty much where they want to be. Just trying to put the final finishing touches to boost the power of what's already there.
Now we're in round 4. It hurts more when you lose. You need to be very, very careful with positioning, and Kokagen doesn't have more life. He has to go for the win. He has to roll down. He doesn't have economy, but he has faith. And I know that's important for him. I think he could get out of this one, but he actually needs a better headliner. He only has the trash. He's pretty good, but he lacks a lot of damage.
Iya, damage-nya kurang banget.
We're seeing whether or not that is enough. There is definitely a lot of CC going on here, and Kess on the other side hasn't really hit a full board just yet. The one big thing is the front line for Kess that could allow the Ari to just chew through, but the Thresh is helping in trying to slow down that backline.
Yeah, I mean, I think just not having the backline itemized for Kess may end up costing us. We'll be able to find a little bit more. Actually going to slam in, trying to keep the streak from falling away. Seeing the chance to make an elimination here, of course, pushes everybody else.
Si Koken deg-degan ini. Anjir, bisa gak ini? Bisa gak ini? Bisa gak ini? Bang, ngasih friend request di Discord. Siap, Bang Lunarity.
And he's still dreaming. He's focused. He wants to go. He gets the 6. Difficult to implement. Maybe take out the Jazz. And now the Seraphine is here. And this is great news for Josh, who needs to start winning now and improve on his win streak.
Something we've also seen during the Augment round is that 60-second, the hologram player has a Katarina online that is going to be the carry for now. Didn't find any of the Lulus. Instead, found a lot of Kata, so that is what we're working with for now. With players that are hitting their upgrades like that Set 2, like that Seraphine 3 that we just saw.
Buat grupnya di mana? Di Discord ya.
You can see from the camera, he's not having the best time of his life. In this round, I think he's just waiting for the hammer to drop here.
Apakah
every one of these boards is a potential out?
Waduh, sampai sakit itu, mati harusnya Kokagen.
Every hope and dream Kokagen had of a
is end.
Have to do it. This is a top 8 for Kokagen, making it very, very difficult for him in this last round. Day 2 will be mostly like this. I think for tomorrow he will do the same. He will go for high risk, high reward.
He has to. If he wants to have any chance, he has to. And of course, with that, I also kind of want to bring to the table that your finishing in the last game of the day is going to stay with you, right? If you have a bad finishing end of day, you'll feel very different to if you have a good finish, and that is something players definitely check in with themselves, make sure you're not letting that get to their head.
I mean, this is the global
Oh, Skipeos. Oh, gara-gara ada itu ya. Udah 9.
Day in and day out. It's about coming into these kind of situations and finding a way to reset in day 2, even if you've got a 1% chance, finding a way and making it happen.
For sure, Kess finding the Yorick in the carousel. He's playing on this pentakill line, so pretty good for him. Let's see what he cooks. If he want to go for a more vertical.
Ya, mau mort 3. Aduh, mort 3-nya Sentinel ya.
Most recent and what will give him the most power spike.
So Kess was the player that was kind of being boxed out of the KO reroll by the other people who were finding it, still has the items for it, has even the superfan, but it's not really working out right now. Is playing the headliner on the Mordekaiser instead.
Oh, lawan Katarina reroll.
Trying to find the kill naturally, which would still work. You can go
Katarina reroll dengan hologram.
We've said it multiple times, the KL2 can definitely get some work done, but yeah, the backline is not quite there. Yorick has at least got a little bit of itemization to be the ultimate damage or alternate damage source instead. And it will actually
Yoricknya jadi damagernya aja.
Takes down 60 seconds.
Yeah, I had a dream that 60 seconds could do well with the hologram Super Katarina, but actually it's not working. I wanted it to work. I wanted the meta to shift, and maybe people will start thinking, oh, Katarina, but seems like it's not the correct idea.
So I will say this is a country Katarina of all things. Normally, if you want to try and cap around a Katarina reroll, you'll see the Katarina be a crowd diver. You go for the full crowd divers, get as much going there as possible. And I could see the hologram work there. Of course, not as great as with the Lulu, but we have even seen hologram boards around Asena or other 2-cost comps. It's surely not out of the question.
Yeah, I mean, 60 seconds certainly can get up to the next level and throw in at least Crowd Diver 4 to make the Katarina a more relevant damage source. But we do see, it's a decent setup here, but it's always so close to the edge. The Katarina healing and dealing damage in great numbers, and sometimes those numbers add up.
Yeah, he tried to go for something else, and the game gave him this. And with the HP he has, I think it's a good strategy, because even though maybe he won't win in the game, the first place, he's actually winning rounds. So it's not the worst composition, and it's what the game gave to him. So good adaptation, and let's hope it works for him.
Si Zuni, oh ambil dari airdrop. Beliau betul ke 9. Headlinernya, oh tapi dia kurang Zack ya.
Behind Bintum coming into this tournament, that really must sting, to be honest. Just like going through your games and being overshadowed by Bintum, who you've beat before.
Well, I mean, I think the best revenge is a tournament well played. And certainly Zuni is doing that here. 25 points is not shabby at all. It's definitely in the upper bounds of what we'd be expecting. I think getting a win at the end of the day also helps, as you say, leave the day on a high and make sure that you go into the next day optimistic about your chance.
Yeah, and Taro is the one who's contesting him, both
Taro,
with the harsh line, both
still
for Sack, for Set, for Ezreal. And let's see if it's enough. This Caitlyn should be good for him.
Oh, Ezrealnya nggak dimasukin?
The amble and try to go for itemization.
Okay, I saw it there, the Ezreal with the red buff, with the blue buff.
Oh, pakai
Zik. To play around that, but takes him out of the board. Instead, slots to Zixen and says, my Ezreal dream is no longer. I'm now playing around 6. I'm playing around Caitlyn because of how contested I am. Let's see if it works out as he is going up
zombinya, cowok. Zombinya.
Definitely putting in a lot of work, but the Mordekaiser just doesn't want to die.
Anjir, Mordenya masih hidup, gak mati-mati, cuy.
But, you know, he's tried his best. Unfortunately, Caitlyn at this point, doesn't have the 8-bit in place, so doesn't have the extra damage. We don't really have a way of deleting single targets in the way we would like. So I think if we're up against balls like that Mordekaiser ball, we're always going to have trouble.
Yeah, we see now the Kale try to go for this Twitter. He's not getting there, but
si Dori udah 9.
Done a great job using his item, using his augments in his favor. He doesn't have more 3. He doesn't have Kale 3, and he doesn't have a BL1, but he's actually pretty healthy and doing pretty well.
Oh, si Doni nyawanya. Oh, nyawanya ada 63, masih banyak. Dia mencari headliner pentakill kan.
Not really fully online. The Ahri is Ahri 1 with no items, but is that maybe enough to try and beat out Scapeus on the other side? We are seeing that he stayed true to the true damage line. There's actually currently running an Akali headliner. It will not be enough from Donnie's board.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly at least making the attempt, if nothing else.
Taro masih bisa menang.
Out of commission. Taro down on 14 and Kez on 9 or 8. We are starting to get into the position where we could have ourselves a top 4 before too long.
Kez trying to roll down again, going to 0. He needs
so close.
Yeah, so close, yet so far.
Wah, nggak dapat.
It's every time.
It's hurt, anjir, nggak dapat.
Only a few copies away, but let's see if he gets it. He actually has only 9 HP left, and this is the reason why he's not capable to hit.
And for this comp, even more than for any other Kale comp you've seen, because Mordekaiser is our headliner. We want him to be even bigger than. We could have dealt with the Kale too, but the Mordekaiser is what's hurting so much here. You can see him try to tank as much
bisa menang.
as
Taro
collapses onto him. Good positioning, trying to keep that
Kale. Kok Taro Cash yang kalah?
Just not going to be.
Kalau Taro kalah juga.
Going to be a knockout.
We lose him, we lose Cass, and now from the other side, Taro also.
Ya, Taro juga kan, benar berarti. Gak salah ya, berarti benar ya.
So we have now confirmation, Cass 7th place, Taro with the 6, 62nd with the Kata hologram, now fighting for that 5th place, maybe 4th, and Josh with a high win streak.
Oh, pakai.
We have got Scapeus landing directly.
Bisa KDA gak sih? Ambil KDA gak sih? Nah, biar bisa 7 KDA atau 5 KDA. 7 harusnya sih ngincernya. Ah, ada 7 ternyata. Bisa nurunin ya, bisa turunin Kaisanya, jadi bisa masukin yang lainnya. Sebusioner bisa kan? Kartus.
It surely is, but I want to direct your attention to 60-second because we saw it so well in that previous game from Saka.
Tinggal masukin satu.
Just snowballing through that lobby, trailblazing even if you want to call it that. 60-second not able to replicate that. Stuck on the Katarina, has been bleeding out for the entire stage 5 and is soon fighting for survival here. Definitely something we'll need to keep in mind as that country board is just not too hot, y'all.
It will be the last fight for him. Very low is his HP. Also, Josh against Donny now. Donny
Josh lawan Donny
to get the kill since the competition has died and the units are free now into the pool. So let's.
Tapi nggak bisa, harusnya menang Serapin sih.
He's in a pretty good place. So Josh will continue his win streak and he's in a great position to take the lobby.
Yeah, 7KA certainly delivering for us here. I mean, yeah, we've got the itemization already.
Dia paling ke-9 habis PvE sih.
We've got a couple of items on the Aria as well, and now with the Thieves Gloves coming in, we're really multiplying up those stats that KDA give us to make a very strong board.
And I was speaking
Aduh, capek aku pakai celana panjang aja.
Yush generally
Cuma duduk doang.
more perceived as the favorite. I do want to point out that for OS, this is a great lobby. 2 out of 2 players in the top 2. That's exactly what you want to see if you're already getting both of your players paired up into the same lobby. So really, really cool. And Yush just absolutely dominating here. But Scapeus with that true damage emblem could put in some work and mess that up.
But needs to. Scapeus is also relatively low on HP like a lot of the lobby are. So these rounds become much more crucial. The Akali, though, with all that true damage, extra damage, rips through Donny G's board. Scapeus not out yet.
Lepas lah, ntar aku ganti. Enakan ntar kamu ya, lepas di sini.
Elimination time has come.
Katarina keluar ya.
So far.
Yeah, hologram is amazing on Lulu. You get the extra mana. He decides to go for Katarina.
Infinity Forcer
It
nih.
wasn't a bad decision because he got a 5th.
Oh, ngambil itu. Oh, buat itu, biar tambah tanky. Wah, harusnya sih menang Duni Zuni nggak sih? Duni Zuni. Tinggal Duni Zuni kuat lawan Yus atau enggak sih? Kamu nggak pakai apa-apa juga nggak kelihatan. Kok bisa gitu? Emangnya aku hantu apa nggak kelihatan?
Much earlier on in the day is if you are in the lobby with these high-scoring players, if you can take them out, you can make the top of the table drop down and make it more possible you can hit the top 8.
Absolutely right, and that is exactly what players like Scapeus are trying to do, Dunizuni as well. You are seeing more and more upgrades pop up.
Kenapa Duni nggak mau itu ya? Tiga.
Finding an Echo 3 to enable this Seraphine comp even longer is of course a little bit tied to Seraphine's hoverboard, as
itu
we
dua.
like to call it.
Dua.
Comes to the positioning, so you cannot really have units kind of boxed in and try to get the best positioning for the Seraphine ults, but it'll do. Echo 3 is pretty good.
Now let's see Donny against the Nuzuni going for the win. Now with the set trying to access that backline.
Zuni tapi nggak kuat ngebunuh itu Legion Viego-nya.
And it looks like it. Cain falls.
Oh, kuat ternyata.
Also falls, so good victory, and he's out.
Duni keluar.
Oh boy.
Yay!
Definitely frustrating at this point, but it also gives us our top 3. Heartsteel player Dunizuni. We do have a little bit of everything on Scapeus, as I like to call it, and Yush with the reroll on the Seraphine and the Echo. Pretty cool comps, to be honest.
Harusnya sih menang ini harusnya. 7 KDA udah kuat banget ini aja. Unitnya.
Goes up to level 9, having those extra rerolls. I'm sure is why we're seeing the 3 stars coming in.
Yeah, Seraphine is a comp that normally you get the Seraphine 3, you're good for a top 4, but you need something else. And now he has the Echo, now he's looking for the Ari 3, so he has a win more.
Ya, dia bisa Ari 3, bisa Neko 3, wah udah enak banget ini.
I always get that like Dooney, I'll call him Dooney for fun, and now let's see if he's enough for him.
Tapi Duni apakah kuat? Tapi kayaknya nggak kuat. Kalah si Duni. Tidak bisa. Harusnya menang si Yus.
Scapeus losing as of that last round as well. but still staying alive if barely.
Si Skepes tetap masih hidup.
Mates, can I tell you that I really like your metal voice?
It's not. That's true. We've been practicing our metal backup chorus.
Yeah,
we'll
thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate
Yang
that.
Emiya kayaknya juga main satu tempat kayaknya.
Skip's board here because we are seeing the true damage, we are seeing the jazz, we're seeing a little bit of everything really. And if you looked at this, you would probably think like, yeah, okay, I guess a top 4. But he is currently fighting against Yush and trying to take down this behemoth of a unit builder that Yush has become.
Yes, Skepes on the single life, Yush with multiple left to go. The Akali gets immediately nailed out by the Ari. It's exactly what you don't want to have happen. Zed is still alive in the corner though, but he's going to chew through multiple backline carries, and it's just not going to happen. Yush with an astonishing showing here for O's will end out the day 2 games with a win live on stream and a board worthy of a day 2 finish.
O's will not be silenced. Not in this lobby anyway. Taking down game 6 for Yush, for O's. Really great to see. Those are the finishes you need if you're in that spot.
He got a good praise. It was amazing the way he used the Seraphine early. He hit when he had to hit, getting a little lucky, but then he managed to go for the win more. For the Echo 3, trying to go for the Ari just in case. He didn't got it, but he didn't need it. He got the first place.
Yeah, honestly, I'd love to see more of that, though. Yeah, our players really playing towards the very bleeding edge of what these comps can ultimately be. You know, this has been a fantastic day 1. I can only hope to see what we get in day 2.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited for all of the comps that we have seen thus far. It's been an absolute blast. Of course, we're not eliminating any players.
Okay.
There's going to be 6 more
Udah kelar ya.
games tomorrow. But the day has not ended just yet. There is more content yet to come.
Wah, more content up tuh.
Alternative
Ntar ganti celana. Capek.
We have lost Bio, Egi, Cheche, Judesor, and Soko. And we're only playing with Salvi, Ice, and Rio. So Ice again with a great performance, and Salvi now topping.
I mean,
your guy, mate.
That's the big news for me.
It's because we weren't watching. Can we turn it off again?
No, avert your eyes. Gentle viewers, don't just watch this one with your ears intact. Don't worry, we'll bring you through.
Familiar pictures, though. We're seeing the Seraphine come out once more, this time around from Ice, and really cool having the duplicated Ari in the backline there to really stir things up.
Yeah, I really like that. I mean, we'll see what Salvi makes of it. Certainly, he's got a pretty decent front line in here with the Ezreal Lucian set up towards the back. And we've got the Alawi in place as well to make sure that Akali doesn't do too much damage. The Ezreal shot.
Oke, saatnya kita main 1 game paling.
And then maybe 2 Aris on
Good pricing.
Yeah, good selection of how
Biar tidak lupa.
eliminates Ice now in 3rd place. So Sal
Enggak lah, lebih ranked aja aku. Nggak ada orang juga kayaknya. Bang Arif. Loh ini. Caca ini siapa ya? Gue kayak kenal deh. Caca. Sok kenal. Segame nanggung, 5 game aja lah. Agak abis ini tidur biar besok bangun pagi. Besok biar main tidak mengantuk. Mbak tidak lupa cara main aja sih. Seharian nggak main aku. Ini si Sagas nabrak ini. Ini nih. Terlihat. Ada yang terlihat mau menabrak sepertinya. Bisa main jam berapa? Jam 5. Aku dapat yang jam 5 sih. Soalnya lobbyku lobby awal. Gak mager mau tidur ya udah tidur. Ketemu Bang Murawi anjir tel. Ya udahlah. Ketemu Bang Jack Sparrow habis pada nonton ya. Pada main anjir. Segame. Ntar bener ku hidupin, ini aku pindah. Kamu grup berapa Bang Arif? Bang Murawi kalau dapat kill gitu ya main kill tuh. Petripen. Harus tuh. Bisa bikin event 100 dulu. Nice. Lumayan lah. Waduh, silver spoon. Oh, kalah anjir, kenapa dapetnya? Jinx pula. lawannya langsung silver spoon anjir. Cok, yang bener aja, cok. Nah, ambil vampiri sampai bagus ya. Kalah nih harusnya. Pilih. Sakit anjir, sakit banget tuh. Mana aku pengen rapid fire anjir. Ya Allah, isinya mah diskon terus, cok. Mah diskon terus anjir, dan bagasnya keluar lagi anjir, anjir. Cukup bang. Depanku kurang kuat sih. Kalau bisa menang, nah terkurung menang sih kalau itu ininya terkurung. Disko bagus, grup B bang bareng Bang Esotik Barista. Waduh, awas Bang Esotik Barista, mending lawan aja itu AD flagnya. Aduh diambil anjir, cok, tolonglah bro. Tadi yang dapat itu siapa? Oh ini Putrianto. Oh dia mah, iya dia. Ya udah gak apa-apa sih buat dia. Kasihan Rustina belum aktif. Kasihan gua, tapi lebih kasihan gua, cok. Oh my god, oh my god. Kayaknya gue ambil aja tadi sih itu, ambil aktifin super fan ya. Ini nggak tahu, gue paling kalah lagi sih sampai sini kruk. Bang Murawi. Dapat kill headliner ya. Killku sih belum gua jual ya. Paling lawanku ini, tapi dia bang berapa killnya dijual sih. Di flag. Ada flag. 2. Ini revenge guys. Buset, masih live. Terakhir ini bang, terakhir, sumpah. Tidur habis ini. Mau coba main aja. Sumpah kagak bohong. Saya juga pengen main ID flag aslinya anjir. Ini itemnya udah jadi ya tapi ya. Waduh, bingung cok. Ayo dapat Bisril ya. Oh, waduh. 3 orang sih. Udah lah, nge-force coba lah. Wah. Oh iya bang, bangke ya. Baru dapat gini ya udah gini dulu, santai dulu. Biarkan kill do their work. Wow. Dapat kill. Si anjir. Itemnya gue itemnya itu aja. Itemnya udah itemnya di flag ya. Hah, ya sudahlah. Just committed. Ketika kita sudah committed ya guys ya. Tidak bisa mundur lagi. Mau mundur kemana lagi? Dapat Israel anjir apa sih? Udah nge-cheat apa gimana sih, Cok? Ya ampun kalah. Udah pada dapat Israel anjir. Buset. Santai aja lah. Kalau bisa ketujuh sih. Sabar dulu. Bisa paling setujunya di sini. Tuh dapat lagi tuh. Jadi tadi gue main kill ya. Dapat lagi anjir. Emang kayak gitu sama senengnya ya. Di PHP. Kalah masalah sih. Aku pengen paling sekali doang. Pemurang kenapa? Tentakel kan? Thank you, Kill. Thank you for the job. Pas banget 7. X7. Lemah banget ini unitku. Ya, red stack-nya putus. Red stack-nya gagal, guys. Nice, aku menggagalkan orang. Aku menggagalkan red stack orang ya. Waduh, bahagia banget sih gue sih. Sumpah. Bahagia, cuy. Emang enak bang, gagal. Itu stack-nya. Dapat. Oke. Sambil dulu. Bentar, pinjam dulu ya. Kedua. Ya, saatnya kita mencoba meng-reroll. Oh sama Bang Neko juga. Aku udah lihat tadi Bang Yandi. Good luck, Evan. Enggak, no. Aduh, jelek banget. Duh, gak jadi masuk. What? Anjir, masuknya di depan situ pula. Bangke banget anjir. Ya anjir, kenapa masuknya di depan situ ya guys ya? Mati dong gua. Butuh depan aja sih. Tolong bang. Apa-apalah, ambil dulu. Ini main Bruiser 4 aja OP kok. Iya, tapi nggak dapet aja. Terusnya aku pindah itemnya ya. Nice. Aku 9 aja harusnya. Butuh set sih sama Ilowi paling satu. Nggak butuh attack speed lagi. Z-nya dong. Anjir, Z-nya nggak dibunuh, cok. Pada mah diem doang, anjir. Di depan muka loh, nggak dibunuh, anjir. Di depan mukanya. Tidak dibunuh, guys. Ngapain itu ya? Ngapain ayo itu? Ngapain ayo? Ngapain itu ayo? Pentakil. Serem anjir zone-nya. 4 crowd diver. Kayaknya jual aja ya. Dulu deh, topinya dulu aja yang dijual. Aku suka lihat Kathleen kalau kayak gitu aja, lucu. Ngecerut guys. Kompolen ini. Wah, item tank sih paling. Oh no, come on. Oh my god. Tuh, gak ada yang bagus ya, masa wingsunya ke siapa ini? Kesini jelek nih, nggak butuh. Ini dulu. Mana guys setnya guys? Aku butuh set anjir. Jodoh si lama aja. Dari tadi dapat jin mulu ya. Jin bisa 2 dari tadi, tapi gak ada yang bisa dimasukin juga sih. Mendapat kalah sekali masih bisa sih ini. Habis itu nggak boleh kalah. Wow. Level 9 musuhnya anjir. Kan? Sudah diperhitungkan. Buka mati. Hah? Anjir. Tadi masih ada 2 loh. Tiba-tiba meledak anjir. Ngeselin banget kalau kayak gitu. Dudut suruh turun aja. Iya. Meledak ya guys ya. Tidak dapat Israel. Lah, saatnya kita tidur. Tidur aja lah. Oke, thank you guys. Udah 5 jam juga aku di depan gini duduk. Jin padahal ambil aja tadi. Iya, tapi kayaknya nggak kuat juga sih. Depanku nggak kuat banget depannya. Nggak dapet set. Kalau misal bisa hidupin 4 bruiser sih bisa. Masalahnya setnya nggak ada anjir. Setnya udah habis. Setnya udah habis, gue nggak kebagian. Thank you. Lah, malah banyak yang nonton anjir. Udah malam segini. Kita lanjut besok ya. Besok lagi nonton lagi. 6 game lagi jam 7 berarti kelarnya jam 12-an anjir. Jam 12, setengah 11 ya. Oh ya, setengah 11 tadi. Thank you, semoga besok Nusantara Open bisa berhasil lolos ya untuk ke round 2-nya. Yang penting bisa lolos round 2 dulu. Buat teman-teman lainnya juga yang main, semoga bisa lolos juga. Jangan lupa untuk tidur, jangan ke begadang guys. Biar primat tidur ya. Thank you. Semangat. Pasti bisa lah lolos. Ayo Bang Dudut sama Bang Fabian. Itu kayaknya Bang Fabian sama Bang Dudut daftar bareng enggak sih? Bisa bareng gitu.